doing, mate? Use tools. Alright, yeah. Oh, thank you. No worries, mate. Calm down. Let's Robert turned up. I looked off his motorbike. Oh, did he? Smashed his elbow up. Have a replace for the elbow. You're doing good? I like it. Yeah. They were playing around with these 2 years. You don't know? That's what it is. My hate it. That's where that way goes through the car. And it's like, every time I go, yes, taxi, always, when you get one, when they say they want to, sorry? Is that the turn? No. Yeah, see, I forgot. Same trade, same time. Don't have to get off until you're ready to order. Same time very quick. My board is don't always go there. And then we were going out the gate. Yeah, I actually walked up to me. But you know, when I was here, that half one, 2 o'clock.
Officials on field umpires Ian Blackwell and Mo Wazee. Led out by their captain Jack Taylor, please welcome visitors Gloucestershire. the Somerset opening batters. Sponsored by Pump Supplies, number 66, Archie Vaughan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The Metro Bank has made its way to Taunton for the West Country Derby. Somerset taking on Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have won the toss and have elected to bowl. Hopefully we'll have the team sheets to run through. Have you already done that, Harry?
No. Leaving that on a few.
Well, we both came from the same direction today, didn't we? From further up north, and the traffic's a little bit chaotic, isn't it?
There's a lot of people coming down to the side of Derby. They're queuing up, trains and cars, trying to get down here for this massive match. Gloucestershire off the back of that loss against Leicestershire at Kibworth on Wednesday. I was there on PA duties. Matt Swallows glossed a lot. Just going down by 2 wickets at Leicestershire in a good game of cricket. Somerset coming off that defeat at Werbeck against Knox. So 2 teams who have played one, lost one. So both keen to get going. It'll be Will Williams to open the bowling to Archie Vaughan. South Pereira at the non-striker end, who had a brilliant 50 on debut on Tuesday. Exciting players in both sides. One change for Gloucestershire. Luke Charlesworth has come in for Gloucestershire in place of Imam Rao. And for Somerset, 2 changes. Leach and Jake Ball are out. Lewis Goldsworthy, the skipper for this tournament, is back in after his concussion at Headingley. And the other change is JT Langridge coming in as a left arm option. So two changes for Somerset, 1 for Gloucestershire.
Somerset against Gloucestershire in the Metro Bank.
Yeah, the pitch is on the left-hand side of the ground, so a very inviting leg side boundary. Will Williams, his sort of bowling characteristics is pretty metronomic. He's got very good skills. Likes to keep the knee roll in play. Archie Vaughan, as we know, anything drop short is very strong in that area. Here we have the first ball of the afternoon. Archie Vaughan wanders down the wicket and pushes that into the offside, and that's racing across this Taunton outfield. And Somerset start with a 4.
He did exactly the same thing on Tuesday. First ball 4 through the covers.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to go. Get your feet moving nice and early. Get into your innings, and what a way to start for Archie Vaughan. His partner up the other end, Savin Pereira, he's got a remarkable record over the last few years. You probably know more about him than me, but my youngster talks about how many runs he's been scoring in matches where he's been on trial.
Shed loads.
Scored a load for Somerset in the 2s, has been given an opportunity, and he certainly took it on that first game, his Leicester debut, getting a half century.
Yeah, so he's played for 10 different counties, 1400s, played loads of 2s cricket, played through the Saka, that's the South Asian Cricket Academy. Now got his opportunity with Somerset. His family were up at Welbeck where I was on Tuesday. They were absolutely delighted for him, as of course they would be.
What sort of age is he?
27.
27. I mean, I think there's a massive place for, young men coming into their mid-20s that work out their game. He's obviously a prolific run scorer when he's had opportunities. And for those that wouldn't know what it's like to try, you're under a lot of pressure, lots of external thoughts going through your head, and to score that many runs, it's clearly a very fine player. I'm glad to see he's having an opportunity here to play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. His spirits should be in pretty good place, scoring that half century in his first game.
Yeah, he looked really good through the covers, drove beautifully off the front foot. Brett Hutton is one of the better bowlers in this competition, skilled operator, and he drove him nicely. Him and Lammer made a really nice partnership for the second wicket. Lovely tuck off his legs by South Pereira. Should be back for 2. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't take that on. Graham Van Buren's left arm thrower. Probably could have taken 2 there. As the band behind us, do they realise the cricket started? Wanted to finish that song as the first over of the match started. Yeah, well, it took a bit of extra time to walk through the fan village down in the car park. The Beer and Cider Festival is in flow. Lots of stalls, lots of people enjoying what's on offer out there, as well as the cricket today. It's very vibey out there. Williams into Archie Vaughan, takes another step down the wicket. So Imam Rao opened the bowling with Will Williams on Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see if Luke Charlesworth opens the bowling alongside him. They could start with spin, though that short boundary one side, you'd be surprised if they go to spin too early. I think they'd probably give it to Charlesworth, a young young all-rounder. Would have played a fair amount of Gloss 2's cricket with your lad.
Yeah, a number of players on the field that have been playing in the twos. Like that is the feature of the Metro Bank competition. Gives a lot of players in squads opportunities to play on the main grounds in list A cricket in a competition that is steeped in history and very meaningful. So, yeah, opportunities to see players that maybe you haven't seen before, with a lot of players away playing in the 100 at the moment.
Yeah, it will be Luke Charlesworth then. Bit of right arm seam from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Does bat a bit as well. So replacing the man Rao, who batted down the order, but after dot ball, first ball, did hit a 6 off a free hit. What a nice way to get off the mark on Wednesday, man Rao. First scoring shot being a free hit. That's the way you want to start innings. Welcome to those of you on the live stream watching from all around the world. We'll read out some comments across the afternoon. Charles around the wicket, too full to Pereira, but only 1 run to deep third. Here's the cider and beer festival today, so there'll be plenty of people well lubricated enjoying the cricket. Very apt for the Somerset Gloucestershire game, of course. Friday night with the cider flowing. Nice shot into the offside, but can't beat that cover man. Joe Eklund, who's played club cricket with a lot of these Somerset lads at Bridgewater. Brother Alex is the captain there. Saw his mum coming in to watch. And made his debut on Wednesday at Kibworth. Second game here today. Not keeping, generally often a keeper, but James Bracey's a pretty good man to have with the gloves on.
Yeah, another player that's been given an opportunity for this competition. Joe Eklund playing for Bridgewater, scored plenty of runs in the second 11. Very exciting looking cricketer. Both very good players, the Eklund brothers.
Yeah, I've had to play against them a few times. Took my best ever caught on bowls. Alex Eklund absolutely rocketed back at me. More of life prevention sometimes. Those caught on bowls going for your teeth.
Catch it or wear it, was it?
Yeah, it was one of them, and somehow it stuck. But his disbelief was as much as mine that the ball was still in my hand. Yeah, good single there. Misfield at point. Spilled it. Oh, now Eklund's now slid on the old disc marker, the 30-yard circle. Surprised it doesn't happen more often, actually, those 30-yard circles, because, yeah, he's now putting it back. Very polite and very good of him to put it back where it was, but, yeah, not ideal slipping on them. And Charlesworth will try and hit sort of the back of a length. There's a bit of a green tinge to the pitch, but it's still pretty hard underneath. That's not where he wants to bowl. The left-right hand combination here. It could have been Pereira and Lammonby opening with Vaughan at 3 or 4. Could have been Josh Thomas. But I guess the left-right hand thing is a good option for Somerset. You expect to see Lewis Goldsworthy at 3. Not that Lammonby did anything wrong. Top scored, of course, in the first game on Tuesday, but it may be a slot in a 4. Yet to find out exactly. Lammonby and Goldsworthy is a pretty good 3 and 4 either way round. You played against Charlesworth, Whipple cricket?
I don't know, Harry. My memory is not up to your standards for things like that, I'm afraid. I think
You
quite
probably
possibly.
have.
Which
The
team does
chances
he
are
play
high.
for?
I'm just doubting myself now.
Bottled it.
I bottled it, absolutely. I think I might have played against him. I should probably know. Oh, this is going to wind me up now. I should have waited a second for asking that question.
Good over there from Charlesworth, keeping the runs down. Somerset 9 without loss. Archie Vaughan looking in a positive mood, and Pereira, he's a very organised player. I've seen a fair bit of footage of him when he's been playing in the second 11, and this looks like a hungry run scorer who's worked out his game. A good age as a batter. That 27 to 32 period is normally when batters really come into their own.
I think it helps actually coming in late as a batter, probably more than a bowler. Get to learn your game, work out exactly how you're going to score runs.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits as a batter as well is you're playing on a pitch like this. You know, the majority of pitches that Pereira would have scored all his runs on would have been far under the quality of a pitch like this one here at Taunton. So if you can get all those runs on out grounds and club grounds, bit of a paradise here at Taunton. Williams has also been playing a bit of cricket from time to time, turning out for Bridgewater in the West of England Premier League. So lots of the players on the field today like to hone their skills on the weekend.
Yeah, I had to face Will Williams a couple of years ago. Opened the bowling against me in, I think it was the last 16 of the National Cup, whatever the 40 over Sunday Cup competition's called. I was just quite happy to get 2 risky singles off him and let the lad the other end face him. He just hits it on the spot.
Yeah, he's one of those. I mean, I hate to use the phrase really, because he's the classic sort of county seamer. Really,
Yeah.
He hasn't got a huge amount of pace, but he's got very, very subtle skills. Shapes the ball away. He's got that sort of wobble seam ball that can attack the pads, and his super strength is his metronomic accuracy. Nice shot there from Vaughan. Went past extra cover. Yeah, that's Jack Taylor there at catchable height, but just found the gap. He picks up another 2.
What stood out for me with Will Williams when I first came across him, 5 or 6 years ago now, is that it was a Sunday game and most of our lads had been out the night before and couldn't be bothered to warm up, and the other Bridgewater lads were enjoying their tea and they were bowling the second innings against us, and I was just putting my pads on and he was there just eating a banana, didn't eat the full tea and carbs that we all ate, and then he was just bowling again and again and again with someone with a mitt and just practice. You don't see that in club cricket much at the end of the tea interval, having a proper warm up.
Yeah, it isn't just talent, the work ethic as well. Yeah, he strikes me as a very good professional.
Came up
in again, and Archie Vaughan sneaks a single into mid wicket.
And at that time, he didn't have a county contract. And the week after bowling at me, he got Sam Hayne, Alex Davies, and Dom Sibley out. And you think, wow, he suddenly got his Lancs contract. Got 3 early wickets.
Kiwi?
Yeah, Canterbury. I remember his red Canterbury helmet. Canterbury Kings. But I think he must have a passport because he now qualifies. He's been here for a while now, playing county cricket. But yeah, a quality opera with a new ball at the top. Maybe would worry about him bowling towards the death. He's got a few change-up variations, but people would probably try and target him.
Yeah, well, certainly with that short side, I mean, most of the T20 fixtures are played on pretty central wickets. That wicket today is very much to one side, so one of those boundaries is very, very inviting for the batter, who can get himself in and free his arms up at a later stage.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much they target it when. Yeah, how early do they go to it? If there's a spinner on, do they try and target it with different sweeps?
Well, the good thing is about the Somerset lineup, there are a nice spattering of left-handers throughout the order as well. So there's always going to be a short side if Somerset go with the left-hand, right-hand combination, which wouldn't surprise me that that's been a factor in who comes in third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah.
Trying to keep a right-hand, left-hand combination at all times.
So they could just have Lama being goals with it padded up now. And if a right-hander goes.
Yeah, and then obviously you got Josh Thomas as well. So you've got 2 left-handers and Pereira. So 3 out of your top 6, 7 batters. So you can always dovetail the right and left-hand combination, which I'd imagine would make sense because that is a pretty short boundary on one side. Nicely played by Vaughan, and that's going to race away, not too far on that short side, all the way for 4. Archie Vaughan has started brightly here.
Lovely shot. Yeah, I've just remembered actually I'm playing at Lansdowne on Wednesday for the MCC, and that's Luke Charlesworth's club. Lansdowne cricketers we were talking about earlier. Just a little bit full there and wide enough that Archie Vaughan to throw his hands at it. Brother of Ben Charlesworth, of course, the domineering left hand who's really added extra strokes to his game, really whacked it in the T20 Blast. It's a big ball.
His brother's signed for Lancs for next year, is that right?
Yes, yeah, a bit of a sad exodus for some of the Gloucestershire players going elsewhere. Yeah, 3-year contract starting next season up at Lancs. Also played in your Nepalese league you were involved in, played for the Kathmandu Gorkhas. Ben Charlesworth. Is that Nepalese competition? Do you have one venue? Is it all at different grounds?
Well, the 2 that I've been to have been held at one venue. The pitches hold up pretty well, actually, with the amount of cricket that's played on them over the 2 or 3 weeks the competition goes on for. It's a remarkable place, though. You get to the ground in the morning and there's a sheet of ice across the whole field, and by 10 a.m. it's gone.
Wow. Every day, whatever.
Well, it depends. That's quite seasonal. But one of the competitions I was there, it was sheet ice. So a lovely shot there again from Vaughan in that strength area through the covers. Puts up another boundary. Very familiar looking cover drive there by a Vaughan.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Archie Vaughan. Was a shot that was his undoing on Tuesday up at Welbeck. Knocks away ground near Mansfield. Archie Vaughan there fell to Brett Hutton in that first over, having hit that 4. Did bowl. Archie Vaughan had 1 for 22 in the first game of this tournament. That's good cricket though. Then drop the 1 into backward point. Good rotation of the strike. Archie Vaughan had 50 for the Somerset 2s a few weeks ago. While Somerset was then in the T20 Blast, he got to play a few 2s games to get a bit of confidence up. He did have a duck and a 1, but 53 in one of the other games, so a bit of a mixed bag. Still only 20 years of age, Archie Vaughan. Feels like he's been around for quite a while now, but still fairly young, and came in as that off spinner in that September, that amazing Surrey game. Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan spinning Somerset to victory. Did well against Durham a couple of weeks before that as well. But probably more of a batter in this format in this month. Will Williams then, expect him to bowl a lot of his overs up top. Lovely shot.
Archie Vaughan. Archie Vaughan. That's beautiful. Laid back on that one. Open the blade and pierce that gap between gully and point. That's a beautiful use of the hands there from Archie Vaughan. A little bit of width on offer there from Will Williams and punished. That's a lovely shot.
That is shot of the day so far. Look at the timing on that, the movement.
Just the way that point of impact he's leant back to allow that blade to open. Very nice shot.
Wasn't that bad a ball from Will Williams, but a fraction off the length he wanted.
Oh, he's looking in good touch. By far the dominant batter so far, but then again he has faced 20 balls as opposed to Pereira's 6. So certainly good at counting his way through and over.
That's a skill in itself.
It goes that way sometimes.
It does, yeah.
Especially with all the fielders in the circle, you get a lot of dot balls and boundaries, and
it can be frustrating at the other end. Oh, that's not good fielding. Misfield by Ollie Price. 67 is back, backward point. Darrowell was a brilliant chase though. Great work by Cam Darrowell, and Graham Van Buren backs him up. And only ran.
Was his back foot over when he picked that up then? That was
I think he was a bit eager after the flick back.
Yeah, I think that
it's one of them that the umpires from that position would give him the benefit of the doubt. But
yeah, that was probably in the category of a brain fart if he didn't lift that back leg. So it definitely was over the rope, but we move on. That was a 3. Pereira gets to face his 7th ball.
We should mention
Nicely tucked into the leg side, and a little bit of a miscommunication there. Could have snuck one, but they're a new partnership. Sometimes takes a while to build up that trust running between the wickets.
See that stat the other day? That Cam Darrow on the blast scored the quickest ever T20 50 in terms of time. How about that for a fun stat for the day? 9 minutes, I believe it was.
Really?
Normally a lost ball.
13 balls matching matching Trez's 50 against Hampshire. A lovely bit of touch there from Pereira. As the old school batting coaches would say, he just tapped that on the top of the head.
Yeah, open the face beautifully. Just past slip.
Lovely. That's a very intentional shot there from Pereira. Just knocked it on the top of the head and ran it.
And to beat slip and third man as well. Wasn't much of a gap. The needle stuff. Bancroft can't get there. Yeah, I was really impressed with South Pereira. Everyone I've spoken to has been ultimate professional, and how he's not got a gig before this year is everybody's question I've spoken to about him, but he'll make the most of it. Almost more hunger, I guess, when you work so hard for so long.
Yeah, I mean, runs are runs. We know that is your premium as a batter. I mean, I would say that in the modern age, not making any judgments here, but he looks like a physique of an era gone by. Maybe that's fair, that would be a sort of a negative from a county environment's point of view. But there's nothing to say that you can't. If he scores runs, you should really be snapping him up and then working on him in terms of the whole package, especially if he can continue his form as he started. Like I said, 1400s in second team cricket in that last number of years. That's an incredible effort.
He's almost got a Ren Ahmed physique almost, but I think he's class. In the Notts Prem, he scored loads of runs as well, if you look into his club cricket. And he actually fielded really well. I think there's been question marks about his fielding. He doesn't bowl, fair enough. But he fielded pretty well at Welbeck on Tuesday. So, big opportunity for him in this one-day cup. And I think Andy Mead had his chance at the top. And now it's South Pereira. That is his area. Very good. Pereira's area.
Yeah, very impressive. Certainly shaped up well. Savin Pereira having a summer of note here down in the southwest.
So Gloucestershire are going to have to chase. They've won the toss and chosen to bowl. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. They've got a strong batting lineup, but no one got 50 in their first game on Wednesday. Cam Bancroft had a 52 ball 40. Was very slow to get off the mark. Bracey went in the first over for a duck. Bancroft dug in there while Ollie Price was the aggressor at number 3, and then Bancroft eventually got to 40, but didn't get enough really. Didn't score enough runs. Probably a better batting wicket here today. So Graham Van Buren coming at number 8 is pretty ridiculous depth of resources. Yeah, question in the chat about Andy Mead. Yeah, I'm catching up with the other day. Andy Mead playing for Moseley, but he's got a decent business, this house sort of business, house selling or something like that. New career, doing well. It's interesting seeing what people get up to when they stop playing cricket. Or stop playing professional, at least. Pereira, there's his area. That is going to be 4. There's no catching that. Another silky drive through the covers. South Pereira's shot. Surprising, haven't gone with an early deep cover.
Hi, Annie. How are you? That was a nice shot, wasn't it? I didn't see it, did you?
I was watching, everyone. Don't panic. Annie Chase in the box. I've seen for a while. Yeah, I think we will get Annie on. Myself and Pete can't do 100 overs, just the two of us. So
Yeah, I think we'd even have a
Yeah.
talk ourselves in circles, Harry, wouldn't we? At some stage,
we might fall out in 100 overs.
Maybe we should do a competition for anyone listening with their earpieces in the ground who fancies a stint on the commentary.
Well, after 25 times.
Give us a wave in the Hildreth stand if anyone fancies doing.
Oh,
10
there's a
minutes of
few
commentary
already.
with
They
us.
gone straight up.
I can't see anyone. They're
Oh,
not
okay,
keen.
there's a
Can you
couple,
see a
yeah,
few,
there's
Harry?
a couple hands up.
Yeah,
They don't drink
there
quite as
we
much
go.
in the Hildreth stand. They're a bit more sober listening to us.
Yeah, there are protocols, I suppose. You have to spend less than an hour in this beer and cider area, because that might be a bit
We could do a drink and commentate test.
troublesome.
Walk in a
Annie,
straight
what do you
line
think?
For 5 yards. Well, Will Williams is going to continue with one slip. Just Cam Bancroft next to James Bracey. Two experienced Test cricketers, of course. That's aerial, but beautiful from Archie Vaughan. Nearly gave a sniff.
Archie, he's looking in tremendous nick. Love the way he's using his feet, getting across those stumps. Brilliant balance there for those young batters. The stillness of his head at strike and just clipping that through mid-wicket. Stunning shots both sides of the wicket now from Archie Vaughan, who's moved on to 30.
And we talk about that slip. The slip's come out already in at mid-wicket where that shot went. They're going to put deep square.
Yeah, we could do the ultimate perspective of a Somerset fan on beer and cider day. You know, give them a couple of hours in the tents and then bring them up. And
well, there's already a YouTube chat. There's a chat from Char. Jamie Barfoot was a character on major, minor, intermediate cup finals day, and he'd fancy a stint. You know, those. I think it's next Sunday. Actually, yeah, I'm here next Sunday. In your seat next Sunday, Pete, I will have a representative from each club in the club finals day, and some of them have had a few siders before they come up. That's always entertaining. The characters of the Somerset League. Yeah, it's funny you say Archie Vaughan looks in great touch. Well, he's not looked in great touch across the year. He struggled for club, twos and ones, but as you say, today looks something's clicked. Looks glorious. That's a shout that even Will Williams has says no. Will Williams has pointed down leg as the rest of his team appeal. That's the area from Will Williams, not giving Archie Vaughan a length to attack. Still just that deep square and the deep third and the two men outside the... Right, that's a beautiful shot again from Archie. Oh, it's a no ball. Will Williams does not often overstep. Not the kind who's trying to push the no ball line, not trying to push the popping crease, trying to bowl quickly. Very unlike him. So it's going to be a free hit for Archie Vaughan, who timed the pants off of that cover drive. The Amarin Rubber Sales manager Aaron fancies a stint on comms. Oh gosh, there's a deep question from Lord Dusty. I'll come to in a sec. Let me just talk through this Archie Vaughan free hit, which will not have a field change because it didn't change end, of course. Where's Archie Vaughan going to go? I think he'll target the leg side. I think they know that. Williams has got to probably hang outside off stump away from the short boundary. Well, Archie Vaughan goes over cover. It's going to spin away for at least two, probably four. Yep, can't catch that. Good effort from Archie Vaughan to get that to the long boundary for four. So the question is, where do I think this depleted Somerset side strengths and weaknesses are, and what tactics would suit them? Well, the obvious thing, the one they cut the last few years has been spin. Jack Leach's not playing today, but still Goldsworthy, Thomas and Bourne. So they could have gone with 40 over spin today, maybe at least 30. Tom Lammerby will bowl. So many the top order bowl. Only really Sav Pereira that won't bowl. And yeah, it's a pretty complete Somerset attack today. No Jake Ball, but still got Josh Shaw and JT Langridge to bowl the seam. Kean Roberts might bowl some medium pace with the keeper up, depending on when he comes into the attack. how often they go to spin. But yeah, the big hitting late acceleration was an issue at Welbeck, but that's what Connell's come in. I wouldn't mind seeing Josh Thomas in at 4, 5, 6, depending on how the game's going. He was brilliant finishing the innings, scoring 50. I think it was against Derbyshire a couple of years ago, before he got in the county championship side and sort of pigeonholed as an opener. He's a good finisher in 50 over cricket. Yeah, there's no Dixon or Ben Green. No, Ben Green was batting 8 for Leicestershire on Wednesday against Gloucestershire. Josh Davey wasn't playing in that one. Bit of an ex-Somerset 11, actually, Leicestershire, Gloucestershire. And a bit of leg side from Charlesworth, and ambitious shy from Will Williams, who's probably still pumped up, having gone for a couple of boundaries in his last over. Yeah, I like that shout in the chat. Pereira gives vibes of a left-handed Privy Shaw, who of course played for Northants in this competition. Quite bounced a bit more, just sort of popped on Pereira. He's done well to ride that bounce and control it down to third. Down the leg side from Luke Charlesworth. Going to be a wide. Effects mic's proper buzzing in my ears. I turn down the upper spin. So Bancroft in at that catch in short extra, not slip now. Again, lovely stroke by Archie Vaughan. He's timing it beautifully. The effortless swing of the willow, the timing's there today. Just not finding the gap that time. So a few spin options for Gloucestershire today. Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren and Ollie Price, 3 spinners. Ed Middleton, the leggy, not in the side, but you've got different options with Van Buren's left arm sort of skiddy spin. He's warming up already. Ollie Price is a bit taller with his offies. Jack Taylor, who's bowled a bit of both over the years. But there's a bit of question marks about his action a few years ago. He's captain today. Lovely shot again by Archie Vaughan. This time just the one. Good work from GVB coming round to his right. Yeah, Jack Taylor bowled leggies on Wednesday at Kibworth. Bowled leggies the last few years predominantly. Aerial from South Pereira, but 4 runs. Beats that mid-wicket man Bancroft all the way to the short side for 4. Beautiful shot.
Shots have him. I mean, he's been somewhat, through no fault of anyone, starved of the strike, but he's just looked very composed, very compact in his technique, and I don't even think that was a particularly poor delivery. It was middle
He's
stump
whipped
really.
it, isn't he?
Oh, just lovely hands. And one thing that I've really noticed about these two, getting off to a lovely little flyer here, head positions and balance.
Yeah.
They've been really well balanced. In particular, Pereira in his defence, he's what I would call covering the ball. He's really sort of pays real attention to his defensive play, which is a great thing for any young batter to look. He almost takes more care over his defensive play as he does over his attacking shots, which is a real credit to him. He's looked absolutely magnificent. Somerset 53 without loss, laying a good foundation. Van Buren into the attack with his left arm spin from the river end, and Vaughan punches that down the ground for 1.
Yeah, I mentioned GVB was warming up. I didn't think he'd be bowling from the far end, the river end. I thought Will Williams would be the one to continue. Unless Will Williams wants to change of ends, that could be a shout. Luke Charlesworth could come off. Will Williams then bowls from the Triscothic Pavilion end. Will Williams is often a sort of 7 over spell at the start kind of guy. Now GVB's left arm spin. Martin's tweeted in saying he couldn't do the cider boy is called, but it's a tweet says saying couldn't do the 100 elves today. There's a few options. That's a lovely touch from Sav Pereira. Good fielding. Charlesworth keeps it to 1. So deep square is in front of square. Deep long on. That's a good single from Archie Vaughan. Just poking it to the right of extra cover. Positive start this from Somerset. Flighted a little bit more height on that delivery. Good single, but GVB's trying different options. He does skid him in. Bowls a bit round arm. Then he'll chuck one a bit higher. He's a canny bowler. Won't get massive turn, but a bit of a roll off Van der Merwe to him. Not quite as energetic, I suppose. Luke Charlesworth will continue from the Triscothic Pavilion end with deep forward square to Sav Pereira and a deep third. So the cover's still open for his flowing cover drive. Jack Taylor's just going to have a chat with his bowler to have a little think about tactics and plans. Graham Van Buren and Taylor, quite experienced cricketers, but have played here a lot with Gloucestershire as well, so they know the dimensions. Lovely tickle. Enough on it to run away down for 4 in front of the James Hildish stand. It's been a leg buys. I thought that was a tickle of bat. Can't argue the umpire. Leg buys. It is. Tried to get something on it. Oh, did it? Just see Sav Pereira's reaction there. We're a little bit over to one side here. That the angle on the camera is on the edge of the gantry, but can't get any further over. We're on one of the slightly wider strips of the square for this match. That's a glorious shot for 1. Already getting the oohs and ahs from the Somerset stand. Umpires today, Ian Blackwell and Mohammed Wazim. So Luke Charlesworth still coming in on his list A debut. 5 overs in. Yeah, someone else in the chat agrees with me. South Pereira might have been robbed of that 4. Wasn't me going mad. I think a few of us thought that was 4 runs, not 4 leg buys. Not that we'd argue with Ian Blackwell, but yeah, a few cries for South Pereira to open the batting for Somerset, especially if Jordan Herman's not going to come back for the county championship run-in in August and September. Had a pretty fine audition in 1 and a bit games so far. Archie Vaughan still going about a run a ball. Really positive start from him. He's had criticism for being bogged down at Wadebridge in the first 50 over game this year. Will Smead got 130 and made it easier for him to sort of batten his slipstream. Out early up at Welbeck on Tuesday, but here, back at home, looking in great touch. South Pereira is not worried about defending his stumps. He's not going to spin back onto them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good example, that last ball, of what we were discussing there, Harry. Before we do that, thanks to our match sponsors, Creation Golf. I'd love to learn a little bit more about what Creation Golf are up to. Based in Creech, St. Michael. Is that some kind of a range simulator type situation? Very much like the sound of that. I'll have to give them a visit, won't we, Harry?
We will.
How's your golf? You into it? You like it, don't you?
Yeah, I only played 3 rounds this year. Been a bit busy, but yeah, shot 17 over the last 2 rounds.
No,
quite happy with that.
Was that front 9 or back 9?
No, that was the full shebang. Was I 89 on a 72 par? Yeah, that's the right maths.
Good lad. But thanks to Creation Golf. Hope you're enjoying the day. Don't worry, I'll be finding you. I'll be coming a badger later on.
No,
Buren continuing from the river end. As I said, that last ball there, you know, the lateness in which Pereira plays his defensive shot, the ball just, you know, was struck almost down into his feet. Really, really watchful, cautious over those defensive shots, playing them with great detail. Very good stuff. 63 without loss after 10 overs. A rather perfect platform, really, for a sizable score across the 50.
Are you still thinking right, left hand with Lamb being Goldsworthy?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's just...
Platform doesn't matter whether a platform or not.
I mean, I know the rope is in on one side, but it's considerably larger than the other side. And I think it just puts the bowler under a bit of line pressure. And Archie Vaughan picks up another boundary. Not his best shot of the day, but he will care not. Just leant back on that one, edged it past the keeper, James Bracey. Would have gone straight into the midriff of a first slip, but the start has been of such quality that they don't have one in place. Archie Vaughan on to 42.
Yeah, that's the benefit you get from playing lovely shots in front of square. Then you get the benefit edge behind for 4.
Yeah, I almost think, to answer the previous question, I think it'd be remiss that the dimensions of the ground aren't part of your tactics.
Yeah,
you know, there's no way the bowlers haven't come out there and talked about hiding the ball from that side.
Yeah,
whether it be outside off stump or following the feet a little bit more, certainly towards the back end of the innings. And I'd be amazed if both lineups haven't talked about left hand, right hand combinations to make sure that someone at the wicket at all time has got that option if they need a boundary.
Almost could be a run there to the leg by, but because Pereira's down in the sweep position, quite hard to get up and run.
I'll get the end of the over.
Jack Taylor's on it. Deep extra, well, not deep extra cover, but short extra cover's going more onto the ring. South Pereira, beautiful timing. Yeah, the sound off the bat's lovely. So yeah, 69 for none already after 11. Run rate of 6.3. Brilliant start from Somerset. There's Jack Leach. What a legend he is in these parts. You'd have thought you'd make the young lads run out the drinks or the gloves or the towel. On 12th
It's still warm. It's still warm out there, and hopefully it's still warm on September the 11th when we've got John Bishop, Justin Morehouse and Sally-Ann Hayward, 3 fantastic comedians there. So outdoor stand-up comedy at the Cooper Associates. Tickets are still available, but selling quickly. Should be a great evening's entertainment. Starting at 6 p.m. Daz Ahmed into the attack from the Marcus Truskothic stand end to Savin Pereira, who's on 19.
Daz Ahmed then the third seamer in this Gloss attack. So bowled on Wednesday. He's not a quick bowler. James Bracey will probably stand up to him later in the piece, but he's got skills.
Yeah, well, that ball certainly nipped across Pereira there. He's got a bit of a delay in his action, and that arm comes over maybe a bit quicker than you think. It'll take him a bit of time to get loose, but he started nicely.
Yeah, another Whipple cricketer. Got 1 for 45 against Leicestershire on Wednesday. 29 with the bat. He had a good little partnership towards the end of the innings with Will Williams. It looked like Gloucestershire were going to subside. They were 192 for 9 when the man Rao fell just before the 40th over. And brilliant partnership, actually, with Daz Ahmed and Will Williams. Will Williams, 14 not out. Daz Ahmed, 29. That got Gloucestershire in the game. A bit of a sniff at 235. And Leicestershire only just chased it down in the end. Sal Pereira straight to mid-off, though. Graham Van Buren makes absolutely no mistake. And Daz Ahmed has struck in his first over. Great effort from him. He'll be pretty happy with that. A second wicket for him this week, having taken 1 up at Kibworth on Wednesday. But Sal Pereira looked really good. That was a bit of a poor stroke. Tried to play it through the leg side. Got that leading edge to mid-off. And Jake Ball and Ed Middleton will come and run the drinks on. Archie Vaughan will get a little towel down. And we will see Somerset's number 3. Looks like it's going to be Tom Lammonby. Runs on Tuesday up at Welbeck. The left-hander replaces the left-hander. Makes sense. Goldsworthy will probably bat at 4. And Tom Lammonby, yeah, beautiful knock he played up at Kibworth or Nettleworth, whatever you want to call it, the John Fretwell Sports Complex. Beautiful 92 he struck. Bowled a few overs as well. 0 for 28 was his bowling figures, but Tom Lammonby's one of the better batters in this competition, and he will be crucial for Somerset's chance in this competition. Still got that elbow strapping on his right elbow, right forearm.
Yeah, Lammer's coming in with some form runs in the previous game. He's been struggling with elbow tendonitis. Anyone out there that's had any tendonitis issues, it doesn't sound like a particularly exotic or exciting injury, but it is incredibly painful, especially in the elbows if you're batting.
Can you name me an exotic and exciting injury?
Snapped leg or something, anything that sort of like needs plaster casting, crutches, you know, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's obvious you've hurt yourself, whereas when you say I've got tendonitis, there won't be any swelling, there won't be any bruising, and everyone just looks at you, you're not playing because you've got a sore elbow.
No, that's a fair comment.
I had it in my ankle for years, and towards the middle of the season, I had to like go downstairs sideways because my Achilles tendon was just so sore.
No, that's a fair comment. He's had these weird little fidget things he's been trying to help his tendons with.
Yeah, I saw the chap who was trying to cure Owen Hargreaves of his knee patella tendonitis.
Yeah.
So it really is quite debilitating. I had, cortisone injections in it, way too many really, but it's even he's an expert in the field, says there's no actual real nailed on cure. You can try, like, they take your blood out, whiz it round and get all the, I don't know, the white or red blood cells or whichever is the healing kind, and inject that back in. A false shot there from Lammonby. Been rushed there by that short ball from Daz Ahmed. strikes me as a sort of bowler who's just got a knack of making things happen.
Yeah, a
He's
bit
picked up that
slippery.
wicket, and that ball there just rushed Lammonby. He's a very good puller of the ball.
Yeah, does well for Golden Hill and the Whipple.
I don't feel
General
like
rounder.
that's particularly sensible ploy to a left-hander with that short boundary, but nearly paid off.
If you're going to do it early when they're not in, I suppose.
Well, another bit of movement across Lammonby. He's going to pick up 2.
Yeah,
Certainly not a intentional shot there off the outside edge, and even though that's gone for a few runs that over, it was a good one. Picked up that wicket that we needed, or Gloucester needed, sorry.
Yeah. Moral victory for Daz Ahmed. 2 full shots for Tom Lammonby, getting 6 runs behind square and 2 balls. Graham Van Buren then from the river end, driven straight extra cover for no run. Cam Bancroft has a nice piece of fielding. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long off and deep cover, the 4 men outside the ring. Archie Vaughan is deprived of a single there from brilliant fielding from Daz Ahmed in the action again, even when he's not bowling. That's the first false shot we've seen in a little while from Archie Vaughan. Tried to play it through extra cover. Change of field for the left-handed Lammonby. 2 behind square. I don't think it's a reverse sweep. Don't think of Lammonby as much of a reverse sweeper. Can play as most can, but he'll be quite content to get himself in and play straight shots early on. Nice to have Annie Chave pop in the box earlier on. We'll get her on commentary for a stint at some point this afternoon. Jake Ball's a bit busy on 12th as duty, but like I said, Jake Ball and Jack Leach, we might get on later on as those 2 former Test cricketers for Somerset, both not in the 11 today. We've had a late shout for a bad injury. Shark bite. That's fair enough. Soft hands from Archie Vaughan, just picking up a single outside off stump. Happy to let that run off the bat. Durham 90 for none against Sussex. Middlesex started a bit earlier today. They're 284 for 8 at the interval against Hampshire. Derbyshire bowled out for 138 against Worcestershire, who were 30 for none in reply. Tom Lammonby this time aerial, nice pull shot, smooth backswing, clean, and Jack Taylor was never going to get that from mid-on. Beats Joe Eklund at deep mid-wicket as well. Tom Lammonby getting going then, lovely shot.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd get too many opportunities to drop short to Lammonby and him not make the most of it. It is a high-risk strategy from the bowler. There are 2 fielders out there, but I don't think Daz Ahmed has got the pace to really trouble Lammonby if he does bang it in. Good start from Somerset. Shame to have lost Pereira, who's looking good for his 19, but Vaughan has been outstanding. Run rate bang on 6 and over, and Archie Vaughan 45 off 45.
Lovely drive from Tom Hammerby, but hard to get that gap. Yeah, wants to find that extra cover gap as he rehearses the shot again. Slower ball, not timed beautifully, but still one. Joe Eckland's going to get pelters. It's early in the game and he's not done anything wrong. But Sardine Ale Festival, there's a few lubricated individuals out there that want to have a bit of a crack.
That's probably after the supporters of his home club, Bridgewater, over there. Should be giving him an easy time.
Yeah, quite a few Bridgewater cricketers in this game today. Will Williams, of course. Something like Joe Eckland. Lads who have played for them at some point. That's going to be for Archie Vaughan. There's a deep third, a deep cover, and a point, and he beats all of them. Beautiful four. And Daz Ahmed trying to go short and then outside off stump. Don't know quite what his clear plan is. Yes, he's got the wicket, but he just wants to hit the same spot rather than change it up so much.
Yeah, I think that looks like that'll be the work on, is that consistency side of things for Daz Ahmed. You know, a leaf out of Will Williams' book, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, Annie Chaves coming to the box. So I give her a stint with you, Pete?
Why not?
Let Annie come on.
What a pleasure. Graham Van Buren from the River End to Tom Lammonby. Somerset keeping that left-hand, right-hand combination, which paid dividends that last over. A couple of boundaries from the pair. Good afternoon, Annie. How are you? Thanks for popping in. We're short-staffed, and I'm not talking about Harry's height.
Harry's
probably taller than me,
height,
so
isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah. Yes, it's very nice.
Bite-sized.
I wasn't expecting to be here, obviously.
How did you make it then? Was it just went out for a walk and ended up at the Cooper Associates? And there's Archie Vaughan's very well made half century. Some stunning cover drives. Shot of the day so far. That clip through mid wicket and a deserved 50 for the young Somerset batter. He is indeed.
As is Lammonby, who played very well on Tuesday, didn't he?
Yeah, I want to revisit that. You didn't expect to be here, but you've ended up here.
Okay, I didn't expect to be in this box.
Oh, right, okay. Specifically
I was meaning
here.
to be here, although I did think it started at 11.
Well, Annie, I know it's great to be around the ground, but, you know, you've got a respite, some air conditioning, which certainly helps out the afternoon because it's still piping hot outside.
Yeah,
we've had,
but you love this.
was it 3 or 4 weeks now of?
Don't you like this temperature? I love it.
As long as there's a little, there was 1 week where there wasn't a breeze, and that was a little bit on the challenging side of life when you're doing what I really like doing, which is playing a few holes of golf.
Is that what you've been up to recently?
I've been trying, but
Okay.
I've carried a bit of an injury. The golf has been absolutely abysmal the last week or so, but we'll get it back. I hurt my leg.
How did you do that?
Moving. It happens when you get to a certain age. I played a square cut and tore something in my thigh, which I'd probably do if I was here watching Supersonic Queen on Friday, August the 7th. My favourite band ever.
Is that
Queen.
because you'd do a little bit of dancing and throwing yourself around a bit?
Absolutely.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, Just can't. I think it was my first album I ever bought. Queen live at Wembley, 1986. Double cassette.
Did you ever see them?
No, sadly not. I was passed away before I got to the
You were
age.
too busy playing cricket.
And I was
weren't
probably playing cricket. Never really been into sort of big music festivals. Not a
me
massive fan of huge crowds of people, believe it or not.
No, that's why we like county championship cricket.
Yeah, I don't mind being in a large crowd of people if I'm on a field sort of 60 metres away. Great shot there from Lammonby. As suspected, Ahmed, I don't think has the pace to bowl that length to Lammonby to that short boundary and all the way for 6. A bright start by the left-hander.
Didn't he play well on Tuesday, though? It's just, he's obviously fit again now.
Well, he's got that one of those what you call niggly injuries. I mean, tendonitis can be very troublesome, but he's a fine player, and I just hope the eyes don't light up too much towards that leg side boundary, and he just plays the ball on its merits to a point. There's plenty of time in a 50-over game where you can catch up
That's
the run
joy
rate
of
if you
it.
need it.
The
It
joy
is
of
very
it.
much so.
It's a wonderful format, and look at how many people are here.
Yeah, well, the Metro Bank is certainly well supported down here in the southwest. It's one of those bucket list cricket days, isn't it, really? Especially the allure of the Beer and Cider Festival, which is on the periphery of the ground. Today, I think over 100 different blends of beer and cider and stalls to go and enjoy if you've need a little bit of a break from the sunshine and the cricket.
There were quite a few in the queuing up to get some beers and ciders as I was coming along. It's also Family Day on Sunday, isn't it? I think.
Is it?
I think it's
When's
Family
kids
Day.
take a... Oh, hello, Marcus, how are you?
Oh.
Right.
Marcus is only here for the aircon, apparently.
Yeah, it's a good place to hide away from the hot weather for sure. Yeah, well, I think you'd be a little bit disappointed if you're queuing for your particular beer or cider because there are another 98 to choose from. You can just find the shortest queue, couldn't you?
Yes, that's true. There were an awful lot of them out there.
Daz Ahmed continuing from Marcus's end as he sat behind me. He's been expensive, but he has picked up that wicket of Savin Pereira that Gloucester desperately needed.
He looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, he looks a very good
Yeah.
player. Yeah, I mean, I was just
Been
talking
playing
to
around
Harry.
quite a bit. hasn't
Yeah, I
he?
mean, 1400s in the last few years, played for 10 different teams on trial, which is a really high pressure situation to be in as someone who's trying to break through into professional cricket. I would imagine he probably got to the stage where he's quite disheartened as well. So
Yeah, because he's not real youth now, is he? He's about 27.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
but great time as a batter in particular. You've probably got a few gremlins out of the game in your early 20s. You worked out your game, and he certainly looked like a really organised player.
And
The way
hit
that
the
he
ball
defended
really
the ball.
cleanly as well.
Yeah, and certainly a big confidence booster for him, scoring that 50 against Nottinghamshire on his List A debut.
Yeah, someone that we should be looking at quite carefully, I'd say.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
having him in your team is
Yeah, it does help.
that's quite careful.
It's pretty
That's
careful.
careful consideration,
He's not in
isn't
the
it?
championship team.
No, I mean he's. I think from a batting perspective, he's got all the tools. Like I said, the way that he plays the ball very late, he's very watchful, he's very balanced at the crease. Probably quite a headache to bowl at as well because he's quite on the short side of life, which often
Diminutive,
fits
they
well
call it, don't
with batting at the top of the innings. Lovely little paddle sweep there from Lammonby using Graham Van Buren's pace against him.
So he's missed a bit of cricket, hasn't he, Lammonby? A lot of the T20 with injury. So it's nice to see him back.
Yeah, we were just talking through his injury. It's I called tendonitis, as someone who's suffered with it myself, is incredibly painful injury, but it's not very exotic.
No,
I've got a sore elbow, and it's quite underwhelming to talk about, but it can really affect your batting in particular, especially with it being on Lammonby's lead arm.
Yeah, right.
So I'd imagine he's probably got the tennis version of the tendonitis on the outside of his right elbow. It can be very uncomfortable. Van Buren from the River End, watchfully played there by Tom Lammonby, who's raced himself to 25.
Yeah, it was pretty fast on Tuesday as well. He's playing all the shots as well.
Very impressed with Archie Vaughan's start of his innings as well. First ball, the cover drive. It wasn't just the cover drive; it was the fact that he just made a little movement down the wicket towards Will Williams. Used his feet. Often thought early on in his career that was something that he should try to develop. He got stuck on the crease a lot, I think, in Championship cricket. I really like the fact that he made that just positive movement back towards the bowler, and he's looked exceptional during this innings so far. Somerset on 105 now for one after the 17th over.
Yeah, well, these are two of the bigger names in the team at the moment, aren't they? Looking down at the team that we have.
Yeah, well, I know a number of players have gone to the 100 from both teams, but I would say that Gloucester is a little less affected in terms of numbers than Somerset. So you've got a very strong team out in terms of what they would normally play Championship and T20 cricket with. Yeah. Somerset.
I think we've lost a few more than we did last year, or is it just because the Roos were
7
here
or 8?
last year? Yeah,
I think somewhere around there. So yeah, quite a large proportion of your one day first team, as you'd call it.
Yeah.
Ollie Price on to bowl, his off spin from the Marcus Trescothick stand end to Tom Lammonby, who's making me nervous because he keeps looking over to that short leg side boundary. I know what I'd be thinking.
It's very
Annie,
tempting,
if it was
though,
roles
isn't it?
reversed. I would be thinking slog sweep. But Lammonby does the sensible thing. Taps that down the ground for one.
Your expert eye, how far would you say it is there compared to the other?
I would say so. You got it's probably 90 yards one side and about 50 the other. So I think it's considerably shorter. Yeah. And with the power and striking ability of the players now, I think if you played an aggressive shot onto the, towards that Somerset stand side, you'd probably have to get about 30% of the ball in terms of timing to clear the rope. So be way too much for me to turn down.
You'd just be
Annie.
so tempted.
I would be getting the agricultural hack out on a regular basis, I think.
You play beautifully as well. You play
Absolutely.
some wonderful shots. I saw you play at
Absolutely
Sidmouth last year for that game, and you hit some beautiful shots over those
I
houses.
bat like a drunk man felling a tree, hacking at the ball. The man at the back of the pavilion with his 13 ball 50, he's the one that was stylish, not me.
What, Harry?
But yeah, off your bowling. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's quite inviting. I think I would imagine, me and Harry spoke about it, in terms of left-hand, right-hand combinations. Somerset have the opportunity or option to dovetail the right-handers and left-handers, and I think I'd be amazed if that wasn't a ploy, with the boundary one side being so much shorter than the other, that you've always got someone who can access that for a boundary if need be.
Yeah, it's bound to be, isn't it?
Keep the bowlers under pressure. Certainly why the off spinners going round the wicket to the right-hander early, just trying to keep the ball inside the parameter of the stumps.
I think the players could do with the hydration break, don't you?
It is warm
Must
out
be
there.
pretty hot out there.
Yeah. Where did you land on the hydration breaks in the World Cup? Was that did it bother you, that sort of thing?
It didn't bother me particularly, but I certainly wasn't a fan of the half-time entertainment, shall we say, in the final. And the hydration breaks are a little bit unnecessary, I would say, but it wouldn't bother
when they
me.
played in the air-conned, nice, cool temperature
Yeah,
building.
they have to have an hydration break.
But there's plenty of hydration going on Beer and Cider Festival Day, and we've also got Family Day on Sunday, the 26th of June, when Somerset take on Warwickshire.
So I was right, it is Sunday, yeah.
Yeah. You were right, it's official, it's on the screen. Loose delivery there from Jack Taylor, bowling his leg breaks from the river end.
So that's James Bracey behind the stumps, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Great player. Now that's a good player to have in your side.
Yeah, he doesn't have the form of Lammonby. I think he got an early departure in the first Metro Bank game, so he would be hungry for runs, and no better place to be hungry for runs than at Taunton. The pitch looks exceptionally good for batting. Archie Vaughan missing out on a couple of short, wide deliveries there from Jack Taylor.
So did you go up on Tuesday to the game?
I did not.
You
Harry
did not.
did.
Yeah, I know. I heard Harry. Disappointing, in fact.
Well, I mean, yeah, you always want to get off to a positive start in a competition, don't you? Yeah, there's not a huge amount of games to be played, but a great place to come back to here at Taunton and try and make this a fortress. Get yourself some wins on the board.
And is there still the big Gloucestershire Somerset rivalry? I never really worry about things like that. But
well, I think the players, I think, would get probably sucked into the feeling of the supporters. Especially being equidistant in Western Supermare for myself. You kind of you have friends that are some friends that are Gloucester fans. There's always a lot of chat around the games. The grounds are always relatively full, especially in the T20 fixtures. When you go up to Bristol, it's packed. Here at Taunton in the T20, absolutely packed. And I think it's one of the great things about cricket being the nature of sport is these fierce rivalries actually end up with great occasions. There's not really any nonsense. It's not none of the fans get aggressive or anything like that. It's just a bit bantery and but it's certainly spoken about.
It's not Lancashire, Yorkshire though, really, is it?
But then you have I mean, it depends on the success era as well, because in mine and Trez's era, it felt like we met Hampshire and Sussex in a lot of quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals in that period, and it felt like Sussex at one stage became like a derby because we played each other in high pressure games quite often. So yeah, I think you've got that situation. And actually, bizarrely, we seem to always draw Nottinghamshire in quarterfinals and semi-finals, didn't we? And either Trentbridge or here, and we had some absolutely extraordinary games of cricket against Nottinghamshire. A beautiful shot there from Archie Vaughan. It's tough to access that from around the wicket. That's pitched on middle stump, and lovely use of the hands there. And that's just proves how short that boundary is. That has no right really to go for four, but it's left the fielder on the offside with no chance. Great batting there from Archie Vaughan, who's on 62 now.
Well, the outfield must be lightning as well.
Oh, LBW shout, a panic run.
Well, it's because he did the switch hit, isn't it? Immediately there's a appeal.
I think the way he's playing, I'd with 30 overs left to bat on 62, I'd be thinking, you could probably park the reverse sweep for a few overs, Archie, and just keep
there's no
playing with that
really.
straight blade.
118 for one.
I mean, this being in the situation a couple of times. This, and I certainly hope it feels this way, like 20 overs of batting, you get to 63 on a really good pitch with the ball now not really doing a great deal, as Kookaburras don't after 10, 15
Yeah,
overs.
I was going to say pretty quickly.
This was just such a nice... You almost had to rein yourself in and just remember that you can have a wild 10 overs at the end, but if you can keep yourself batting for another 20 overs, there's a big 100 on the table here for Archie Vaughan. I really hope that he's, going to come down the gears somewhat, knock it around, and set himself up for a big grand finale at the end. 119 for one Somerset off 20 overs, an absolute perfect base for a big score here.
Yeah, I mean 63 off 65 balls is a perfect sort of speed play. He's not got any need to be playing the fancy shots, as you say.
Yeah, it'd be very easy for him to stay at a runner ball, and then he can go a bit gung ho towards the end, and that strike rate will be in the 120s, 130s.
I mean, Somerset will be really happy to have these two in, though, won't they? With the, as you say, run of the ball.
Absolutely. The only thing that really slows the run rate down on a pitch like this is losing wickets. So, we talk about it a lot in various dressing rooms about taking responsibility. You get yourself to 30 to 60, make sure that number that you end up with is, 3 figures. Generally, one person in the top 3 gets 100. You're going to score 300 plus, which is, a daunting total for the opposition to have to chase.
Yeah, they were just short of what they needed in the last game. Low 200, wasn't it? I think that they got. It wasn't quite competitive enough.
Short delivery and cutaway should come back for 2. Archie Vaughan, and does.
Yeah, good running. Sensible play, both of them. I definitely feel like the senior players, as I was saying. And then, of course, is Ball playing in this game? Haven't seen the lineup.
Did have a look at it. No Ball.
No Ball, right.
Somerset are Vaughan, Pereira, Lammerby, Goldsworthy, Thomas, Connell, Roberts, Pretorius, Church, Shaw and Langridge.
Okay.
Gloucestershire are Bancroft, Bracey, Price, Taylor, Hammond, Darawal, Eklund, Van Buren, Ahmed, Williams, Charlesworth. So 2 very competitive teams.
Very competitive.
Lots of quality throughout both lineups.
Pretorius and Goldsworthy, another 2 from the first team. Any others?
I suppose JT Language has played a number of games. Josh Shaw.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Some new faces there that haven't played too much cricket for Somerset. Church, Roberts, Connell,
Roberts
and obviously
well,
Pereira.
Yeah.
But the rest of the team have played substantial amounts of first team cricket, either Championship or T20. Little Annie instigated hydration break for the batters out there.
Yeah, I said that they needed that, definitely.
Somerset won 22 for 1 after 21 overs. Good start. Gloucester have, on the whole, bowled pretty nicely. It's a very good pitch, and like I said, that short side's going to add a little bit of VAT on the score. I would say that's probably worth 15%.
Yeah, absolutely.
I look forward to seeing that.
There's some entertainment outside going on in the crowd. Was that we're listening to now?
Well, my effects mic just went.
Yeah.
There was some sort of an announcement. I think it was celebrating someone on, that's hit the 35th beer or cider. Trying to egg them on, get them to the full 100.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I would imagine Great Western Railways would have done well for train tickets from various parts of the southwest. It's definitely not a day to drive on a Friday here at Somerset. Sun shining. Perfect conditions for a few tipples.
You a beer or a cider man, or neither?
I don't drink a great deal, but if
No.
I did, I'd drink cider.
Cider.
Nice pint of Thatcher's
Okay.
Gold. Always goes down quite well on a sunny day after a disappointing 18 holes.
I am sorry you're having disappointing 18 holes.
We'll be all right. I think I've got a game lined up with Trez coming up soon, so that'll inspire me into action.
Do you always beat him?
No, it's very
even.
It honours even. I would probably say, in it, across the board. We actually have had a lot of halved matches.
Really?
Yeah, it's almost as bad as playing a 4-day game of cricket where you can spend 5 hours walking around the field and end up with a draw.
Nothing wrong with the draw.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with the draw. Do you ever play with Vic?
I haven't played with Vic. I've been trying to align the diaries.
He's probably a bit scared to play
against. That'd be a good night.
you.
I've played some golf with Dennis Breakwell, which is hilarious. It is. He's a nice golfer, but if he hits it in the rough at all, he'll spend about. Oh no! Oh, a chance and dropped there.
Definite chance.
That was, as court and bowls go, about as easy as it comes, but that was like a hot potato.
It wasn't even that hard. It didn't even come to him that hard, but and just the right place. But I think he was protecting his face more than anything else.
Yeah, that's a bad miss there from Price. He might regret that in an hour or two's time. Lammonby was looking good. He's on 31. Vaughan 68. I'm going to take a little break, Annie, and Harry's going to come in and join you for a bit if you're okay.
Like.
No, this is going to be a little.
This is going to be a little break. Okay.
Little.
Yep. Okay. You have a little break.
I promise. I'm going to try and speed my way through 17 ciders and beers.
But it's only cider you have, Traeger. And I'm going to be joined by Harry. Harry, I haven't seen much of you this summer, and that's very rare.
I don't think we've had a stint together, have we, Annie?
No.
Is this our first stint? Tom Lammonby dropped on 31 then. I'm going to write that down on my scorecard. I think that could be pivotal. Lovely shot by Archie Vaughan. Going to push 2. No, I don't think they're going to take that on. Ollie Price, who's just dropped that pretty simple court and bowl chance, is going to be extra pumped up to not give them 2 there.
So you've had a nice time travelling around the country then?
Yeah, I've had a great week, actually. 4 one-day cup games in 6 days.
Yeah.
League game tomorrow, back on Com Sunday. Did Welbeck Tuesday, Kibworth Wednesday. So I've seen Gloucestershire and Somerset's opening fixtures. That's an interesting bit of fielding. He manages to stop it, Miles Hammond, but has he hurt himself in the process?
Yeah, I think it went. I mean, it went quite fast to him, and he sort of parried it up.
Look, he made a bit of a meal of it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Lammonby has really tried to whack that one, though, hasn't he? Not quite.
He didn't quite get hold of it, did he? And it was a nice ball for him to hit.
Yeah, and with this platform, he can really go now. I think Archie Vaughan's played a wonderful innings at the top, and the likes of Lewis Goldsworthy and Josh Thomas got a licence when they come in. Archie Vaughan. Well, that's a great catch, I think, from Will Williams. Yes, it's carried. Great work, because it didn't look like it was quite going to get there. It looked like it was going to dip on him.
It really did, and it's funny how the last couple of overs they've brought some aerial shots, haven't they? There's been a couple of...
Potentially didn't need to do it, but you want to keep accelerating at Taunton. You know you're going to need over 300 in the middle of a heat wave with a short boundary. And
he did play very well.
So Will Williams at mid-on sees a departure of Archie Vaughan. That is a big wicket.
Nice low down catch as well. He was moving.
Good acrobatics as well. I like the roll afterwards.
Well, you were just complaining about the dramatic fielding.
Well, I think he made a meal out of the one before, but I think that one was needed to get there.
That was.
We'll let him off for style. But Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, him and Tom Lammonby, I think, are the 2 most important players for Somerset in this one-day cup. Archie Vaughan's up there as well, being top 4 batters who can bowl you 10 overs. And I think Lewis Goldsworthy was missed on Tuesday.
Yeah, definitely.
And he'll knock it around, he'll run hard, he'll take 2s. And he's actually experienced. As daft as that sounds, he's actually one of the most experienced players in this 11.
Yeah, no, because he played a lot in the last.
Yeah, he's played more 50-over cricket than a lot of these lads. So,
why is Ball not playing today? Is it?
I think it's rest and rotation. He played at Headingley on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Played at Edgbaston on Saturday.
Yes.
He's in his late 30s. He then bowled 10 overs and captained. And
late 30s is so young.
Yeah, you got to put it's in cricket terms. Come on, you. It's not in world terms. We're in professional athlete terms. But
Yeah, no.
Jake Ball, I spoke to him, I interviewed him after play on Tuesday, and he was so knackered from captaining. So
Yeah.
I think he's rested, having captained his home club. And then all the locals wanted to speak to him.
Of
former
course
Notts
they
player.
did. Yeah, of course.
So no, I don't. I think him and Josh Shaw and Miggy Pretorius they'll all miss one game.
Miss a game. Yeah.
Yeah. JT Langridge can come in. It's good to have a left armour in that attack. With no Alfie Ogborn in the One Day Cup, JT Langridge has got to play a couple of games. So important to have that left arm and variety, isn't it?
Yep.
So now Lewis Goldsworthy to Jack Taylor then for his first ball as captain in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Did captain at Wadebridge, of course, but that wasn't a List A game.
And you were there for that one?
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, I love my 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
Particularly outground cricket. It's so special.
Yeah, I think it's a really great day out. You get a result and you get some proper cricket in it as well.
Yeah, and the deck chairs around the boundary, I love.
Oh, isn't it wonderful?
I was on the PA at Kidworth on Wednesday, and I have to keep saying, "Watch out for 4s and 6s," which sounds obvious, but what annoys me most is when someone's like a youngster's watching with their granddad or something, and then the ball's racing towards their granddad. He might not be able to move much to the chair, and the kid doesn't save the granddad's life. They just watch it hit him. I was like, well, you could have moved across and caught that, or stopped the. Even 4s can cause damage bouncing off the quick outfield.
Yeah, and those deck chairs can be quite comfortable, and you could easily fall asleep.
Well, that is another issue.
Yeah.
Yes,
or especially with a few beers down.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's a great point.
Yeah.
So we are going to see Ollie Price continuing, having dropped that catch. I can't. That was a really easy catch. There's no excuses there.
Well, I was just saying, I think he was protecting his face, I think, more than anything else, but he should have protected it by catching it.
Well, quite. Yeah, it wasn't going that fast. Graham Van Buren's 7 or 8 yards off the boundary at long on, which is probably a fair shout. Lewis Goldsworthy's not going to go over the top. He's just there to drop the drive along the ground.
The other lovely thing about Outground is that you get to speak to lots of different people.
Correct,
you get to talk to the players. You get to speak to various people that are wandering the boundary.
Yep, I agree. Very special. And it's something you don't want to lose, because outground cricket doesn't really happen in Somerset anymore. It used to be Clarence Park, Weston-super-Mare, Bath.
Yeah.
The women play at Exmouth and Taunton Vale. The men's twos obviously play at Taunton Vale. I guess you can't really call Wadebridge an outground because it's in Cornwall, but I guess it's part of the region rises of the southwest.
It is, and Cornwall is, as you say, it's the southwest, and you get fans from Cornwall too. So yeah.
But no, what's your One Day Cup plans? Then you off to Repton, Derbyshire, or rugby, or Radlett?
I really enjoyed rugby last year, I'd love to go to lots of them, but I'm just about to go on cricket tour.
Yeah, Mystics in Cornwall for 9 days.
Yeah,
it's a shame that I don't think there's a Cornwall game in that 9 days.
No, there has been before.
And I've done it. At Boscawen Park, Truro. I think I came down on tour with you, the Mystics, and
you went. Yeah,
I turned up late to one of your games and put my pads on straight away, having been watching Curtis Camphor score 100 half an hour down the road, which is amazing. I went from Boscawen Park with a Camphor 100 to
to blame for us.
Yeah.
Yes. So I won't be around for a little bit. Oh.
Well, we've got some of the YouTube commentators obviously on the cider. Simon thinks that Lewis Goldsworthy's in his late 30s. You've been having too much cider. You go steady, Simon.
He's not in his late.
Jake Ball's in his late 30s.
Yeah.
Lewis Goldsworthy is not in his late. You go steady on that cider, please. Well, he's managed to type in that message. Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy's 25. I don't know where he's got that from.
Well, I suppose he's been around a long time, it feels.
It does feel,
well,
I suppose. He's been in and out the side.
He's Cornish, isn't he?
Yep.
Yep.
And Cian Roberts, 2 Cornishmen in the 11. Cian Roberts, who we were worried about at Welbeck, he had a bit of a glute issue and went off the field. Slightly worried about him, but he's okay to play today, which is good. He was still walking after the game, but did go off the field. Slightly concerning.
Yeah, and I was saying to Trigo that it looks like Lammonby's injury is a little better at the moment. Yeah,
he wasn't himself. And what I didn't like is people giving him pelters on social media, as they do, when he wasn't scoring runs in the county championship. But he shouldn't have been playing. He wasn't right, really. But with Banton, the IPL, and then injured, and then England,
there
with
were
Abel
so many
injured, so many injuries. I think he felt, same with Alfie Ogborn, they both felt like they had to play. but they weren't right. And you could tell Alfie Ogborn slipping his run up with the problem with his back. You could see Tom Lammonby with his arm. You could see wasn't quite right. What are we looking at here, by the way? The little bit of AstroTurf covering on the wicket. They're just trying to stamp it down. I think it's fine. I think a bit of something out of nothing here.
Probably someone tripped over it slightly.
Is Ian Blackwell going to wander over? I think they're going to take drinks after all this.
Yeah, he was signalling something along.
I think we're going to take drinks in the 25th over, which is fair enough. And Ian Blackwell's going to ask politely to Nick Pepper's team. Can they come and is it flatten down the AstroTurf bit? Or is it a peg?
It's maybe just a sticky.
Nick Pepper's going to jog out there with no tools whatsoever. So he's going to sort it out with just his bare hands while the players take a nice drink.
Lie on it.
Well, stay tuned to what's going on. We'll put the cameras on Ian Blackwell's hand gestures. This is brilliant. Trying to work out. I reckon it's just a peg that's come out of the AstroTurf bit. Blackie's trying to give him a gesture.
Something sticking up, doesn't it?
Nick Pepper's going to fix this in 3 seconds flat, I reckon. Look, job done. Blackie, you could have done that yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely a peg.
That's all it is.
It's just pushing in. And
Job done. One stamp on the foot. And Nick Pepper said, Blackie, you could have done that. Job done. Well, they were going to have drinks at the end of the over, so I actually like that common sense.
Yeah.
I'd have been more annoyed if they'd delayed the game for that and then taken drinks 3 balls later. It is Mohammed Wazim, the umpire, who sort of gestured to Ian Blackwell just to check. And
yeah, I think they're having a chat about it now. Are you happy with that?
yeah, I think so. Matthew Lee's trying to bring up Vic Marks in the YouTube chat. Yeah, the Eklund family fan club are here today, but Vic's not here.
No.
I thought he'd want to be here watching his relatives debut at Somerset. So he's expecting the second game for Gloucestershire. I got his mum a ticket for today. I coached them at Western Middle Chinook, so got them in the Somerset stand in the shade.
Who haven't you coached?
Well, like to give back to the community and help out people and get people into cricket. There's so many other sports and distractions in life, aren't there?
There are.
So to cling on to as many playing cricket as possible.
Absolutely. And so what about you? Are you going to more one-day cup
I'm
games?
toying with Canterbury for a day trip next Friday. It's a long way for a day trip, though.
It is a long way for a day trip. I have been to Canterbury when it was freezing.
And next Friday won't be freezing.
No.
I don't think I've worn a jumper for about 3 months. I don't think I've been able to sleep at night without a fan on for about 3 months either. But I'm annoyed in some ways. I've never been to Canterbury. My grandma lives in Canterbury, or Bridge, around the corner from Canterbury, and spent every school holidays going to Canterbury as a kid.
Well, she's probably annoyed that you haven't.
Well, she's died now.
Oh, right. Okay.
But she died when I was 15, the year I properly got into cricket as a Somerset member and in the Richard Jewish Cricket Academy that I somehow scraped into. And before that, well, yeah, no one in my family ever liked cricket. No one's got an interest, so I never went. So I've still not ticked off Canterbury or Derby. Number 2, plenty of outgrounds left to tick, but
yeah.
You did Sedbergh last year, am I right in saying?
Yeah,
that's
gorgeous, special. Absolutely gorgeous.
I've done Cheltenham. Yeah, all I've done 2 this week, and Cheltenham, that's probably it.
I'm going to Cheltenham for the festival.
Of course, yeah.
But for the 4-day game. So the first 4-day game.
We're
playing here, though.
Yeah. I drove past Neath this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't count as going in there. Glamorgan were playing Yorkshire at 11 o'clock start, and I thought, could I make it work? But I couldn't quite. I was playing an MCC game in Whitland in Pembrokeshire yesterday. Stayed at Dad's on the way back through the Brecon Beacons. And
nice.
Yeah, just couldn't quite manage Neath for an hour, then get here for 1:30 for the 2 o'clock start. Wouldn't have quite worked out.
I think Sedbergh's probably the most beautiful ground that I've been to.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Not that I've been, but the pictures I've seen.
Oh,
I've got friends who went to school there and they go fell running in P lessons. I think that's pretty cool. Like, it's a pretty posh private boarding school in the middle of nowhere, but if you can afford to go there, then fair play. It's incredible. Harry Brook was there, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say Harry Brook went there. And
there's probably not many distractions, so it's you're not going to can't say there being much of a drugs and rock and roll culture in Sedbergh.
Not much of a nightlife there.
So you're
probably nice cafes.
Yeah, you're probably going to get good at whatever you want to spend time doing. Jack Taylor then will continue after that mid-over drinks break. I enjoyed that mid-over drinks break. Kev Pitts brought out a hammer for Nick Pepper to use, and Nick said, "Kev, I don't need a hammer. I got a shoe. I can whack it down with." And that.
You think that ground would be so hard, though, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, that's maybe why you need a hammer actually, but no.
But I suppose they've been.
Nick Pepper's size 10 was all right. Yeah. Well, the game I played in Pembrokeshire yesterday, they'd watered it so much because it was so cracked. It was almost like playing on an April wicket again. There was divots coming out of it because they're worried about it being cracked, and they
Yeah.
overwatered it. Got to get that balance right.
Oh, good stop. You wouldn't want to throw yourself on the ground like that in this hard ground weather. It's like watching you field, Harry.
What, diving around with no technique, rolling? Just throw myself and then graze my knees. Good one from Tom Lammonby. Just ticking the strike, moving it around.
He does play straight really well,
Yeah,
though.
agreed.
Lovely to watch. I've missed watching Tom Lammonby, and Anthony Gibson would laugh at me if he could hear me, if he is listening, which
I'm sure
I did get a message from him. So because I do love watching Tom Lammonby play.
I think there's a bit of an Exeter bias there, I say.
I think there probably is,
which is fair enough.
but he's also really classy.
Yeah. You're allowed a favourite
classic
player. One of them, your favourite player's now left the box.
I
So I can embarrass you
and
you
I
can
wanted
blush.
to speak to him as well.
Well, I can say the official line. He was fair play to him. He's so professional. Just got it was checking with the ECB if he was allowed permission to come on commentary. So he's not shirking the offer. He's keen to come on comms, but you know,
Is he going to? Do we
he's
know?
just waiting to hear back from
Right. Okay.
the powers that be at the ECB. But no, he's very keen to come on commentary. But fair enough, they have to
Well, he knows a little
permission of
bit,
media.
doesn't he?
He does. No, he's had a busy few weeks.
He could talk about his new coach and the new coach and the new captain.
No, I don't think we'll do that. We're all county here. All county.
Yeah. Bit of a misfield there from that Goldsworthy shot, but they didn't run anyway. So what do you reckon, Harry? Good crowd, eh?
Yeah, it is a good crowd, but I think it's going to be even better when the M5 and the train delays allow everyone to get here. I've had a few people already text me saying they've got tickets, they're on their way, but they're stuck in traffic or stuck on trains.
Yeah, I had train delay.
And the side of Derby causes traffic carnage, all the people trying to get to Taunton across the West Country.
I hope they're not the drivers. They're trying to get here for the cider.
Well, no, I think the trains, well, it's a good sign that a lot of people are using trains. It's so close to Taunton train station, as you know.
Yeah. 5-10 minute walk, isn't it? Perfect.
Yeah, 7, I reckon.
Ideal. 7.
7 minute.
Yeah, but you've got longer legs than I have.
Yeah, well, you can go quicker now, can't you? The new route
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It's a
aggressive,
lovely shot.
Tom Lammonby. It is.
That's
Not
it's gonna get to the boundary.
Oh, easily. Cam Bancroft thought he was in with a shout there. But no, he's not going to catch that above his head. So county cricket matters will probably have a bit of talk about the One Day Cup and Outgrounds in the next edition. Am I right in saying, Annie?
Possibly.
That's
yeah.
surely the main feature of the...
Well, we don't really tend to do articles that are really current because by the time everyone gets it, it's a bit out of date.
Yeah, but in a month's time, it will still be current, won't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can reflect on how wonderful Outgrounds are.
Well, I often do that because it is probably my favourite way of watching cricket. I think that is one of the highlights of this version of the 50 over game. That a lot of the bigger Test match grounds have to use their outgrounds.
Yeah, I had a good chat with the Notts media team up at Welbeck and even the Leicestershire guys, and it's very special.
Yeah,
I mean, Grace Road is a nice county ground, but if they go and use Kidworth, then great.
Yeah, well, also, if as some don't up in those grounds, they don't get full load of crowd, then it's probably a good thing to have it in the
And it also, a lot of it
nicer
is
atmosphere.
different parts of the county. I think that's the argument for Somerset. People who live in North and East Somerset, Bath or
Don't wanna
Western
come
way, they don't want to
down,
come to Taunton all the time,
Yeah.
which I get that. Like Notts, for example, they went Welbeck. Well, it's called so many different names.
Yeah.
But it's near Mansfield, so that's north of Notts. So a different crowd. Derbyshire's not far away. Even Sheffield, Yorkshire's a bit closer to get to. Different people can train and bus or Yeah, different crowds, nice. So these are just knocking it around as you'd expect. Lamby more the aggressor because he's been there longer.
Yeah, run a ball really, Lammonby, isn't he? 42 or 43.
I always come back to that Goldsworthy knock against his former side, though. I talk about Leicestershire a lot today because Gloucestershire played them on Wednesday and Lammonby hits that out for 1. But Goldsworthy and Josh Thomas both have had loan spells with Leicestershire, Alfonso Thomas's men, where Ben Green and Josh Davey now both play. Yeah, nice to catch up with those lads. Had a really good chat with Josh Davey.
How's he doing?
Play. Yeah, he was telling me about living in. Oh, I forgot the Knotswolds, I think he calls it.
The Knotswolds.
Yeah, it's not the Cotswolds, but the posh area around there, Market Harbour. That made me chuckle. I think he said he's renting there, and I think he had a 3-year contract in Leicestershire, so fair play. And he's, we might have to then get into the franchise scene after that, but no, not playing for Scotland anymore. But I did say, could try and get back into the Scotland scene.
What age is he now? He's early 30s.
Josh Davey? No, he's got to be mid-30s.
Mid-30s? Okay.
So I'm going to guess 36, but I will check officially.
So,
35.
So he's not going to
mid-30s, bang on.
Mid-30s. He's not going to get into
He's 36 next week, so I'll take that as right. Basically.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, so 3-year contract from November 25, so probably see out the rest of his career at Leicestershire, you'd think. Surprised he didn't get in the first game of the One Day Cup squad. That ruined de Swart, you might remember from that New Zealand. Do you remember that New Zealand-South Africa series? A really good one. When Neil Brandt was captaining, the SA20 was on, and a few South African first-team players weren't playing the Test series.
Yeah.
And they got pelters for sending out a B or a C side, but actually it was a really good competitive Test series.
Yeah.
And South Africa B or C weren't far away from New Zealand first team, and that's surprising because New Zealand are a brilliant Test side.
They are.
And they didn't particularly play badly, but it just shows the depth of South African cricket. Ruin de Swart got runs and wickets in that match. And Ajaz Patel was also playing in the Leicestershire-Gloucestershire game on Wednesday. So you've got 2 international cricketers for Leicestershire playing in the One Day Cup. You've got Kuldeep Yadav playing for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Hampshire signed another IPL superstar. There's a real spattering of gold dust in this tournament.
There are. I had both games on because there were 2 games on that day.
Well, yes, 2 on Wednesday, loads on Tuesday, and loads today. Yeah.
So I had both those games on
the stream.
Yeah, on the stream. So 148 for 2.
Double it from here.
22.
Double it and a bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, double it.
Well, De Villiers used to say double from 30.
Double
didn't
from
he?
30, yeah.
So we're looking at 320 as a target for Somerset, I'd say.
Yeah, with only 2 wickets down as well. It's the wickets, losing wickets early that, like Derby obviously did. Derbyshire, did you see Derbyshire's score?
Yes.
Yeah.
We could do a run round the grounds. Yeah, Derbyshire 138 all out. Worcestershire 76 for 3, chasing that.
Right. I don't think it's going to be a very long game.
No, that's that New Road, that one. Worcestershire needing 63 off 31 overs.
I'm assuming Derbyshire haven't lost a lot of their players to the competition.
Derbyshire just going to clap the 150. Not that it means a lot. There's no batting bonus points in one-day cricket. That's not a great ball from Ollie Price down the leg side. Yeah, looking at the Derbyshire 11, Harry Kane, Marthanson, Brooke Guest, Wayne Madsen, Anuj Dal. Yeah, pretty much their best 11 for Championship T20 Blast and One Day Cup.
So
pretty
that's a
similar.
surprise score then. Did Wayne Madsen not do well?
No, Anderson got 51. That's about it.
That's a miss
mid-offs
hit.
in the game.
Yeah.
Lewis Goldsworthy. Did he need to play that shot so early? He's only on 9. They were knocking it around fine. Did he need to up the ante? Yeah, I don't think he did
He
really.
miscued it as well, I think.
I don't really picture Lewis Goldsworthy going up and over mid-off
No.
early on in his innings. He's a brilliant accumulator. He sweeps really well. I'd rather see him sweep. Hit the ball on the ground.
Yeah, you're right. He's one of the players that probably plays that.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to. I know he wants a high score and he's the captain. He wants to set a positive intent. But Josh Thomas, with number 8 on his back, will come out and it will be double left hand now for Somerset. And then Johnny Connell will come in as a right hand alongside Kean Roberts in the middle order. But it's also leg stump, isn't it? It's outside leg. He's tried to go inside out, the Ajinkya Rahane special. Inside out from outside leg over mid off. But you could say well bowled, but I think it was more that Goldsworthy was trying to turn that ball into a boundary to the short side.
Let's say well bowled.
Generous.
Yeah.
I think that short boundary can get in a batter's head.
Yeah. Well, Trigo was trying to talk his way out of, he was trying to pretend he wouldn't be tempted by it.
No, of course he would. we know he's joking. Pinch yourself.
Yep.
So 150 for 3 then. Just saying about wickets in hand to go harder. And that is, someone asked me earlier, the strengths and weaknesses of this Somerset 11, and they are lacking middle order biffers, for want of a more professional phrase. Mickey Vittoria's been out of form, hasn't he?
You know the second team players a lot better than I do. And
yeah.
There've been some interesting. Roberts was quite good yesterday. Not yesterday, Tuesday.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if you look through the twos, I thought Theo Lamy, Bertie Michael, and Oscar Coleman are 3 names I thought might have been in around this squad.
Yeah.
You can't suddenly name 20 players. I thought they'd be there or thereabouts. I'm surprised not to see them. All 3 of them could have done a job.
Is Thieden playing today?
No, James Thieden's in the squad but not playing. We're going to see a change in bowling. I think this might be Miles Hammond, Doesn't bowl that often.
What does he bowl?
Bowls off spin. Right, he's going to start round the wicket. I didn't expect this. They got Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor, and Oliver Price. You didn't think you'd need a 4th spinner.
How many's Van Buren bowled?
Not very many. He's only bowled 5.
All right, okay.
I get to shot. Tom Lammonby is not messing around. That's a rubbish start, let's be honest, from Miles Hammond. It's down the leg side. Tom Lammonby's got to his 50. He's nailed it. And you couldn't ask for a better ball to get to 50, really. The 7th bowler, a part-time spinner, the 4th or 5th choice spinner in the Gloucestershire squad, the 4th choice spinner today. And he's absolutely nailed that. And poor old Goldsworthy will be even more fuming now.
He will.
He's got out, and now he's seeing part-time spin coming on. Interesting technique. And he goes again. Lammonby's got this a bit aerially. It's not going to be 4.
No.
Cam Darrowell does well. It should be an easy 2. And be a bit slow turn. I think he got a bit stuck. But good running. 2 nailed sweep shots for 4 and then 2.
I know what you're saying about the part-time spin, but some, often
takes wickets.
These are the ones that get the wickets, and
but they might go for 30 and then take a wicket.
No, absolutely. But that was a little bit aerial for a while, and
I think Lammonby's got no respect for it. That's why.
No, you're probably
They're going to put a deep square leg out in Luke Charlesworth at deep square, Darrowell at deep mid wicket, both a few yards off the boundary to the long side. Lammonby's going to probably get 2 here, wide of mid on. Mid wicket's going to try and get round. Not far away from 4. That's brilliant placement for Lammonby. I think they could have come back for 3.
They were tempted. They were definitely.
I think
tempted.
3 probably was on because it's such a long way to throw from the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. 90 odd yards away?
I'm going to make way for Trigo, who's back from his short break.
Oh, that's a mid over. You can't have a mid over
I'll wait
exit,
to the end of the
Come
over.
on.
Sorry, he looks.
Miles Hammonds. Again, leg side. Tom Lammonby has nailed pretty much every ball this over. Sweep for 4, sweep for 2, back foot punch for 2, now another sweep for 4. I don't understand this bowling change. Gloucestershire have got so many bowling options. They've got 3 genuine proper spinners and Ed Middleton in a bib. And yet they're bowling Miles Hammond. He's an off spinner to 2 left-handers. I get that matchup, but just because it's a matchup.
So Ed Middleton's 12th, is he?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3. Tommy Borman, Joe Phillips, Man Rao. They're the guys in the squad who aren't playing today. And a single to fine leg, or short fine leg. And
yes, he's enjoyed that.
He's bowled everything leg side, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Every ball's been leg side, going down leg. Does he get another over? I would say not. It's not like anyone's bowled out either. Oliver Price for 6 is the most overs bowled. Tom Lammonby, I don't know what he's saying to Josh Thomas. Fill your boots, lad, but he hasn't faced a ball yet. So,
well,
catching mid wicket in play for Josh Thomas's first ball to Miles Hammond, and he's hit it straight to that man. Well, thanks, Annie. More than welcome. We'd appreciate you coming on later when our bladders give up. We'll appreciate you later on.
After 74 ciders that you won't drink. Oh, look, tree goes on water.
You can go and get us a round of 0 ciders.
Okay.
Cheers, Annie.
Cheers.
Right, what surprise bowling change you're going to see next from skipper Jack Taylor? No, Ollie Price is going to continue for his 7th. Ollie Price right on round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Lammonby then with long on And a deep mid-wicket back. Oh, that's chipped. That's not a great shot from Tom Lammonby, but he's done well to get it away from the bowler. Remember, Ollie Price dropped a caught and bowled off Tom Lammonby. Lammonby was on 31 at the time. Could be a pivotal drop.
Yeah, as far as caught and bowled went, that was a pretty straightforward one, and Lammonby looks keen to kick on. Missed out on a 3-figure score in the last game and is certainly on track. 60 off just 53 deliveries.
Bit more chat about outgrounds. Wonder scorer Liz says how great Repton is. Dan Pickering says Egbert and Parkgate and Neston. Don't know much about Parkgate and Neston. But that's a good applause for they love hard running here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Was that always a thing when you were playing? You'd recognise the crowd appreciative of a hard run too?
It's hard to say when you're in the middle.
You don't hear it.
There is a bit of a silence out there. You know, you're obviously focused on what you're doing, really, especially when you're scampering for a 2. I think most of your attention's taken up on trying to judge it and making sure you can get home. Yeah, certainly appreciate it. I think it's really important, you know, especially as a batter. You get to a milestone, it's sometimes just a good time to soak up the applause, and you know, certainly if you've got yourself to 100, those, you know, don't come around too often, and it's always good to take that moment. I think that's why a lot of players will take the helmet off and probably do a 360 just to take it all in. Always special great days.
Moment. Taking it all in, that's that special moment. You can soak up the applause. Oh, we've got a link with Exeter City now. If we didn't realise this, a new commercial deal with the local football team.
I don't know. Who are they? Accrington Stanley.
Who are they?
Exeter City take them on Saturday, August the 22nd at 3 p.m. Tickets available from tickets.ecfc.co.uk if you're a local sports fan.
Yeah, I watched a couple of football games when I've been travelling around with the one they cut this week, and these straw-coloured pitches. It's mental, really, playing football in this hot conditions. That's another poor ball from Miles Hammond. I'm surprised he's got a second over. Tom Lammonby is frustrated to not hit that for 4. It's a short, wide, long op. It's a help yourself, hit me ball. And he's trying to rehearse how can he hit that for 4 and not for 1. I don't quite get this experiment into the second over.
He's trying to give that the full beans, Lammonby there. One of those cricketing bits of maths. You often say that where you are at 30 in a 50 over game, provided you're not too many wickets down, you can double as your target for 50 overs. So Somerset will be looking somewhere in the region of 320, 340 if they get this right. And I do think you're going to need the lion's share of that many on this pitch against a pretty dangerous batting lineup. In particular with that short boundary, certainly something in excess of 300. I would say probably 300 is your bare minimum par. Would you agree with that, Harry?
Yeah, I said earlier. I said when we were on 27 overs, we were 148 for 2. I said double it and add a bit. 320 was my guess of par. That's a good shot from Josh Thomas. He's found a way to hit that for 4. Well, Marcus Trescothick has got the all clear, so I reckon I better bring him in. We'll let Trigo and Trescothick.
Well, you told Annie she had to stay to the end of the over, so I think you've got to do this ball.
You're right, actually.
But yeah, another loose delivery there from Miles Hammond. And
I feel like I'm giving Miles Hammond pelters here, but it's not his fault. I just don't think he should be bowling. Easy 2 there for Josh Thomas. I don't know why Jack Taylor's gone to him when there's 3 genuine spinners in the team and the seamers have got overs left. I just think it's a bit of an odd one. I think people get carried away with matchups just because he bowls off spin to the 2 left-handers, but he's not turning it much and he's not particularly consistent. So it's just easy pickings for Lammonby and even Thomas at the start of his innings. That could be another 4. Good bit of fielding. I think it's Joe Eklund out there. Really good from him at deep cover. Yep, I'm going to bring in Marcus Gothic. I'll be back a bit later on.
Yeah, you have given him a bit of a hammer in there, Harry, but I kind of agree with you to a point. Yeah, it's not the greatest 12 balls you'll ever watch, and I suspect that might be the end of that experiment. Those 2 overs costing 23 runs.
Rinsing him.
It's a tough score, Trez.
It's the sort of thing I expect from you. That's
a tough score. I've mellowed in my old age, pal. Great to have you up here, mate.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Another lovely day in Taunton, as always.
Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Must be particularly nice for you to sit in your own building watching a game of cricket, Trez. I'm still waiting for the name to go on, like the Gents or fish and chip shop somewhere in the ground.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's the best seat in the house, as we always know. It's always good on days like today, a bit of air conditioning.
I'd like you to invest in some new headphones, though, for your stand, because these give my big wing nuts an absolute battering.
That doesn't really fit into my budget, I wouldn't say. I don't think.
Not?
No, I would say that.
Not under your remit.
No, I don't think so. If it is, I'm apologise to you now.
You spent too much money on that massive picture of yourself on the side. That's what it was,
isn't it? It is a belter.
Yeah, what do you make of this so far? You obviously spent a bit of time from side on watching. Looks like the classic Taunton pitch, doesn't it, really? Archie Vaughan got off to a nice little flyer. Felt like he was a shoe-in for 120, 130,
good,
the way he was playing.
Looked very good. I was quite surprised how dry it was. Obviously, that's a misfield and it's gone for 4. It's a horrible bit of work on the boundary.
Go on, get stuck in.
Yeah, he'll know about that for the next 10, 15 overs, I would imagine.
Well, when you play at this level, as we know, Trez, it's not only the disappointment that you've let 2 or 3 runs through, and that's a pretty basic mistake there. It's the fact that you've just opened the door for 2 hours of pelters from the Trade Nation stand. Luckily, it's not as full as it normally would be. But
so going back to, obviously, I first set up, I went up to see Jace and Sarge when I first came in, and just how dry the pitches were.
It hasn't rained for a month.
No, I understand that. And you can see the net block, obviously the pitch is closest to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Extremely dry. Just shows how much volume of cricket they had. So, thinking of this pitch, this is generally sort of like a county championship pitch, isn't it? This side of where they play. You normally see, obviously, the white ball games are played as central as possible, but it looks a pretty good deck. There's a nice covering of grass there, and you'd expect high scores because of the boundary. I've heard you talking about them already. We've not really seen them been targeted yet. Whether that's just a case of, okay, let's delay the innings and take it as deep as we can before we really target. But you'd think somebody might have had a little dip at it.
Yeah, I think Gloucester have hidden the ball, especially with the off spinners being, going round the wicket, trying to target middle and leg stump, bowl into the bigger boundary. But yeah, a bit of a surprise that people haven't used their feet to get outside the line and sort of play, whip it, slog, sweep it. It certainly would have been too much of a temptation for us, I would suggest, not to try and drag it to that shorter side. But I was thinking about the ground, when we started in the late 90s, 2000s, this time of the year under these conditions, this whole ground would have been like that wicket, wouldn't it? Completely.
Yeah.
I mean, did you ever do, you probably feel it slipped most of the time, but I remember bowling at, the end that Will Williams is bowling from now to Josh Thomas, who plays a great shot through backward point. Just a fraction of width there to use, and he's slapped that through backward point. Beautiful shot there from JT. Yeah, and fielding down at the Colin Atkinson at fine leg, the ball almost used to do a Barnes Wallace and dam buster.
Yeah.
The bounces you'd get and how much pace it would carry. It was a rapid scoring ground. I mean, the grass, it's still very quick now, but at least there's some friction from the nice green grass. They somehow managed to keep on the surface.
It was a little bit like
new
the pitch,
irrigation systems and water
on against Notts the other day. What was the ground called?
Welbeck,
Yeah, that was scorched, wasn't it? And you could see the ball bouncing every time it would
Jake
leave
Ball's
the bat.
Home club.
Is
I
it
think
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I played a Metro game there years ago, and it was completely browned off, just like the fairways of the rough areas at the golf courses at the moment, which we'll have to sample at some stage. Another boundary there, over pitch this time by Williams, and beautifully struck away again by Josh Thomas.
Yeah, basically anywhere without irrigation at the moment is really suffering. What you could see then, the power of the shot from Josh Thomas is flying across the main part of the square and on a little bit of the outfield. Again, that short boundary doesn't really give you much opportunity. A couple of boundaries now for Somerset in the last over or so.
So from from the position that Somerset are in now, and you're going back to how you would mentally go about being a Lammers position, 60 odd not out, 18 overs to play. Now as a coach, your message to the players coming in, I suppose there is a slight fear that you don't get enough, but how are you sort of priming batters to come in this situation now?
I think you're looking to build still. You've got another 8 overs of the power play. It's going to be close. Not out this time. Will Williams just taking pace off the ball to Lammonby. Going back to that, I'm thinking you're building for the next few overs. You've got 8 overs left of power play 2. Sometimes, you want to try and capitalise for the latter part of this power play. So maybe the last 4 or 5 overs, you could really be expansive and risk potentially losing a few wickets because of the extra fielder inside the circle. But it's really about having the wickets in the shed. That's what makes big innings and big totals. If you can delay while still scoring at a decent pace and still a decent run rate, and somebody going on to get a big score, and I'm meaning 120, 130, 140 and beyond, and what you can achieve, especially with the boundaries we've already talked about, then you start talking about big totals.
You'd obviously want your batters to still bat with a lot of scoring intent, but would you advise almost something more specific, like aggressive shots, but just take the aerial route out of the equation for a period of time? Or
I think there's many different ways you can try and adapt it. You can talk about the messages of maybe someone getting big hundreds, having wickets in hand. A lot of players do, especially in T20 nowadays, will sort of break down the over. So you might be trying to be really positive for the first 2 balls to try and get a boundary in the first 2 deliveries, knock it around for the next couple, and then maybe again attack the last 2 balls of the over. So you can sort of break it down in that sort of fashion, and that really does come down to what coaches like, what they see, what they play on the pitch, and what team they have currently amongst it. Obviously Somerset and a little bit without the mainstay of their batting, so you might need to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Connell Roberts, Pretorius, who's Pretorius in particular is quite the striker. Ben Church, Josh Shaw, Langridge, all with striking ability, but ultimately you probably don't want those guys in for a considerable amount of time. And 17 overs in white ball cricket is a long time.
It
isn't
is.
it?
I agree.
If you really get it right, you could score 140, couldn't you?
Yeah, and you'd be looking 350 here, definitely. 17 overs. You might be thinking more of the short boundary. I'd be definitely wanting Lammonby to try and bat through to the last 5 overs as much as possible and expect the batsman around it. So Thomas already has come in and been a little bit more positive.
So the set batter come down the gears slightly, thinking about maybe him going big last 5, and other batters to take on the mantle of the aggressor. Is that how you'd see it?
Yeah, I think if you're wanting a boundary and that's gone for 4, Lammonby straight down the wicket. So he's not listening to my advice straight away.
What does he know?
Yeah, absolutely. But you want somebody who's going to bat for the mainstay of these next 17 overs. And if you can get one person doing that, you can then the rest of the guys around him can sort of adapt and be more aggressive.
I mean, I think it's an amazing discipline shown here that we have not seen a high number of slog sweeps from these left-handers to that small boundary. I'm sitting pretty close to someone that would absolutely have given the slog sweeper go.
100%. You and me both, mate. We would have been lining it up from probably about the 10th over, maybe even in the power play a lot more than what we saw. But one other thing to consider here with what you might think is about as a coach is keeping a left and a right hander in.
Yeah.
Stops the off spinners bowling to the left handers into the channel, spinning the ball away. Where
Yeah, we did talk about that you know, 3 left-handers in the top 6, you could dovetail the 2. Obviously, that hasn't been the case, but I would imagine that would have been a conversation to have, you know, put, you know, Kean Roberts or Johnny Connell up the order. As I don't know anything about Johnny Connell, in fairness. He's a new name for me, so I'll be looking forward to seeing him if he gets out there.
You know, so having that opportunity, and that's something you think about as a coach, right? You'd be there going, right, what options have they got in the bowling? What bowlers have they got left? Okay, they've got 3 or 4 off-spin bowlers potentially. They've got a left-arm spinner. So they've got to bowl them from one end. And if you've got a left-hand, right-hand, then it kind of messes up their plans in what it is. There's nothing better as you're a fielding coach right now, looking at, okay, 2 left-handers come in or 2 right-handers come in, you're going to get the ball spinning away, protect the short boundary as much as you can. If you have that ability for a lefty and a righty in there at the same time, then it kind of helps it.
I think it puts the bowling unit, especially the seamers, under a massive pressure to hit Yorkers, because with that short side, if you stray in length with a batter that's got the intent to try and smack you to that short side, if you get your length wrong, you're in big trouble. And you'd almost want a prize for Will Williams there for getting that bouncer that high. That is quite the wide.
What you'll see, though, isn't it, with the seamers at the back end, you'll see them hiding the ball to the long boundary, setting probably, you know, if they're bowling from, I don't want to say the pavilion end, the Trescothic end.
Say it proudly, my friend.
That's close. But if they're bowling from this end, then, you know, 2 left-handers.
Say my end.
They would be
my end.
They would be definitely protecting with a 3rd man and a deep point out there and trying to just bowl wide Yorkers, protecting to the short side completely. But
yeah, I echo your thoughts really. If you're even bowling the wide Yorker to a set batter, I mean, it frees your hands up, doesn't it? It can disappear to all parts. But Somerset still have a bit of work to do, and Gloucester have got a number of experienced bowlers, and Williams throws that one slightly too wide, and Lammonby chucks the kitchen sink and the shower room at that one. He moves on to 74.
This would be really disappointing from a coach's point of view. If you're bowling on this type of pitch, yes, you're using change of pace. Lammonby has given himself a little bit of room.
It's not actually wide at all.
No, it's actually closer to the stumps than I thought. I thought he'd given him a lot more width. You want to keep the stumps in play as much as you can when you're bowling. Seam or spin in this day and age.
Yeah, I'll redact that statement. That was not a bad delivery there. It was good batting from Lammonby. Brave enough to open his stumps up. Now, saying in the case for where Lammonby is now and Archie Vaughan, I mean, I'm guessing you'd have been thinking the same. You're 60, 70 not out on a Taunton pitch. You're thinking, this is my day. This is the day to be greedy and put that performance in.
Yeah, definitely. Lammonby 75 from 63 deliveries. They have pushed the scoring rate on between this partnership within the last few overs. Another one hit hard.
But then in my case, Bang, as you know, when I was out there, I had third-party intervention. I had my little demon on my shoulder that when the bowler was releasing the ball, he'd just shout, "Slog sweep it," at me, and I just had to go for it.
I think we all had those. It just depends on how well we controlled them. There's no doubt about it. It does influence a lot when you play, doesn't it? Just that something goes on in your brain which you're just like totally out of control with.
Well, you've got, I think, I imagine this would be of interest to people who like their cricket and like their batting, as Lammonby hits that slower ball attempt there from Williams on the full toss straight back past him, and looks like he's taking the aggressor role in this partnership at the moment, even though Josh Thomas has got off to a nice start himself. You'd be out there, you'd have your, what I'd call your conscious mind that you'd be in control of, that would be telling you all the right things that we talk about as commentators now. You know, keep it on the deck, hit, you know, go for fours, maybe not sixes. You know, go big in the last couple of overs. You can get yourself 150, and the team will get 380, and da da da. But then you have this the demon that would just shout in your ear the exact opposite of what your conscious brain. Did you have that as well? Or
Lots.
There must have been a period where you got to grips with managing the monkey.
Hence, then you get big scores. When you control your brain in terms of the concentration levels that you need to have to be sustainable for 6 hours of one day, and then come back again for another 2 or 3 hours the next day. You do have control of what goes on, and at other times you completely lose control. And you don't have it. For me, I really struggled when spin came on. I just wanted to slog sweep a lot or run down the wicket and try and hack it, because the ball was slow. So I thought, well, I could just run at that and try and hit it and belt it. But I had to really rein it in and understand what I was trying to do.
Especially when it's not turning. It almost feels like there's no excuse not to whack it.
And you'd be amazed, even with the guys I work with, the best still have elements of it. And I think they just control it more frequently than some other people. But it is annoying. There's no doubt about it. When you just want to just play a certain game, but this little man on your shoulder or little voice in your head is just telling you to do something completely different.
That's why all us cricketers are a little bit mad. Price is bowling his last over. He's, in the context of the game, he's bowled nicely. 1 for 46 off his 9 in a game that is undoubtedly going to be played north of 6 and over. The off spinner's done well from Marcus's end. He's given his captain a decent amount of control. Yeah, we had. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there from Lammonby. Appropriate in any format of the game, 4-day cricket, you name it. That is a beautiful cover drive on the deck.
Bancross too wide there. You could see him extra cover. He'd almost dropped onto the ring and almost gone too square, where if he'd got beaten on his right hand, the fielder out on the boundary would have stopped that. But that's beaten him on his left, and it's flown to the boundary.
Yeah, towards the back end of our sort of playing careers, when we had John Pitts, who came from Formula One, I believe, the psychologist. I was in a bit of a purple patch, scored consecutive one-day hundreds, and we had a chat. You need to. Is there something that you're feeling out there that you can bottle, and we can try and artificially sort of recreate it when you're not in great form? And I almost felt, oh no, that's a shame. Did that carry? Yes, it did. Lammonby, a short, wide delivery from Price. You'd say that he's deserved that second wicket, but I think Tom Lammonby would be really disappointed with that. It was a bit of a slog at that ball, but caught right down low, about as low as it can get. That third man, and Somerset lose their 4th wicket for 220. Lammonby out for a well-played 83, but I think he'll be disappointed to leave a few out there today.
I'm wondering whether this is deliberate, because for the bulk of the over, Lammonby's kind of backed away, giving him stumps, and hoping to try and then hit as many balls through the offside as possible. Well, this one's just thrown a bit wider, a bit slower, trying to catch the footholds.
Did it get a bit wide on him? Yeah, it's
just a bit dusty. Almost that's the area that they're going to keep giving themselves room. You throw it and get it out of the edge of the swing. And this one just sort of gripped and bounced and top-edged.
Yeah, credit to the bowler there. I think he's held his nerve. He's gone for that early boundary under pressure, and he's held his nerve there, throwing a bit of width out there for Lammonby, and he's got his second wicket, 2 for 51, with 1 ball of his spell remaining. And as I said, in the context of the game, that is an excellent spell of bowling, especially bowling so many balls to left-handers with that short boundary, just whispering to the batters. Yeah, so I always felt embarrassed speaking to to Pitsy about what it felt when I was playing well. And I said, when I'm at the non-strikers end, sort of leaning on the bat, seeing what, watching what's going to happen at the other end, I felt like I could fall asleep. I felt really, really tired. But really what that was just super relaxed.
Yeah.
And I think I was in such a calm state that the little monkey didn't shout at me and make me do silly things. It was fascinating that, and actually like then putting mechanisms in place where you can recreate that feeling of being calm. And so many top batters that I've spoken to, when you ask them advice about your game and you're expecting some technical mastery that will change, your outcomes, but a lot of them talk about the inner self, the breathing, controlling your breathing, making sure that your head's in the right place. I think that's a pretty consistent message with scoring big scores and batting well. So we have Josh Thomas, and now a new name for me, as I'm sure there are new names for other Somerset fans on our live stream. Johnny Connell.
Van Buren, change of bowlers.
Into his innings here.
So come via minor counties, is that right? I think it's Berkshire minor counties. And then I think was well known to the guys at Exeter University. So highly recommended from Alex Barrow. I'm sure Max Waller would have been interested. Obviously, Max now involved with Gloucester.
Well, that's always a nice one. Get yourself off the old globe. Get the old beans back in the tin. Get the innings up and running. There's a lot of batting still to be done here. 13.4 overs to go. Van Buren bowling to Josh Thomas. Yeah, it's one of the really positive things about the 100 and the Metro Bank is, opportunities to play list A cricket for players that maybe are on the periphery of the first team squad. So getting to blood new players in and get them familiar to the surroundings here. Looks to get very low in his stance. Connell picks up another quick single to mid-on. Van Buren's gone for 28. It is near 6 overs, so it's bowled pretty nicely. Josh Thomas batting way outside off stump. The big broom comes out to Darawal, who does a far better job of the fielding out there than he did a few overs back, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, it's nice to know that even the top players that you now work with have those same thoughts go through their head.
Have their moments.
And with the players, your Brooks, your Roots, your Stokes that you've worked with over the last few years, are they in a constant process of trying to get better at things within the game?
Absolutely, always. You're trying to find that little edge or the ability to keep moving forward. They're never satisfied with success or the moments of what they have, the brilliance of what they can produce. Constantly sort of asking questions or trying to find different avenues of what we could improve. And that could be as simple as being, okay, I'm going to get better at a certain shot, or I'm going to improve my mental skills to adapt in these conditions. And there's many different areas. Obviously, playing with international cricket, you are challenged a little bit more in terms of the pitches you get for playing international games. It's wide. Carved away. That's one of your shots, actually.
It's a proper Richie Richardson vibe, that one, wasn't it, from Josh Thomas?
And then obviously when we're travelling the world, it's, you go into India for a period of time, then you go into Australia, you go to South Africa, you go into New Zealand. All the conditions are all very, very different. Often the ball is different. The Kookaburra ball is used often, but West Indies is a Duke. You go to New Zealand, which is a Kookaburra. You go to India, which is an SG. So all these different challenges you have, it's then they often look at what they can do in those sort of conditions. What shots are valuable in this climate and these pitches, and how am I going to play when I go to Australia, or what's it like when I play in India?
Yeah, one thing that was discussed about preparation times, being in country for a long enough time to adapt. I mean, I would imagine, like you're describing there, if you were touring India then into a New Zealand or a South Africa, two very different challenges for your game, and is that quite conversational about the bit of adapting you need to do from? I'm assuming in India you probably play with slightly lower hands than you would in.
Yeah, you get the natural sides of it. You go into India, you're going to face spin. You go into South Africa, you're going to face the ball bouncing, and you're going to face more pace. So we try and encourage as much as we can the little groups of conversations, and just chat to each other. You've got the experience. You chatting with Joe Root or people like that who've been to Australia or been to India and has great success in Colombo and Sri Lanka and playing in the heat. These guys are able to pass on messages as much as you can, just like we are as coaches. We are, obviously a bit more trained, and we have obviously experienced in a bit more of the conditions around the world, and we're able to pass on information that I've learned from working with various people, or my principles of what I think about with batting. So you're always trying to pick up little things, and working with different players. There's so many opportunities that you can gain this information, this knowledge, that you can build the base and then pass on to the players that you do. But you want their knowledge as well. You want to pair Harry Brook, or you want to pair Jacob Bethel with Harry Brook, and get these players working together nicely, because they've got great knowledge of each other's game, let alone their own game.
Yeah, you'd imagine that it's almost a full-time job being Joe Root, the amount of players in that environment that want to pick his brains. He's seems to have, remarkably all formats as well, isn't it? He's an exceptional player in all three formats, which is probably only a very select few in world cricket that have, your Virat Kohlis, your Steve Smiths. Joe Root's certainly up there in that bracket that have managed to perform in all the formats.
Yeah, and it's a credit to themselves, really, how they conduct their practice, the skills they go about it, the way they adapt from different conditions into different situations. When they've been playing, they've been playing 4 or 5 test matches in the last 6 weeks, and then straight into the T20, straight into the one-dayers, all these different things. And Somerset is no different. You get a little bit more blocks, and I know this season has been the T20 blast has been broken up a little bit more, and it's been one solid block, where comparison it would have been 6 games, then a championship game, then another championship game, and then back to T20.
I think it was from an England perspective, the environment that you're in. After a slightly underwhelming sort of test series against New Zealand, to then come out against India in both forms of white ball cricket and just phenomenal cricket. So dominant against a very, very the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's good. It was very good. Everything that we wanted to do was right there in front of us. And it's nice to see players succeed when they have the opportunity to do so. Oh, it's a big swing. It's a big shout.
Our old teammate says no. Might have been a bit of bat on it. Just sliding down. Blackie's just said it's just sliding down there. Connell's had a big swing at that one. I could only tip my cap at the intent in that one there.
It's about the stage you might starting to see a little bit of reverse.
Yeah.
Obviously, the 2 balls have now switched into 1 ball at the 35th over. The pitch is so dry. We've noticed it in the last few weeks, that a little bit more reverse coming into the game. Going back to the old style of cricket when 240 was a good score.
Well, the ball swinging, reverse swinging, back in the day for the exponents of reverse swing, it really does give you a much bigger margin for error as a bowler, as opposed to bowling with quite a new ball, maximum of 25 overs old. You look back to your Akrams, your Darren Goffs in particular, from an English point of view. Craig White, a number of English players that used to get the ball hooping back in towards your big toe Such a different challenge. Nice to see that bowlers will have that opportunity to get a little bit of something to combat the batters. Connell started nicely. Josh Thomas is going to be a key feature towards the back end, and that is superbly timed through the leg side. Not a bad delivery there from Van Buren, just angling in and absolutely nailed through mid-wicket.
Perfectly placed, wasn't it? Split the two fielders. Williams at mid-on, desperately trying to get across, but not quite managing to do so. Connell's definitely come out with a purpose.
Yeah, he has. Even my brains keep shouting at me, slog sweep. There we go.
Right,
good lad. Good lad. He's got the old monkey on the shoulder as well. Excellent.
Wasn't going to take long.
Highly rate that effort from Connell, even though he didn't quite get hold of that. 240 for 4. 1 ball and then 11 overs to go. Somerset will be eyeing up 10 and over. Nice shot there over mid-off, all the way into the James Hildreth stand for 6. Josh Thomas with a very cultured high elbow shot there.
A wonderful
mid-off
shot, really, that, isn't it? Just slightly down inside the line of where Van Buren has bowled it, trying to give himself room and opening up the offside, going towards the short boundary, towards the James Hildreth stand, just chipping it over.
Yeah, that's a super shot. I mean, I always think that for me is such a key shot as a batter. If you can hit over mid-off extra cover, it gives the opposition captain a massive headache, because you really are one fielder in the deep short then, aren't you?
Absolutely, and especially with still 5 up in for the power play too, although we're into the last over of it now, it makes it very tricky. A bit of a trend that you often see now within the course of a 50-over game is that your prime leg spinner will often come on the 40th over when the extra fielder has dropped out, so then you only have 4 fielders in the circle. Often captains will see that as a great opportunity to try and pick up a couple of quick wickets before the back end of the hitting phase of the game. Little moments like that, going back to what you're saying about hitting it over the offside when the ball's spinning into you, that's something India did brilliantly well in the series we played, especially over extra cover. Seemed to be an area that they definitely adapted and opened up more than other people have done.
Yeah, especially with the modern players that can play hard reverse sweeps as well. So you're one man that you can pretty much have out on that offside boundary. It's just too much acreage to cover if you can hit straight of cover and then reverse sweep fine of point. It's quite a key tool now for the modern batter. And we often have Vic Marks on commentary. You'd think 246 in a 50-over game in his day, you'd
not bother coming out. It'd be game over.
It'd be way too many. But Somerset, I would imagine they need 9s, 10s for these last 10 overs to really put a intimidating score. Anything in the low 300s, I think Gloucester would be pretty happy with.
Yeah. 10 and over for the last 10 overs with that boundary. Very, very achievable. You get one person who really sort of dips and has a good innings at the back of this innings. He'd be very happy, but wickets are key.
I quite fancy a bit of Pretorius and Shaw, the good strikers. The bowlers that like what Craig Overton's been doing for Somerset in the T20 and in 4-day cricket, having a phenomenal batting season. Just that sort of bludgeoning of the ball, big 6-footers that can step and belt it.
Pretorius must be due. I've seen him a couple of seasons ago when he first came over, absolutely belt it, and he'd get 50 here. Did he get 100 in one game? Might have been a championship game shot.
Oh,
it's a lovely shot.
Connell with a glorious shot over mid-wicket. Just fading in towards the pads there. I think Marks is right. The ball is showing signs of reverse swing, and Connell's kept his balance and lofted that over mid-wicket. Couple of bounces into the rope. Valuable runs here for Somerset. 250 is up.
Remember the couple of games we had against Yorkshire? Those times we chased down 350. That one game where we sent David Stiff in at like number 3 to give it the long handle. Yeah. That's what I see Miguel could do.
Yeah, create
easily
create some chaos.
Yeah. Go in there and bat for 30 balls and try and belt it as much as he could.
Did as well,
he could easily do that on a pitch like this with a short boundary. He's done it before. We've seen him play in that sort of fashion. Torres can definitely hit a long ball. It's just at the moment it hasn't quite worked for him as much as he'd want to. So hopefully today, we might get a bit of it.
I think it's, it wouldn't surprise me if one of those big, Pretorius has got the old mums and dads on already. Send him up there, disrupt a little bit, and I think even seeing him walk out, I think the bowlers would be on the back foot straight away because they know what's coming, and there's nothing worse than bowling at a ground like Taunton when you know the batters are going to be going hell for leather at you. Jack Taylor with his leg spin coming on from the Lord Ian Botham stand end.
Kean Roberts is scheduled for number 7. I think Miguel isn't scheduled for number 8, is he? Or is there one between him?
Yeah, it'd be Kean, Miguel, Shaw, Langridge. That's on the scorecard, but it wouldn't surprise me if one of the big bowlers gets an early berth. I'd like to see Kean Thomas come out next, have an opportunity. Platform's been set, and even it's still 60 balls. You have a bit of time just to get your eye in.
Definitely starting to look towards that leg side. You could feel a slog sweep.
Well,
trying to pick it from the back foot.
I've been staring at it for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
It is inviting, and you don't. I think with the strength, physicality of the players, and decent bats in their hand, I don't think you have to get too much of it to park one up into the old cider drinkers in the Somerset stand.
It's a great bit of cricket. Right up there. Big full bunger. Attempted reverse sweep, I would say. Yeah, it's just not worked for either party, that.
Yeah, that was peak Shrubbery Division 7, that little bit of cricket
Brilliant.
there. The growler ball followed by whatever that shot was. Yeah, just...
Oh, this is the one.
What do you think about? I have a philosophy about leg spin.
Go on.
I reckon there were.
As soon as he lets go of it, I'm going to swing.
In the history of the game, I think there. So let's go with 80s onwards. There are three that were very consistent: McGill, Warne, Kumble.
Shot.
Most other leg spin, and this is no slight. It's such a hard skill. I reckon in every 6 balls you're going to get at least one that you can park into Morrison's. And I don't think you need to play big reverse sweeps and running down the wicket because you're just waiting for that one ball that you're almost inevitably going to get. What do you think of that?
My first reaction is the reverse sweeps calls the bad ball. A little bit.
So he's gone reverse sweep and he's thought, I know, I'm going to do a waistline fully.
Absolutely.
You reckon?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the balls. So the fact that he knows that the batter is going to try and do something different or cause another delivery to go.
It's made the wrist twitch.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I see enough bowlers, and you see in T20 in particular, the bad ball, the real bad, like what you suggest is a bad ball in
gets wickets.
Normal cricket is a dangerous ball in T20 because your eyes light up and you go, I'm going to smash this to next week, and you just chip it up in the air. You do see a lot more batters nowadays are attuned to hitting that full toss than what they used to be.
I just think if he faces that ball conventionally, that's in someone's cup of tea in the Colin Atkinson.
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. But if he hadn't have
why
moved,
we all play the game in a
if he
different
hadn't
manner,
have moved, would that have caused something different? We don't know that fact, obviously, because it's always in hindsight. But
Charlesworth in from me mate's head, and there's the slog sweep. Yes, the eyes are lit up. Oh, crowd catch put down at the back of the stand. Josh Thomas moves across his stumps and plays the shot we've been calling for a while up here. I think he has bowled that quite a bit outside off stump. That's a fantastic shot from Josh Thomas.
yeah, back and across, deep into his crease, Thomas, almost to the wide line. This one, he's got the length to be able to get underneath it. Doesn't need much of it, and it's still gone pretty much the full distance over the stand into the flats.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start an over, and an equally good shot is only going to pick up, you'd say almost a better shot to bring up his half century, and well played. Just 37 deliveries for Josh Thomas. Somerset 266. With 8.4 overs to go. Connell's come in and looked very much at home, 24 off 21. Played a couple of great shots himself. He's on strike now. Facing Charlesworth under pressure, going for 6 first ball. Always test the character.
It'll be slow ball bumper, I think. Length ball. Hard into the pitch. Gloucester pushed all fielders back on the leg side, the big boundary. Long off, deep mid wicket, square leg and fine leg. What now? What are you looking to bowl now, Treeks, as you're running up to bowl as Charlesworth and thinking, okay, he's going to target that leg side. What are you looking for?
I think your one option really is to try and go wide Yorker with the field that's set. I think anything else has an element of risk to it. Slower ball, pace off, but very much outside off stump. Yeah, I think even that is draggable potentially. I think that is the safe option, but it's also probably the hardest ball to execute, that wide line Yorker. I mean, I would say that if anyone out there can train themselves to bowl 4 out of 6 near that wide line at Yorker length, you'd probably have quite a successful one-day T20 franchise career. Who was the best Yorker bowler that you faced throughout your career? Obviously in an era where there were some pretty darn good Yorker bowlers.
Yeah, faced... well, Alfonso was the best I saw from our point of view, and probably the best that also I played would probably be Freddie, bowling Yorkers at the death there. I know Darren Gough was good, but facing them, towards the back end of my career, I played a little bit against Malinga, although he wasn't at his peak at that stage, and I know he, especially through the IPL, turned into a magician. But you always feared Wasim, Waqar, Shoaib coming through that sort of stages. Not only did they have great ability with reverse swing, but the slower balls and changes of pace that you have, which are vitally important also.
I mean, there was that period in the peak of your career where I think Sean Tate, Brett Lee, Shoaib were pretty much full steam, weren't they? Must have had some decent battles with those guys in the biggest of arenas.
Everybody seemed to have one, everybody seemed to have the ability. Have a couple of bowlers at the death who would just close games out. And especially with them talked about the ball already, with now starting to reverse in, because it's changed at 35 overs, only one ball is allowed. But back in the time when one ball was used all the way through, you would guarantee you'd have some form of reverse swing at the back end.
Yeah, I always found, apart from an old teammate of ours in the nets, Andre Van Troos, being particularly terrifying, not only because of the fact that he bowled in the high 90s, but he also had a flat one in him, the old Beamer. There's some good footage of you. Did you got a beamer off of Brett Lee?
Brett Lee, yeah,
The
Lords.
in-swinging beamer. You
Yeah,
did
it
well
was a
to
beauty.
get through that one.
I wasn't playing very well, actually. I remember the game, and I was a bit scratching around. Didn't really have much form going into it, and I was really found quite tricky seeing the ball on that day. And lucky enough, clearly looking in the wrong place, because I could manage to see the in-swinging beamer coming straight at me, and it was like a quick dive out of the way to the leg side.
Anyone listening on the live stream, get on YouTube and type in Trescothic Brett Lee beamer. It sends a shiver down you. How Marcus
4 runs.
managed to dodge that one.
Into
What
the
a
gap.
great shot that is from Josh Thomas. That hard sweep against Jack Taylor, bringing him another boundary.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. I think he'd be looking also now for a reverse sweep to see if it's another full toss.
Boo.
There's 2 runs. Perfectly placed into the gap. Oh, definitely, Triggs. You would definitely get 2 there, me and you.
Yeah, we'd shuffle our way through 2 there for sure.
I'd be run out by half a pitch, I reckon.
Well, they've got a new partnership there, so it does take a while to build up that sort of trust. I always remember it was always quite a nice, relaxing place to be. You know, either batting with yourself at the top of one-day knocks or batting in the middle with Hildy in Championship cricket. That quite often we take a lot of runs without having to call. But you got to know each other's body language, didn't you? And
yeah,
that was always a really comfortable place to be in terms of running between the wickets. Big reverse sweep there from Josh Thomas and a Robert Croft pause delivery there from Jack Taylor. Well bowled. Yeah, you definitely know, where your teammates that you need to be a little bit more cautious with. Running between the wickets it is a skill, isn't it? Being able to judge a run. That's a massive Mo attempt there from Connell. Missed out on that one, going for the big Morrison's delivery.
Oh, that's a wide.
Wide, Raf.
That's 6. Can't bowl that.
That's a lovely strike. All the way up into the flats.
Well, that goes to your theory. If you don't do anything, if you sit there and wait for the bad ball, you're going to get the opportunity. It's a drag down from Taylor that time.
I think in the last 12 balls, he's bowled 3 6 balls that have been missed out on by trying to play laps. But then again, it's probably easier for Connell being right-handed with that shorter boundary. But Somerset are certainly picking up the momentum now. Run rate is starting to touch 7. Certainly that middle 300 score is what we want. Nicely bowled there. Charlesworth, that wide Yorker line. So from your perspective, don't want to pry too much, but
no comment.
You got a couple of weeks off. Well, lads enjoyed the going to their 100 teams, and
yeah, they do.
Stokesy playing for Durham in the Metro Bank.
Yep.
Obviously, you would be working with him anymore, sadly, but
yeah, the guys are very excited about the 100. It's a great competition. I've watched every game already, pretty much quite a bit of the girls' games, and then straight into the men's as well. Just seeing how the guys are going, catching up with a few players and seeing what happens. It's obviously the time of year. I've got a bit of a rest now before we get back to things. So it's an opportunity just to, watch a bit of cricket. I love watching cricket. I still do, even on days off. But
busman's holiday.
Exciting times.
Oh,
that's a good hack.
Big heave in the open space. That's a good option. I think it's almost that time of the innings where Josh Thomas should be trying to probably get that ball over that side of the ground every single ball. Bat outside off stump.
At any stage, if you're a bowler here, knowing that he's going to go across his crease, when would you gamble?
Would you firing a leg stump Yorker?
Your leg stump Yorker, yeah. Would you at any stage gamble?
I could probably 3 balls. I couldn't resist. Yeah, you're so exposed. This is great batting there from Josh Thomas. Charlesworth knows what Josh Thomas is trying to do. I think there's only one delivery you can bowl here, and that's that wide line Yorker. Anything else has got the potential of disappearing into that Somerset stand. Brilliant batting from JT.
You'd have to try, wouldn't you? You've got to think, I can't just bowl every ball just through the wide line. I've got to mix it up. I've got to make him stay in the stumps.
But I think it's so difficult because it's not like the batter is going to respect any delivery. He's going to try and park every ball over that side. And I think you've just got to attempt every ball at that wide line because it is if you execute the ball, it's the only ball that can't end up over there.
What about if I stood basically just on 6 inches outside of off stump? What would you do then?
Well, that then changes the wide line, so you can
absolutely.
go wider again.
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
And I would still probably try and hit the the widest sideline.
But you can only go as wide as the edge of the pitch, right?
Yeah. Obviously, margin for error is tiny. He's going round the wicket now, which theoretically is bowling on an angle to be parked over to the leg side. So everything is high risk. It's such a difficult thing to do, bowling in one-day cricket. And missed out on that one.
It's got to go. He's not thinking leg side there, I don't think.
No.
You think he's just looking, right, I'm going to watch the ball go in your theory.
He's trying to drag that.
Maybe he is. Maybe he is. I'll give him more credit.
It is one of the truest statements, though, Marcus, that batting cricket in general is pretty easy in the commentary position.
4 runs.
That's a very big gamble there from Charlesworth. Nearly paid off, but it's cost him 4. An expensive over. And a good one for Somerset. He's gone slower ball. He's targeted the stumps. Half an inside edge, and it races away across this Taunton boundary. And that's the 300 up for Somerset. 6 overs to go. 350, 360's got to be the target here for Somerset.
A couple of big overs like the previous one, and you'll be looking far beyond it. But also on the other side of that, a couple of wickets do change things. Somerset don't have the depth once you get into the last 3 or 4.
Thanks to our match sponsors, Creation Golf.
I've not been there yet.
I've had a couple of messages. Lloyd Alley messaged me saying that it's definitely worth a visit. The old Trackman bays and all that.
I'm quite lucky working at Taunton School. We've got a sim area and it's taken. It's gone. Will Williams.
Yeah, good wicket there. Van Buren bowling that wider delivery and another wicket falling to that same position. Caught short third man. A big swing there from Connell. Good innings of 33 from him, but safely pouched there. Charlesworth.
Yeah. It's a shame partnership's going quite nicely. Really pushing forward, but I don't think it'll change the approach from Somerset. Kean Roberts coming to the crease. Talking about Taunton School, I spent many hours with Kean, coaching and training and talking. So he spent a couple of seasons as captain, also in the first team.
So how's he playing this? You've obviously spent a bit of time with him. Is he?
I'd like to think, right,
give himself a chance.
Thomas is in. He's playing well. We want to give him as much strike as possible. I think it gives Kean a good opportunity for let's say 5 or 6 deliveries, and that's as short as it can be in this sort of format. Well, you just want to try and turn the strike over. Maybe 2s if you get them. A bad ball, you can put them away, of course, but give Thomas as much of the strike as possible. He's the guy who's seeing it better. He's been in for a longer period of time now. He's been there 47 deliveries. You'd say that was a long time, wouldn't you? But It's not really.
Well, in that 47, he's got 72 runs. He's played some fantastic shots. Connell, I thought, played his part in a great partnership there as well with his quick 33. Van Buren just skidding that first ball through. Keane Roberts will be, as Marcus says, just looking to get his partner in crime on strike. Missed out on another one there.
Good from Van Buren, trying to get through his over really quickly. Getting pressure on Roberts. Not letting him settle. There we go, just one into the leg side. Gives Thomas the last two deliveries. I think you might see him try and target the leg side again.
What we say in reverse sweep?
Yeah, his deep point has gone a little bit straighter, almost into deep extra cover on the boundary out there. So I think Thomas will try and target the gap between the fielder and the umpire.
It's going to be quick and straight, I would imagine, from Van Buren.
It's inside edge underneath Bracey. It's only going to be one, maybe two. It's given us a bite. I thought it just sort of clipped something on the way through.
It was quick, it was straight, and it was a reverse sweep, so we got that bit right.
Well, off the gloves of Bracey.
I'm surprised it wasn't.
There we go, hacked into the leg side, only one.
Surprised that wasn't a wide.
Yeah, all right, well, I think I'm done, Triggs. I've got to go and sort a few things out.
You've been magnificent. It's been an absolute pleasure for us. You've obviously moved from your sitting room in your own stand and come in and join us in the commentary box is much appreciated. I'm
Lovely.
sure the Somerset listeners have really enjoyed listening to you talk about tactics and techniques and demons on shoulders.
Always. Try and get back in on Sunday. There was another game, is that right?
Yep, we're back in on Sunday and we'll start to mentally prepare for our big match at Burnham and Barrow early next week.
Get the tea time booked.
We'll get it
Or
done.
mend it. One of the two.
Mend it spring. We'll have a home and away leg. Perfect.
36 holes.
Here's the partnerships then. They've been nicely shared about. 82 with Thomas and Connell has the lion's share. That was a really good partnership, especially with the young player Connell coming in doing very, very nicely. Lammonby, partner in some sizable ones, 70 and 23, 58 with Vaughan, 69 Vaughan and Pereira. So pretty evenly shared about, but Somerset just looking for that last push now. The Wiggly Worm has been pretty healthy throughout the game, and important that Somerset just keep up this momentum for these last 5 overs. 350, 360 is the target with 5 wickets remaining. Harry Everett is back with us.
Great stint from Marcus Gothic, that.
Solid stint.
It
So
was.
This is his penthouse, isn't it, up here?
It is. The bit I chuckled most at was he said, "My end." That was the best bit. Didn't know what to call it, did he? No, brilliant stuff. And really good batting from Josh Thomas. I said with Annie, I think, earlier in the piece, Josh Thomas was a brilliant finisher in the One Day Cup last year, year before. Now he's an opener in the county championship. He's batting a little bit higher up in the One Day Cup, batting 3 or 4. But the fact that he's in at 5 today and he can play this accelerating innings, I think is perfect. Really good targeting the short side, as you've said as well. Playing some good cricket shots. And Keane Roberts will run really hard. He's not a big whacker like Miggy Pretorius and Josh Shaw, but he will push 2s with his running. And then a bit of long handle if he gets out from Shaw or Miggy Pretorius, or Ben Church might come in with his scoops and sweeps and ramps and trying to reverse sweep seamers.
Oh, I want to see the big fella.
Yeah, would you have put him
Bludgeon
ahead of Keane? Was that your thinking?
No, I think Keane's the appropriate man to come in 7. But yeah, I'd be very tempted on the big fella, Pretorius, to park a few straight back over the bowler's head. Suggest they might not go that route, but Thomas has played exceptionally well for his 72 off just 49 deliveries. Will Williams will be tested here with that short boundary. He's probably going to have to flirt with the wide line as much as possible.
Yeah.
As he has done there, and it's edged over Bracey. That is the one danger of trying to target that wide line. You allow the batter to free his arms, and that was a healthy nick past the diving James Bracey. It is certainly at Taunton towards the back end of a one-dayer, not a bowler's game.
Take that, will Josh Thomas. Eyeing up a potential 100 here. He'll keep swinging. But it's the right move, like I say. He's targeting the short boundary, and third man and fine leg are both up in the ring, so any edge past James Bracey's 4. Quick enough outfield. Well, how many Somerset players have got a T20, one-day cup and county championship 100? Cool, there's a question off the top of my head. Is Jacob Harry doing the fielding for us?
For Somerset?
Yeah.
None. No, Hildy. Hildy would have done that.
Hildy would have done. Trez would have done that, wouldn't he? We could have asked him. You never got a T20 ton? Trez, surely.
Negative. Got a few 90s.
Surely Trez would have done.
Yeah, he must have done.
Jacob Harry on Gloucestershire duty today, photographer. Josh Thomas, this one is not clothed and not cleanly hit. Sort of somewhere in the middle. Come back for 2. Bit of a plink, I suppose.
Rue would have been the latest.
Oh, great shout.
It's a very short list. I know they're actually
shout.
not
I like a list.
a massive number of players that have got hundreds in. No, it might be hundreds and fifers in all of the
James
formats.
Rue's a good recent shout.
Yeah, I think if you just look at players that have scored 100 in T20 cricket,
Banton.
that would pretty much tick the box. That's the rare one domestically, I would imagine.
But then some of them wouldn't have played much. Like Abel would have scored a lot of county championship hundreds in that brilliant T20 100 against Middlesex, but him and Banton haven't played much 50 over cricket for Somerset, which is where it changes a bit. Like Smead, he scored that 130 against Wadebridge.
Is that
Cornwall.
List A?
I don't think it was List A, no. And he also scored 100. Was it 100 he scored runs in a List A game for England Lions here? But he's barely played Somerset 50 over games. Yeah, normally the Cornwall Showcase game is List A, but I don't think it was this year. Sometimes played Devon in Showcase games as well. Don't have the status. Will Williams doesn't need to be bowling that far down the leg side. He's trying to keep it away from the shorter boundary. Kieran Roberts with 1 ball left in the 45th over then. Could you see this as a free hit? Josh Thomas wants to dominate the strike here. He's in and seeing it well.
Yeah, I think this is what the Gloucester bowlers have been needing to do. Try and bowl at the new batter as many deliveries in these last few overs.
But then you could argue that Roberts is now going to have the shorter leg side.
Yeah, but he's got to execute. He's only faced 6 balls. It's such a tough ask for those middle order batters to come in, and you're basically saying you've got 2 balls before you've got to try and hit every ball out the park. And
yeah,
it's a selfless role coming in at this stage with only 24 balls remaining in the innings.
Yeah, he came in this sort of tricky position on
Somerset
Tuesday as well.
Need 30 runs at least, 35.
Yeah, 350 par.
Yeah, I mean, well, I said at the start of the year, 300 is the very low side of par. I think 325 is probably...
For the shorter boundary as well, and so many left-right-handers with Van Buren and Bracey, Bancroft. They bat deep. Goes first ball as Kieran Roberts.
Ian.
Great shot.
Oh, no.
Exactly what Dr.
That's
ordered.
hit straight in the face. Oh, dear. Someone's tried to catch it and it's hit him. That's not going to be good.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, you know. Is there blood on the ball?
Well,
I think there's blood on the ball.
yeah, that's not good. Team, I think we need St. John's over there quickly.
No? Oh, they are there already. Fair
Oh.
play. That is efficiency. The steward didn't look too concerned, but St. John's are already on their way.
Yeah, that's...
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, though, especially at outground with deck chairs. Wow, Kieran Roberts can't be blamed. He's hit a good shot for 6. The ball's okay. The face probably isn't. Bit of the old stopping. Kevin Peterson did it famously. I remember that.
Yeah, it's one of the the crowds that have been enjoying their cricket trying to catch the ball whistling into the stands always slightly makes me nervous, and for that reason I think he's copped a nasty one in the face, that chap.
It's flat, wasn't it?
And if he's with his mates, you know what his mates will do, just take the mick out of him
That is
for
a
dropping the
brilliant
catch.
cricket shot by Josh Thomas. To think you want to target the short boundary, but actually the touch, the class there, the reverse lap, really. Watch this replay again and again. Sort of a paddle reverse lap. Beautiful. And that's going to see another change in field. No one in the ring in front of square on the leg side then.
Well, the one thing I think you can be sure of is Van Buren's going to be trying to bowl very quick and as full as he can, sort of Yorkers. Most deliveries like that. That one's down the leg side wide. So Josh Thomas has used his smarts there and just used the pace for that reverse sweep.
Bit rattled Gloucestershire here with the wides. Will Williams one and wide now. Graham Van Buren. They're trying so hard to keep it away from the short boundary. It's not going too well as Kean Roberts will. He go for the slog sweep again. Plays it well. He does and doesn't connect, and he's bowled. The ball connects with the stumps. He doesn't connect with his bat, but fair play. It was the job to do for Kean Roberts. Had to try and target the short boundary from the spinner with just a few overs left. Who is going to be in next? Looks like it's Church, not Pretorius. Church loves the scoops and sweeps, and you could think about JT Langridge with his left arm, left hand, different levers, different areas as well, different options. But Kean Roberts goes for 11.
It's going to be Ben Church coming in at number 8 for Somerset. Somerset currently 329 for 6. Selfless bit of batting there from Kean Roberts, getting that 6 early in the over and going for another similar brand of sweep. Unfortunately, missing out on that occasion.
So Taunton School replaces Taunton School here. Church for Roberts.
Josh Thomas, 83 off 53. Can he get enough strike to complete 100? He'll be eyeing it up for sure.
Did I spot Finn Hill carrying the drinks? I could be wrong. That's positive if it is.
He was around.
I thought he was out for the season with his hamstring. He might still be, but if he's even jogging on with drinks, that's slight positive in his rehab. Unlikely we're going to see him in the one-day cup or the county championship, but good sight if he's able to at least run the drinks on. That was a pretty awful hamstring injury he suffered. First ball, Church goes. We know he plays all these funky shots, reverses, paddles, scoops. Typical young keeper. First ball can't connect with that reverse.
Oh, just needs to get Thomas on strike here. See a few.
Well, there's one ball left in the over now.
This is a free hit.
Yeah. It takes a 1 though.
It's a good over there from Van Buren after taking a bit of early in the over damage. He's got out of it well. 330 for 6, 3 overs to go. Somerset eyeing up 350, 360.
So lots of options for Gloucestershire here. Van Buren's got 1 more. Charlesworth's got 1 more. Williams has got 3 more. They're not going to go back to Miles Hammond. Jack Taylor's got 3 more. Daz Ahmed's got 7. Where are you going, Pete? The last 3 overs.
Whoa.
Well, one of those questions has been answered because you've seen Will Williams take this over. Last 2, where are you going then?
I would continue with Van Buren.
Okay.
I think he's got the experience to
bowl straight,
handle the situation, and
yeah.
he bowls those sort of dart deliveries quite well from what I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm loath to promote a spinner bowling towards the back end of any one-day game.
Did feel unlike you.
It normally goes belly up.
There aren't that many.
But the seamers have taken a fair bit of damage. Williams into Church. And
that's experienced cricket from Josh Thomas. Church was keen looking for 2. And I think if Thomas was hitting that, they'd go for 2. But I think Josh Thomas knows here, for the good of the team, he's going to face as many balls as possible. He'd sort of jogged that one.
Yeah, there's no way on 83 he's coming back for 2. He wants to face.
And Will Williams
all 5 of these.
isn't going to suddenly bowl rapid. He's not
I
really
think
now
there's
an
even a
awful
case, Harry, to
turn down.
Have Josh Thomas facing every ball from this end, Church every ball from the other end, and Thomas facing every ball from the for the last. Just keep that left that short side in play as much as you can. That would be a rogue tactic, but
yeah, no, I see what you're saying though. Just deep mid-wicket, deep long on the left side for left hand, and very wide. Well bowled from Will Williams. Good wide Yorker.
Yeah, that's well executed there from Williams.
But Josh Thomas knows he's not going to nail all 4 of them. He might manage to squirt it past short third. I'm surprised they've got deep point and deep cover back here. Will Williams is going to bowl wide Yorkers to keep it away from the short leg side. I thought they might put deep third back, because if he gets that wide Yorker in, Thomas is going to try and squirt it down there. He's not going to get away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, for Josh Thomas, if he took an off-stump stance here and didn't move across, then the blue line's in play. Will Williams looks like he's trying to bowl outside of that, hoping that Josh Thomas moves across.
Yeah, because he can take his. Yeah, he's taken off-stump guard a lot.
As soon as he makes, before the ball was delivered, as soon as he makes a step outside of off-stump, that takes the wide line across another 12 inches.
They call it profile wise, don't they?
Yeah, so I would, wherever he stands, he's got to stay still. I mean, he's so far outside off. Oh no, he's back to conventional there.
He's still going to be on off by the time the ball's bowled, though, I would have thought.
Absolutely.
Does he move again? This is interesting cat and mouse cricket. I'm not sure about the change of field there with square leg coming over to point. Church plays a scoop very well. Thomas has gone for it. It didn't look. It's harder to scoop it when it's so wide. Almost like he could go the reverse scoop.
Yeah, it's good bowling that. I think risking the odd wide here is worth budgeting for Williams.
Yeah, and then that could be a win for Thomas, getting the extra wides. It's a good shot. Should be at least 2. I'm not sure if Cam Darrell. Yes, Cam Darrell has done well to get around to that one. Easy 2. That's another point though. He can pick up 2s when they're bowling that far outside off. 2s are still decent here. That was almost off the strip. Josh Thomas might run out of time and balls here to get his 100. Can he get a few more away? Will Williams is bowling cleverly. Yeah, Will Williams winning the over so far.
Great over from Will Williams.
Everything's been out there.
Holding his nerve, good tactics.
Really fascinating battle this. Really good crowd here. Intrigued by this. What can Josh Thomas do to try and get a boundary off this last ball? Or does he think about a 1 there? He'll be going for a boundary. The last ball of the 48th over. Great bit of fielding. Really good. Graham Van Buren to his stronger left side. Josh Thomas does keep the strike. But that's a brilliant piece of fielding and a decent over that from Will Williams, even with the wide third ball.
Yeah, that's very good. Very, very good. I think any time you can stop the batter trying to hit you over the leg side and start thinking about ramping and guiding the ball, I think you've won the battle there. And Will Williams won that over. Absolutely. 2 overs to go. 3:35 now. Somerset Van Buren is bowling the penultimate over, and the last one from the Botham stand end.
Yeah, I thought they might just try and run everything here. Josh Thomas was more keen to run that than Church. No, can they come up for 2? Can Church just sacrifice himself here? Yeah, good run. I think you got to go that. Josh Thomas is cross. Josh Thomas is not happy with that. I think Church has just got to go. I think you've got to risk a bad throw there. Off balance there, picking up one-handed, trying to throw it in. Williams has just bowled a good over. Doesn't want to be chasing it around at long on. You've got to run twos here and push hard. And then that was lazy running from Church that time. It should have been an easy one at this stage of the game, really, but maybe thought it was past him. Had to dive and would have been in trouble, the direct hit. Cam Bancroft, the fielder. Guess these haven't played that much. They're a bit of Somerset 2's cricket, but understanding of how much they're going to push the running at this stage. Can Josh Thomas get a boundary away here off Van Buren? Gives himself room. Just the ones. It's been good bowling, isn't it, from Gloucestershire these last couple of overs?
Yeah, they've done well. Very impressive. That in particular, Will Williams. He's taken a bit of damage in his spell, but the last over was very good. Oh, Church, a reverse sweep and nicely played. He's going to pick up his first boundary. Somerset on to 342.
Yeah, you'd have thought Gloucestershire would have done their research. Ben Church loves all these scoops, reverse sweeps, paddles. He's more likely to do that, especially with the left arm spinner bowling outside off, away from the right hander. More likely to play that shot than the hard sweep to leg side. But they left short third up. Managed to get it through.
Well, this is a free hit here for Ben Church. Last ball of the penultimate over. You ideally want Josh Thomas on strike. He's had a big sweep at slog at that and got that horribly wrong. Caught backward point. Jack Taylor takes the catch and Van Buren finishes with figures of 3 for 66.
Yeah,
which
good
in
effort.
context is a very good spell.
Yeah, picked bat number 8 in this side. I think he's a genuine all-rounder, really. No maidens in this 50-over game. High-scoring game. And Miggy Pretorius will jog over the rope. He might not face a ball, but he'll have to run hard with Josh Thomas here. Van Buren picking up the last 3 wickets to full. So 7 off 6 for Church, 11 off 9 for Roberts. Pretorius at 9. Well, Williams wants a slight change in the leg side field. He's talking to Jack Taylor at mid-on. I wonder whether they might rue Mickey Pretorius not facing a ball potentially here. Probably the biggest hitter in this 11. Josh Shaw, we joke about his T20 at South Devon, Newton Abbott. Yes, it was a testimonial game, but he does hit a long, clean ball even down the order. Somerset don't want to finish 10 or 20 runs short here and regret not getting the big seamers in to give it a whack. Josh Thomas is probably going to go outside off stump. No, he goes with that sort of reverse scoop thing. Josh Thomas wants to keep the strike here, says no to Miggy Pretorius. Is that a fair call?
Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
He's 88 not out.
Unless he's going to persevere with trying to play that shot.
Yeah, it's not really worth it. And there's 2 men back. Will Williams isn't rapid either. If it's Martin DeLanger, maybe, but Will Williams' pace, I don't think.
Try and hit the ball. I mean, really, the shot that's on is just to set to hit the ball straight. To hit the ball hard and straight. If he gets 2 out of the 6 wrong, you're going to pick up some runs. He's doing a great job though, Will Williams. Really hiding that ball out on that wide line. There we go.
Hit it straight. Should be an easy 2. Bancroft right next to the rope. Does well to save 2 runs. So Josh Thomas on to 90. If he's determined to play the scoop, you'd almost rather he'd go all the way over to off and scoop leg side to an even shorter. He'll just stand, but no, I think you're right. Now, especially now they put 2 in behind square on the offside. Will Williams still falling outside off. Josh Thomas up in the air. That's going to be all the way for 6. That's up towards the com box. Cool, there's a few ducking spectators down below the Thatcher's deck. That is a cracking blow from Josh Thomas. Will Williams has not missed very often, but Josh Thomas, that's a great strike. The 350 up as well. Significant landmark milestone. Can Josh Thomas get to 100 here, though, with 3 balls remaining? Mika Pretorius is just running through him at the non-striker's end.
That's a great shot, that. He's really worked hard to hold his shape there. Brilliant shot. Can he?
Will Williams is probably going to go outside off again. Thomas. Oh, he says no. Fair enough. Jack Taylor, extra cover. Fair enough. He says no. 2 more balls. He's worked hard for this. It's been a brilliant knock from Josh Thomas. What a player he's become from that concussion replacement opportunity he got with Tom Abel last September. Then he plays at Chelmsford last game of last season, the Championship. Got runs in that game. Come in to open in the Championship this year again. Done well. In and out of the T20 side. Now he's batting for a crucial position with neither Rue brother in the One Day Cup this summer. They've got to try and run one here. Yeah, oh, he does take it. A team move.
Bowled. Very well bowled, Will Williams.
I rate that. A massive round of applause from the Somerset faithful. Josh Thomas has, I guess he could have turned down the one again, but he's done the team thing. He called it through. Will Williams has bowled brilliantly. Is that fair as well? I mean, don't want to turn down 2 singles in the over, does he? But
yeah, I think
it's hard.
He's executed that wide line, and I think Josh Thomas he's got a little bit stuck there. So in the team context, it's probably better the right hander.
If Mickey hits this for
crack
6,
at it. And he has a big swing into the leg side.
It doesn't even push for 2.
A little bit of a fizzle there towards the back end, but Somerset have done well. Gloucester have fought hard on a very tough service for one-day cricket. 352 for 7, a shade above par. I think very much game on with the quality that Gloucestershire have in their batting lineup. But Somerset have some fine bowlers that are used to bowling in these conditions. The short boundary will play a part. But a superb knock from Josh Thomas, finishing on 97 not out. Half centuries from Tom Lammonby and Archie Vaughan has made up the lion's share of Somerset's 352. We are going to take a break, myself and Harry, a much needed one, and we'll be back to watch Gloucester chase that total.
Somerset.
Well, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we're all set for the second innings with Josh Shaw going to take the first ball to his old teammates, James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft. The Cameron Bancroft Derby, you could call this. Probably more better known as a cider derby. I'm Harry Everett. Annie Chave is alongside me. What a great day's cricket so far, Annie.
It's been great, hasn't it? Yeah, I had a nice break with some fish and chips and a cheeky half.
Yeah, cheeky half. Well, Josh Shaw then, right arm over the wicket with two slips in play. South Pereira's at fine leg, and there's a deep third. Oh, James Bracey is cut in half. James Bracey was out for a duck on Wednesday at Kibworth.
He's a great player.
He's a great player, lovely lad.
Yeah.
He had a double 100 at Bristol against Somerset a couple of years ago in this competition.
I've always really enjoyed watching him bat.
I spent quite a lot of time with James Bracey and Ed Middleton out in Perth around the Ashes,
Of
and
course you have.
a couple of games of paddle, bit of netting. Well, yeah, it was pretty cool for me. I watched him and Ed Middleton as Gloucestershire professional cricketers were training in an indoor centre in Perth, and the intensity to which James Bracey trained I found fascinating, and the talks of
really,
the stance.
Very intense.
Oh yeah, well, but in a good way, not overly intense, but the commitment to tweaking things. Look at the wide stance he's been working on this year.
Yeah.
Trying to be balanced, head straight, and there he goes again.
Straight to the short boundary.
So Gloucestershire are 8 for none after 2. They're ahead of the rate required. Positive intent from James Bracey, and Josh Shaw is under the pump after 2 balls, if that's possible.
Well, yeah, not the perfect start for Somerset, but I mean, 352 they got. They needed to get probably at least 330. Possibly, as you were saying in the break, possibly a bit short even.
Yeah, Gloucestershire with a good start here. There's a dot ball. Well, Archie Vaughan hit the first ball for 4. Archie Vaughan hit Will Williams for 4 first ball of the match. He did the same thing on Tuesday at Welbeck.
Archie Vaughan played very well.
He did look very good, didn't he? You forget, because Lammonby got 83 and Josh Thomas got 97 not out, you almost forget that Archie Vaughan had a really good 69, which set the tone at the top of the order. I think
Absolutely,
you can't overestimate that.
No. That's a good Gloucestershire side. Looking at all the players here.
Yeah, I was saying it earlier to Pete how deep they bat. This could be at least 2. They might push for 3. Don't think it's worth it. Connell, the new signing, Johnny Connell, does the fielding, picks it up for 2. But
hit a couple of big hits.
He did. Yeah, I was going to bring out some little stats actually. I could save him for Sunday, but I don't think I was on comms. I think Marcus Trescothick and Pete Trigger were on comms when he came in. I was going to talk about his home county's Premier League stats for Henley.
Oh yeah.
Made his first 11 Premier League debut at 15.
That's a bit precocious, isn't it?
Yeah, Berkshire pathway since 10. Made his senior debut at 19 for Berkshire. Averages 29 and 50 over cricket. And that's more runs. Another 4 for James Bracey. Josh Shaw is being attacked here by his former captain. James Bracey would have captained Josh Shaw at Gloucestershire. Shaw watches the replay on the screen. Bracey not looking convincing. That lovely square covered drive was proper, but...
Yeah, that was just wide of the keeper.
I think Gloucestershire have decided they're going to really go hard in the power play. Bracey, I said on Wednesday, went for a duck at Kibworth, and Bancroft batted really slowly. But a club ground's always different. They know here it's going to be a belting track, short boundaries. And because Gloucestershire bat, Graham Van Buren at 8 is a proper batter.
Yeah,
they bat so deep.
That's a really long batting lineup.
Can Shaw get at least a dot ball here inside half of the bat? And Mickey Pretorius with that red floppy, which I'm not one for fashion and colours, but it makes me chuckle. He had the same on Tuesday. Black outfit, red floppy.
Well,
but it's Shakira.
It's probably a lucky hat, isn't it?
Well, it might just not be a black floppy that he could wear, but... Mickey Pretorius, would you have put Mickey Pretorius in any earlier?
Yeah.
Ahead of Kieran Roberts or Ben Church?
Yeah, I'd have put him ahead of both just because he
Long
can
handle,
come off.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he's only going to waste you 2 balls.
Exactly.
He's not going to hang around. Well, as expected, JT Langridge is a young left armour, formerly of Ilminster, now of Clevedon, who's going to open from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Did you hear that bit where Marcus was commentating from his own end? And he said, from my end.
No.
I think Pete was winding him up. He said himself, the Trescothick end. I thought, you can't, your own end is weird. It's hard enough him having to walk past his own face every time he comes in here.
It must be really weird. It must be very, very odd.
I mean, when Graham Botham umpires from Lord Ian Botham stand end, that makes me chuckle. But we don't have Durham's Lord Ian down here very often these days. But
when did he last come down?
Well, quite. JT's got 1 slip in place then. Well, that's a good start. Tell you what, that's not far away.
Not bad at all. Right on the foot by the look of it.
Bancroft just falling over. Yeah, head just going there. And these are good. James Bracey's gone out and played for Perth University cricket side in Grade 1 of the Western Australian competition. One of the highest standards of club cricket in the world, really. And Cam Bancroft's actually from that neck of the woods. So those two know each other, a lot of mutual friends, and spend time together in the English winter.
Is that where you played, Harry?
Yeah, just a couple of games.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Not in the first grade, definitely not. Not that level. That's proper. Like, first grade in Perth is probably higher than County 2s. It's ridiculous. James Bracey was living with Corey Rochacholi, the Warwickshire off-spinner, who's seemed to be sort of next in line after Nathan Lyon.
It's where Vic played as well, yeah. Right.
Yeah, Vic was out in Perth. And then Gosnells Cricket Club saw Ben Green, Ed Middleton, Lewis Rees have all played out there. There's a lot of links. I guess it's this side of Australia. It's actually 5 hours from Perth to fly to Brisbane. You forget how big the country is.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
If you're going to fly the other side of the world, you may as well go this side, save you a bit of time and effort.
Got some pace on, isn't he?
Yeah, JT Langridge,
Yeah,
he will be the quickest bowler in both 11s today because there was no pace in the Gloucestershire attack. Daz Ahmed, Will Williams and Luke Charlesworth are all medium paces, really. Aman Rao played on Wednesday, is not much quicker. No March and Delanger, sadly, for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, is he injured or?
I don't think he's in the reckon. He's not in either squads the last 2 games.
Right.
Did the Whipple dinner with him last winter, presented with him. That's always a good laugh. Oh, he's got him! JT Langridge, hooping, swinging in, swinging. Low full toss, really. Cam Bancroft has faced much better bowlers, you'd think, around the world, but a little bit all at sea, the first 3 balls to JT Langridge. Got 40 odd at Kibworth on Wednesday. Now he's gone for a duck, and Gloucestershire back very deep, but the Aussie overseas back on his former home turf. That's a low full toss. It has swung. He should be missing them, though.
He's not had a great competition so far.
He's not endeared himself. Well, 40 on Wednesday. It's a bit harsh, and his second innings.
Okay, all right.
He has not had a great time at Somerset.
I just think of him getting hundreds all the time. So.
I suppose you could say he's not had a great time at Somerset in recent years. Didn't have a great stint for Somerset in the county championship.
No.
And now for Gloucestershire back here. Well, a quick start from Gloucestershire, and number 67 is Ollie Price. He had quick runs on Wednesday, looked good actually, hit some really nice silky drives. He was the aggressor while Bancroft took a long time getting himself in.
He's a smart player.
Yeah, we're interested to see how hard they go in the power play now. Do they keep going, or does that 1 wicket change things?
Is he checking his back?
Did you get the back gauge, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ollie Price got the back gauge treatment. That's Mohammed Wazeem on the back gauge. Does look big, actually, from here. Yeah, I wonder how many people have been called up for big bats. I've seen it in club cricket, but not often in first class or list A cricket. Well, Josh Thomas is now in as a catching silly mid-on. I like that. Aggressive position, something different. Give him something to think about. Solid. That looks so much better than the 3 balls Cam Bancroft played already. I had a mate who was working out in the Big Bash, and he was chuckling and telling me how he saw Cam Bancroft queuing for a curry just before a Big Bash game. Said he had the same curry house every day before a Big Bash game. A couple of hours before, you would have thought curry's great to have before a T20. In Perth, where it's roasting hot a lot of the time in the summer as well.
Well, maybe it's a superstition thing.
Yeah, and he must have done it once and got 100 or something.
Yeah. And now he has to get a curry all the time.
It made me chuckle. Lovely cricket shot. You don't have to nail it, do you, to the short boundary. Quick from Langridge and almost scuffed through square cover for 4, but you've only got to get it out just past the ring.
Outground's going to be really fast, isn't it? In this,
dry outfield,
dry outfield. There's an invader on the pitch, giving it a drink.
Jake Paul, calling the former Somerset captain an invader. Former Somerset captain, he captained 1 game on Tuesday, but sounds good, doesn't it? It was funny interviewing Jake Paul after that game on Tuesday, and he was knackered. He said to me, I was just exhausted. Didn't really have to think about all the field placements and everything.
Must have been weird playing at his old club as well.
Yeah. Welbeck Colliery, now Welbeck CC, the John Fretwell Sports Complex.
Must be sort of divided loyalties a little bit.
Little bit,
I mean,
yeah.
I know he
It's
wasn't
not
playing
major.
his side, but
I wonder if there's often been a county match where one player's, the ground and the 2 counties are all 3 different teams, and he's played for, all 3 of them. Played for Notts, for Somerset and Welbeck CC.
well,
Pretty rare.
Anthony Gibson's friend Steve Pittard would probably be able to find that out.
Yeah, it saves Anthony a lot of work, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
I wonder if he gets paid for all his assistance.
Probably gets him a few beers every now and again.
I saw Tractor. Tractor was at Welbeck. He got the train on the bus.
Is he? I haven't seen him.
He will be. Yeah, he said he would be.
I
He
haven't
does.
seen him, but
I'm sure he will be.
he's probably in the side.
He's more of a county championship fan,
much
but he
more.
does do a lot of. He does more 50 over games than he does T20.
He doesn't do T20 much, no.
He did say he watched on telly there as Ollie Price whips beautifully, lovely timing. Josh Shaw can't bowl there. That's not a good ball. And well played. That bat does seem a bit big and heavy, doesn't it? Yeah, what made me chuckle was I was playing a game for Sandford in the Devon Prem a few years ago, and our number 11 hit a 4.
Yeah.
And they didn't check his bat through the bat gauge before he batted. Then he hit a 4, and they checked it.
And
When
was it too big?
Yeah, it was actually. When he left it or played a miss, they didn't worry. But when he hit a 4, it was unfair. Oh, it was massive. I think he knew it was too big for the bat gauge as well. An ambitious appeal.
Yes.
I don't think that's out. On instant viewing, bear in mind we're not actually behind the wicket.
The umpire
this
doesn't
match.
think it's out either.
No, I would say high and leggy, bit leggy.
Possibly leggy, yeah. Don't know how high.
Bit of bounce. The pitch looks a different colour to how it was at the start of the innings. That shows how strong the baking sun is. Yeah, it's a good point from Lord Dusty. Shaw got whacked in that first over, but could have had Bracey twice. Went for 14, but could have had a couple of wickets. That's a glorious shot again. Really good fielding, though, to get round and keep that to 1. I think it's Lewis Goldsworthy, the skipper. Dashing round for mid-on.
Yeah, looks like him. Ooh. So, Ball was captain in the last game. Goldsworthy's captain in this one. Is he just captain because...
Goldsworthy is one day cup captain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only
he
because
just
of the
because
concussion.
he wasn't playing? Yeah.
Only because of that heading league
That's what I
concussion at
assumed,
Wednesday, yeah. So it's 9 days, the concussion law. Oh, that's well played for only 1 run, but South Prayer will mop up. Yeah, so Lewis Goldsworthy captain at Wadebridge in the showcase warm-up, and then was announced as one-day cup captain, and then, yeah, I wonder how important that was.
Yeah.
Him being injured for finals day.
I think
That
it was
concussion.
quite important.
I was surprised. Yeah, I thought they might have gone Josh Thomas to the semi-final, not Jack Leach, just because Jack Leach is actually a better red ball multiple day bowler, whereas Josh Thomas had got 4 for him, won the games against Northampton, and he bats better. He could have batted.
He could have batted better.
Ahead of Riley Meredith.
Yeah. It's just you can never be
Left-handed
sure
as well.
with Jack Leach, can you? Ooh.
That's going to be
So-
4. I don't think South Pereira's getting round to that.
No. Nice, fine.
We saw that in South Pereira himself. Actually played a lovely Death Lake Cup between Slick and Deep Third. That was more of an edge from Price, but Gloucestershire are still going hard.
Well, I think they've got to.
They're ahead of the run rate required, yeah.
But they have lost a wicket.
Whereas Somerset didn't lose one until 69.
Exactly.
So.
And their wicket was Bancroft, which you'd hope he'd go on and get quite a few runs. It's quite lively out there. I was sitting right next to the James Hilbert stand in Block 5 of the Somerset stand. It's not very imaginatively named, is it? The Somerset stand. And the atmosphere was really great. It was really, especially as the balls were all flying towards that boundary at the time.
Don't think he's going to get there. Lewis Goldsworthy is going to watch it go for a 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, very aerial, but not in danger at all. And Goldsworthy was way away from that ball.
Aggression continues from Bracey with that wide stance. The trigger and the pickup wasn't clean as it could have been.
And he didn't hit it particularly hard, but it's going to go to that boundary.
That's another good shot, but another poor ball. I was going to say Somerset had the better bowling attack, but it's not been a good start, really. JT Langley has probably been better than Josh Shaw.
Yeah.
But that's a leg stump half volley. You can't bowl there, particularly the short boundary.
Yeah, and also you've got the danger if you're bowling faster, it's going to come off the back.
Could be a 700-run day at this rate, I think.
It could be. Could be. You can't complain at getting...
No, I think Somerset strength today is their spin. But when you have Jake Ball, Josh Shaw, JT Langley, Mickey Pretorius, you think their seams are pretty strong. I mean, Mickey Pretorius is still a South African international cricketer. He's still an overseas player, of course. Oh, that's more runs. That's 6 this time. Over fine leg. He's not worried about Josh Shaw being on the boundary. And please look out. Those with earpiece in the Hildreth stand, keep your eyes on the ball. We've already seen a ball to the face.
Oh, have we?
Oh, did you miss that? Yeah, in the Somerset stand. It was a bad one. That's when they were checking the ball and there was blood on the ball and they were checking. Yeah.
I was keen for my chips.
Straight on the face. Drop catch.
Now that hurts.
An explosive start from Gloucestershire. Archie Vaughan looked silky, but this is almost a T20 start. 43 for 1 after 3.3.
Yeah.
James Bracey doesn't get in their top 6 in the T20 Blast. He bats 7 or 8, which I always think is a bit harsh.
He's hit 30 off 11 balls.
Yeah.
It's a dot.
Having got a duck in his previous game.
Yeah.
Hitting himself into form.
Well, I was saying to my friend in the stands that he wasn't in great form in the first game, and so he'll probably play really well.
Like his 200 at Bristol.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some aggressive Somerset fans in the comments frustrated with this start to the Somerset bowling.
Yeah.
How early do they go to Vaughan, Thomas or Goldsworth? I think Mickey Torres will bowl first. Good running from Bracey now. It's a cheeky single. Goldsworth not far away from the underarm. Skittles attempt.
It would have been in anyway. Like, yeah, I'd probably have a think about Vaughan fairly soon. It might be interesting.
Because of the left-handed Bracey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mickey Torres will be your first change for sure, probably. I'll give him at least one more over, I'd say. But it's the power play. I mean, Kean Roberts could have a go in the power play.
Be good if Lammonby didn't bowl particularly well in the last game, did he?
Didn't bowl terribly, no.
But
he 0 for 28, I think he was.
A reminder, we're back in action this Sunday as Warwickshire visitors in the Metalbank One Day Cup.
Yeah, Sunday, Warwickshire are the visitors.
Family day?
Yeah,
starting at 11?
No Bo Webster for them this time to boom it to all parts.
And tickets are still available from our website or for reception from our Bristol.
So we will have one more over myself and Annie. Then we've got a few visitors, a few guests.
Yeah.
We might do a little change. He's back. We've got someone with a bit of opinion on Gloucestershire we might bring in actually. He's controversial, but
really?
Well, yeah,
okay.
We'll give that a few balls. First of all, as we mentioned,
Trigo's been busy recruiting then. Is that what you've been up to? Yeah. Luckily, I was here.
Bracey then with deep third and deep fine. And he's a little bit out of the crease to Josh Shaw. I wonder if Ben Church will think about standing up. Not yet. The modern trend of keepers penning the bat. I like it. Blundell and Carey have done it brilliantly in Test cricket in recent
I do like
series.
Keepers standing up.
Yeah, but I heard Garner and Walsh and Ambrose were on a podcast talking about it and chuckling that you wouldn't be standing up to me. They see it as an insult. Don't you dare do that. Bit of pride if the keeper stands up.
Oh, absolutely.
Bracey with a scuffed pull, and Mickey Torres is round and keeps it to 1 run.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be very brave to stand up to Walsh or Ambrose.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the best of ideas.
No.
So still plenty of batting in this Gloucestershire lineup.
But they have made an inroad. Somerset have
and
a wicket down.
Having lost at Kibworth against Leicestershire on Wednesday, maybe a little bit of frailty. Didn't manage to get 250 on the board in the first innings when they probably should have got 260, 270 was probably par on that deck. Very quick outfield and smaller playing surface than this. Although it's very small to the retirement flats leg side currently, it's still much bigger on the other side than most club grounds.
Yeah.
People say Taunton's small, but compared to club grounds, it's not really.
When you get your centuries,
So the run rate's at 10s so far. Only require 6.77. Ollie Price is a talented player. Not playing with his brother anymore. His brother moved to Sussex, of course. Oh, that is a well bowled delivery from Josh Shaw. High take for Church, up above waist high. That got through a bit quicker, past the outside edge.
Yes, the Price brothers are both good players.
They were, I think you call it it's spelt Magdalene, but I think they call it Magdalene College in Oxford.
College.
Don't know why, that's bizarre English spelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few good cricketers there.
Yeah, definitely.
I think James Coles from Sussex was there as well. So
Yeah, not bad.
two mates score reunited there. Much better lines from Josh Shaw.
Yeah, this has been a much better over.
Maybe the right left-hand thing is hard to get your head around, but you experience it in professional cricket a lot, so can't just use that excuse. But he's settled into that rhythm now.
Yep.
Still that ring field on the offside. Price will try and get it through, but
still scoring at quite a rate.
Yeah, they're both striking well over 100 at the moment, but Somerset can bring it back.
Yep.
Yeah, much better. That's the tight lines from Josh Shaw. That's where they want to be. Lewis Gods will be pretty happy with that over. Oh, was he called over? Because that's an overthrow. Bracey's not sure. I think the umpire might have called over too early there. Mohammed Wasim probably should have waited till it's in the keeper's gloves. I think he called over, and then Bracey and Price missed out on a run there.
Yep.
Anyhow,
that could be crucial.
Slight controversy. We'll remember that run. Should we have a double change, Annie? Thanks for
we'll have a
stepping
double
in.
change.
Thank you, Annie J. Myself, Harry Everett, will be back on, but I'll let Pichigo introduce a slight surprise voice as JT Language will continue from Scott again.
An action-packed first 5 overs here in response to Somerset's total. Some exciting batting from James Bracey in particular, 32, striking 200 at the moment off just 16 balls. JT Langridge steaming in, carrying on from that momentum that Josh Shaw created after his last over, hitting a pretty good area. They do say never work with children or animals. I'm going to take one of those on, and delighted to welcome another Trigo into the commentary box, who's might be able to add some good context as Dexter is on the academy up the road at Gloucester, so we'll have played a fair bit of cricket with a lot of the Gloucester players that we'll see not only now but later on through the innings. Nervous, son?
Slightly nervous. I mean, a lot of runs to chase for the boys, but fingers crossed they'll get it done.
Yeah, I mean, run rates as they are, going at 8s, needing 7s in the modern game. You youngsters aren't really phased by high scores nowadays, are you? With all the shots that you play.
No, try not to be too phased by it.
Oh, it's a superb delivery there from JT. Also playing a fair bit of junior cricket. JT Langridge would have been in the teams that you'd have played in for Somerset. How have you seen his progress? Certainly, from a height perspective, he's completely shot up over the last few years and added a couple of yards of pace.
Yeah, I mean, he was always a big lad. Even I think I played with him when I was probably 10 to about 15 or so. I think he's always been slightly bigger than the rest of us. But he actually, when I first started playing with him, he was our opening batter.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. The dangerous Bracey's gone. Edged Langridge has bowled a beautiful over so far. 4 dots followed by that thin nick to Ben Church behind the stumps. What a fantastic piece of bowling that is from Dexter's former teammate. Always a foot taller than everyone else, and he's still a foot taller than most people on that field, and he's come up trumps there with that wicket. Massive breakthrough, the loss of Bancroft and Bracey. 2 big wickets, Dex.
Yes, definitely 2 very big wickets, I think. But, still plenty of batting to come. I imagine who's in now. Can't quite tell who that is.
You can always wait for them to turn round when you see the name and number. Hard to identify someone with their helmet on from this range. It's scheduled to be
Hammond.
Jack Taylor, but it doesn't look like
That's
him. It's
Hammond.
Miles Hammond, who bowled a few overs during the game, which was maybe a little bit of a sort of a surprise for Harry. He's not a regular bowler.
He definitely bowls in the county championship, I think, from what I've seen. Probably not the first choice spinner, but definitely does get a bowl.
Well, that particular spell didn't go so well, so certainly we'll be hoping for a turn of fortune. And he's coming in when Josh Shaw and in particular JT Langridge have just started to hit their straps. Langridge picking up both of those wickets. A quick swinging delivery to remove Bancroft and a quality ball. Just leaving James Bracey catching that outside edge through to Ben Church. Gloucester 45 for 2. Last ball of this 6th over incoming. Now we've had Price out there for a while now. Miles Hammond, talk to me about Miles Hammond's batting. He's an exciting player, good striker, isn't he? Where are his strength areas? What as a bowler would you have to avoid bowling to Miles?
I'd definitely avoid bowling short, especially at my pace. A little bit slower than the majority of pros. Yeah, from what I've seen, very strong cutter, puller of the ball.
So more back foot player, Josh Shaw. Also the side plot there that he's bowling against his former teammate. Often throws up a number of emotions, but that last over he really started to find his range and bashing that back of a length. A lot of runs to chase here at the Cooper Associates county ground, but if you're going to chase a big score, this is the place you want to bat, but you have to get that hard work done early on. 352 for 7. Somerset finished their 50 overs with. Josh Thomas top scoring with 97 not out. Tom Lammerby 83. Archie Vaughan 69. And a valuable 33 from Johnny Connell. Thick outside edge from Price down to Herrera at third man. Yeah, it can be quite daunting, these big totals, but there's still a bit of a process to go through, getting yourself in, customising yourself to the pitch. All things that I'm sure taught and spoken about in the dressing rooms.
Yes, definitely.
What would be the Gloucester coaches? Would they be just reinforcing that sort of message? Would there be a lot of chat in the dressing room and players talking, or
Well, I
are they
think
just confident in what they're going to deliver?
similar processes to most 50 over games. I think you go about it and then look to accelerate near the back end with wickets in hand, hopefully.
Well, it was almost in many ways the perfect blueprint from Somerset's perspective. Good start, solid, not too many wickets, down 3 players taking responsibility. It was carnage to walk back towards the back end. It looked like it could actually be more of a 370, 380, apart from Will Williams' last couple of overs. It was absolutely exceptional bowling to Josh Thomas to that short side. Well, I was talking with Tresdex about the fact that our eyes would have been lighting up for that short side. It's tricky when there's a short boundary on one side of the ground not to try and target it a little bit too early. Do you think you'd be able to resist the temptation?
No, I don't think so. I think it would definitely be in my head probably a bit too much.
Gotta wait for the right ball. Ollie Price also should be carrying quite a bit of confidence from his 10 over bowling spell. I thought he bowled really well in the context of the game. Bowling his 10 overs for just 51, taking a couple of key wickets as well. What was it like in the Trade Nation stand? Did you get a good view of the game, even though it was probably about 100 degrees in there?
Yeah, it was definitely extremely warm and well, slightly far away actually due to the massive boundary on one side. So we quickly moved over to the shade in the Somerset stand and we felt a little bit closer to the game.
Sure, Enterprise, quality shot and very well fielded at extra cover.
Johnny Connell.
Is that Connolly?
Connell. Yes.
Connell. Yeah, that was a tough one. That kicked up off that green matting right in front of him and did very well to save a certain boundary. 47 for 2 now. 7 overs gone. So Somerset starting to reel in that explosive start from James Bracey. Language continuing from the Trescothic stand end. Hunting out his 3rd wicket. Miles Hammond on strike. Oh, better throw. That could have been tight, that one. Well, even though everyone knows Miles Hammond pulls and cuts well, JT is tested in there and a little bit of a moral victory, but high risk with that short boundary there, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. I think could go anywhere really. Nice ball.
Superb delivery there. Number of those balls in that same area. 4 balls before Bracey edged one. So JT's really honing in on that off stump, getting some sharp pace and bounce through to Ben Church behind the stumps. Nicely played through the leg side. Didn't need much more to go all the way to the rope. A bit of field in there from Somerset captain Lewis Goldsworthy. And I'm sure will play a part with the ball at some stage. 50 up for Gloucester. JT Language just moving his fine leg, 15, 20 yard squarer. Maybe suggesting to the batter he'll use his bouncer for the over. Mind games, Dex, mind games. You faced JT recently in the second team fixture. What were the challenges that you found facing JT in particular in the white ball games? What are his skills that you have to be aware of?
Well, he actually dismissed me with a very good Yorker on my off stump. I wasn't in for too long, unfortunately, but he gets very nice bounce. Obviously, from his height, he gets a lot of bounce and at good pace as well. So it becomes quite challenging when he hits a good length.
So his natural length sort of pushes you on back a little bit, gets you off balance, and then he's got that dangerous Yorker. It looked like that was the delivery that got Bancroft early on.
Yeah.
He's definitely developed skills when the swing goes as well as he bowls the slower bouncers, cutters.
Yeah, he bowled me a couple of those as well, actually. The off cutter bouncers, which were quite awkward, sort of quite tough to pick.
So great work from him working with bowling coach Steve Kirby, developing the young Somerset bowlers, giving them multiple skills, which you need here at Taunton, being such a good batting pitch. Can't just bowl one delivery here. Have a look at that match summary there. Van Buren 3 for 66 and Price 2 for 51. So spin doing the damage. The JT's 2 for 23 off 4. He's just cracked it open a little bit for Somerset. Lots of work to be done, but Bracey's 32 off 20 was looking dangerous until that superb delivery from the left armour.
Very nice stop there from Miguel Pretorius at mid-on, off the bat of Hammond.
Yeah, great work from the big man. And he came in to bat for a short period. I thought he might have been jettisoned up the order with his power. But he's already winning the day because he's wearing the wide brim hat. Looks very cool there, sat at mid-on. No mid-off. Oh, in the lunch interval, I was down in the beer and cider festival area. I was getting the feeling that it could go one or two ways in the crowd. It could go very quiet with a lot of people feeling a little bit sleepy, or could get a bit noisy towards the second half. Everyone enjoying the beer and cider festival, as well as a number of food stalls around. Oh, a little misfield there from Pereira, and they sneak two. That's poor. Should have only been a single.
Nice stop from Kean Roberts, a backward point there.
Yeah, that saved maybe 4 on that line. And it raced across this Taunton outfield. Kean came in towards the back end of the innings, hit that 6 and then got out soon after. But
6 actually hit someone in the face in the crowd.
Didn't look very nice. Were you nearby?
I was quite nearby. It looked like it hit him just on maybe the eyelid.
Bit of claret.
Couldn't see that far.
Oh, inside edge, and Josh Shaw is struck. Price is gone for 16. Somerset on the march here, 3 for 54. Into length consistently, Josh Shaw. Price is gone for the pull shot and under edge, and a very good catch behind the stumps there as we have a look at that replay. Just a bit too close to pull, and great bit of work from the young wicketkeeper. It's another big wicket. Now it is Jack Taylor that's going to replace Ollie Price at number 5. Yeah, always did concern me when I was playing. Balls struck well into the crowd, and young kids or people of, let's say, retirement age trying to catch them. It always used to make me a little bit worried that St John's Ambulance we're going to end up busy.
Yeah, because Roberts definitely hit it very flat and very hard.
Yes, he did very well. But what I was going to say was it's a tough time to come in. 5 overs to go. He played a very selfless knock. He got himself I think it was 11 relatively quickly and was doing the right thing for the team. It's always tough when you're making your way in the game. Want some time to bat, but credit to Kean for going for it, and he's backed it up by brilliant stop at backward point a couple of balls ago. Jack Taylor on the strike now.
There's been a sub. Stevens come on to field. Okay.
James Thieden has come on as a fielding substitute for the short term. I'm not exactly sure who's gone off. Potentially Kean after that save. Yeah, he might have cut himself on those wicket ends that are very sharp. Short into Jack Taylor, who defends solidly into the offside. That ends the 9th over. Somerset picking up 3 valuable wickets in those first 9. 54 runs, so clutching back that run rate as well. Jack Taylor, very dangerous player. That's a little bit unconventional in the way that he scores in terms of boundaries, but a very clean striker.
Yes, very nice striker of the ball. Hits the ball a long way.
Yeah, he's very, I think the modern phrase would be clutch, isn't he? He has a knack of coming to the party in the big games at key times. 7th of August on the Friday, game of cricket and Supersonic Queen. Tickets will be available on the website. Langridge into Hammond on 5, and massive upshift in the quality of bowling in the last 5 overs. Tricky time here for the Gloucester middle order. 2 bowlers with their tail up, and that run rate starting to creep up, and they're not really been given many opportunities to score. Another good delivery there from Langridge. A good stop in the deep from Miguel Pretorius. And that picks up another 2.
There's that pull shot I was talking about from Miles Hammond. Sends that quite a few rows back there. Is that not quite got into the flats? Not quite into the flats, just thrown back from one of the fans in the top row there. But a lovely pull shot for 6.
That's just hip high into length from Langridge, and outstanding shot that from Miles Hammond. I think you might be onto something. I would be slightly concerned about dropping short if he plays the pull shot like that. Great reply there from JT. Spoke about it a number of times in the first innings, that left-hand, right-hand combination, maintaining a short boundary from both ends, and Miles Hammond exploited it, that previous delivery.
Lovely cover drive from Hammond there. Beats extra covers left hand all the way for 4. Slightly full from Langridge, but put away very nicely.
Yeah, sizable over there from Gloucester. Miles Hammond, a couple of cracking shots there. Dissected mid-off and extra cover perfectly. You certainly get value for runs here at Taunton. 66 for 3 after that first power play. Bowlers get a little bit of respite and can protect the boundaries. And the first bowler to take the advantage of that is going to be Miguel Pretorius, coming on to bowl from the Lord Botham stand end.
27, Miguel Pretorius.
South African bowler, wholehearted, smashes that back of a length. Very similar to Josh Shaw in a lot of ways. Jack Taylor also, if he does play aggressive shots, likes to drag the ball to the leg side where that short boundary will be staring at him. No fielder out on the leg side apart from fine leg at some stage. No, there has been a change. Deep square leg is going out. No short fine leg. They've opted to keep Archie Vaughan in at first slip, so quite an attacking field. Nicely played there from Jack Taylor.
Look close.
Maybe not factoring that Lewis Goldsworthy's left-handed. That would have been pretty close.
Very clean pickup. Nice throw. Just slightly missed the stumps, unfortunately.
Was it?
Not
Yes.
as close as I thought.
I think he'd have been out by a yard there if that would have hit. Very good mover, Lewis Goldsworthy. Brilliant football player in the warm-ups. Very fleet of foot.
Ooh.
Might have got him in an uncomfortable region, that Dexter.
Yeah, it looks painful from here. Still on one knee. Giving it a rub.
Can he count to 2? That's all you need to know, I think, in this situation. Caught in the midriff. Never pleasant. Yeah, he's bent over now. Yeah, it normally takes about 14 to 18 seconds for the stomach ache to kick in. That's where he is at the moment. Quite a noticeable upshift in the quality and intensity of the bowling since that 4th over.
Roberts back on the
have been
field.
very good.
Roberts back on the field now. Back into backward point.
Yeah, it looks like he's bandaged up his right elbow, so Probably taking a bit of skin off for the team, saving that 4. Backward point. And now looks like he's warming up to bowl. Kean Roberts at backward point. I wonder if he'll bowl the next one. JT's got through 5 so far, picking up those 2 wickets. Good quick bouncer there from Pretorius. Ends the 11th over, and it was a good one for Somerset after that little flurry of boundaries. Dexter's going to take a little break, and I'll be delighted to welcome into the commentary box Richard Latham. And if there's anything that's worth knowing about Somerset County cricket, it is this very man. Afternoon, Richard. You've come over here to enjoy a bit of air conditioning and a chat with your old mate.
What an introduction, fellow Westonians now together.
Yeah, it's been, well, I'm sure if we could combine together and the amount of fuel we've put on our cars commuting from Weston-super-Mare to Taunton, we'd probably both be able to retire to a nice little island somewhere.
Yeah, I'm a little bit further away in Portishead these days, but Western born and bred. But I lived round the corner from one of your relatives, didn't I? Paul Trigo.
Yeah, Western Super Vegas, as I like to call it.
He lived 2 or 3 doors away from me when I was growing up.
The bricklayer, Paul.
Is it?
My cousin.
Cousin,
Yeah, mad as a box of frogs. He's absolutely mad. Sadly passed away, but he certainly lived life to the max. Beautifully clipped through mid-wicket from Miles Hammond. Kean Roberts, welcome to the bowling crease. Slightly leg side and over pitched and punished. Have you enjoyed the day so far? Was it
absolutely
good first innings, wasn't it? I thought, bar someone getting 100, it was almost the perfect performance.
Above all, seeing such a big crowd in for this sort of cricket, which I really enjoy. As you know, Pete, I'm not a fan of the 100, and I love coming to this because you see young players, and already today we've seen Ben Church take a brilliant catch. JT Langridge, I've really enjoyed watching him bowl, all with good aggression, and certainly something there. He's got a bit of pace, hasn't he? And when he pitched it in the right place, it was dangerous. Beat Bracey several times and then got him out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the bonuses of the 100, regardless of how you feel about that. That players, you know, like JT, previous season, were able to come in, expose themselves to a number of really top cricketers and show their skills. And I think every time I see him bowl, JT is just going from strength to strength. And Miles Hammond shuffling down the wicket there and belting that ball over extra cover. Kean Roberts is under a bit of pressure early on in his spell.
I think this is the dangerous partnership for Somerset. Jack Taylor loves playing against Somerset and very often does well. And Miles Hammond can hit it. And one thing Somerset, I think, lacked a bit before Josh Thomas came in today was a hitter in the higher order. Lewis Goldsworthy struggled today, obviously. But Josh Thomas showed what a good wicket this is. And then with the short boundary on one side of the ground, it's very unforgiving for the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, with the VAT, I always put on a first innings score with the scoreboard pressure. I think it's fair to say that Somerset are maybe just a touch above par, but not by many.
No, absolutely.
Certainly, if there's a partnership, and as you say, Miles Hammond's such a clean striker, and Jack Taylor, once he gets the bit between the teeth, and I said to Dexter, he's what you call a clutch player. He comes up at the right moments. He's quite unconventional in the way that he strikes the ball, but he certainly can strike it and clear the ropes, and I know that he'll be eyeing up that leg side boundary at some stage if he stays out there.
He's certainly damaged Somerset in the past in T20 and certainly shorter forms of the game, and yeah, he's a one they want to get out pretty quick because if he gets settled, he can score very quickly.
Yeah, it's been a good last few overs for Somerset, but
What a lovely scene, isn't
Gloucester
it,
are
Pete?
wrestling a little bit of momentum back. Yeah, it's
Such a beautiful scene. Seeing so
beautiful.
many people in at this time of day. The ground always looks lovely at this time of day. I always think when the sun's going down, and it's really encouraging to see people come to support this sort of cricket and the younger players in the Somerset squad.
Yeah, well, the weather being fantastic, this being a late in the day start. I mean, it was perfect, really. Knock off your week's work a little bit earlier, and I'm sure the allure of the 100 different flavours of beer and cider are nothing to do with the fact that we've got a good crowd in today.
Nothing at all.
That is superb, because there are actually quite a number of people that take time out from watching the game today to enjoy what's happening at the back in the fan zone or fan village or whatever it's called. There's plenty of people in the ground, and as Richard rightly says, as Jack Taylor flicks that ball, eases it over the leg side for 6. Dangerous batter is Jack Taylor.
That is Jack's area. That's one of the areas he hits. That's something you did in your prime, Pete, pretty often. Not bad area to target, and with such a short boundary, I say it's so unforgiving for the bowlers. They've got to be careful about line and length, because it's so easy to get. That was just a measured sort of push, wasn't it? Just timed it sweetly, and it flew over the boundary.
Yeah, he's a funny one to bowl against, actually, Jack, because you can go through periods where you don't really feel like he's hurting you, and he looks, because he's somewhat unconventional, you feel like you're on top, and then all of a sudden he'll just bop you for 2 or 3 boundaries in very short space of time. You look up at the scoreboard and he's striking at 120, 130. He's a dangerous player. He's a very, very clean hitter of the ball. He's got brilliant hand-eye coordination. And I think in particular, you've just got to keep it away from, that middle and leg line, especially when it's full. I think he's just backs himself to clear what is quite a short boundary.
I like him as a cricketer. I think it's great that he reinvented himself as a leg spinner after his off-spin action was found to be illegal. That did him a lot of credit. Spent a lot of hours in the nets doing that. He's a pretty shrewd one-day captain, and a really good all-round player. And I think from Somerset's point of view, the quicker they see the back of him here, the better.
Yeah, completely agree with that.
I just hope seeing JT Langridge today, that is the sort of start of something for him, and we see a young Somerset bowler, actually come through and keep progressing. You talk about this competition being a showcase for them, and it was for the likes of Sonny Baker and Casey Aldridge, and you know what I'm going to say. And we've seen them come and go. And I remember thinking a few years ago, there's a crop of Somerset fast bowlers that could be the future of the club. And only really Alfie Ogborn has gone through and is still playing first in cricket. And I'm not quite sure what's happened with the others, really. I mean, Sonny Baker's gone on to play for England. I saw him playing for England at the Oval the other day, and always had pace. I know he had injuries, and I've spoken to Casey Aldridge, and I know he doesn't attach any blame to Somerset. He wanted to go off and play in all sorts of cricket for Durham. But I think it's a shame that we saw this crop of fast bowlers coming through, and JT Langridge is the latest of them, and I thought there was something to really be impressed with today. I think he's got a good build, hasn't he, as a fast bowler? He's got a bit of extra height, so the ball goes through a bit quick. And he's quick. He's quicker than Alfie Ogborn from what I can see today. And left arm, I think it's always nice to have a left armer in your side.
Well, yeah, he's got all of the attributes. He's got all of the points of difference. Being 6'7", left armour. Yeah, he's got it all there. Obviously, one of the the challenges that clubs are always going to have, especially if a club that tries to compete in all 3 formats, is 16 doesn't go into 11. So you're always going to have players that you have to manage in something that looks like a rotation throughout a season. And obviously, in Sonny and Casey's case, they wanted to play continuous cricket, which I completely understand. So we've also had it at the club with fantastic wicketkeeper batters, very good ones as well, Keys, Wetter and Butler. And we obviously know that the outcome was that we were probably going to lose one of those, and it was a shame that it was
Yeah, I understand
Joss,
that,
but
like the need
these
to
things
have
happen.
blend of youth and experience, but we've seen a lot of let's say older fast bowlers at Somerset over the last few years with Jack Brooks and Jake Ball and now Josh Shaw, all in their 30s, and I understand that you can't have all young players in the side, but I think some Somerset fans would just think, well, maybe one of those signings may not have been made, and there'd have been room for one of the others to play more often.
Yeah, it is a tough one because you have seasons where you'll do a pre-season and 3 will go down, and it is quite a balancing act. But the fact is that Somerset's pathway are producing a lot of very high quality cricketers and fast bowlers as well, which is brilliant to see. Obviously, we want them to stay in Somerset shirts for as long as possible. And that's a loose delivery there from Kean Roberts, drifting onto Miles Hammond's pads, who picks up another boundary. Gloucester certainly staying in touch with this run rate despite losing those 3 key players early on. Bancroft and Bracey were huge wickets, but you do sense that Hammond and Taylor are equally dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much batting Gloucester have got after this. Since in that Ben Charlesworth not playing today, he's a big striker of the ball, and Graham Van Buren's very capable. Coming in can score reasonably quickly. But if you're looking at big hitters, I think these are the 2 that Somerset need to be most wary of.
Yeah, they've got some players still to come. Eklund, I think, is a very exciting player, and you just can't at that pace bowl that length to Miles Hammond. That's almost an inevitable 6 there, bowling above the hip and down the leg side. Well played.
Yeah, you've got to make a change here behind this end.
I think a bit of Goldsworthy potentially get the ball. Is Goldsworthy's lower trajectory left arm spinners still going to be high risk with Miles Hammond's tendency to slog sweep? Could be a little bit of a gamble, but it does feel like Keane's not quite hit his rhythm, and they've obviously got Darawal coming in, scorecarded next, and he's proven that he can do some damage. That 13 ball 50, he got a new road.
13 ball 50, which equalled, of course, Marcus Trescothick's 13 ball 50 for Somerset. It's the fastest ever in domestic T20 cricket here. So I didn't see that. That was away at New Road, wasn't it? But people talking about it. Somebody even said to me that he was a bit scratchy for the first 2 balls. After that, it sailed
once he got himself in after 2 balls. And obviously the experience of Van Buren as well. So they've got 2 very good batters, dangerous batters in the crease, and 3 with some pretty good form behind them to come as well. So certainly plenty to play for, and they're nearing their 100 off of already off the just 14 overs. So they're certainly going at a pace.
And I thought at one point in Gloucestershire's innings, Ollie Price and Jack Taylor bowled pretty well in tandem. The 2 spinners, and Somerset was scoring maybe 5 or 6 over, taking a lot of singles. But with this short boundary, you've got to also sprinkle a few 4s in there, 4s and 6s. And for a little while, I think they got 130 odd off 25 overs, something like that. And it was a big acceleration when Josh Thomas got going, and Lammerby to a certain extent. But the 2 spinners together bowled quite well. So it'd be interesting to see if Somerset have got spin options, haven't they? And I think they'll be on before long.
Yeah, they'll definitely play a part. I did actually mention Ollie Price would be pretty happy about his day's work as another short ball gets dispatched by Jack Taylor for 4. It doesn't feel like there's much in this pitch halfway down. It's proven to be the case, but Ollie Price's 10 overs went for 50. Van Buren went for 66, which again, in the context of the game, is not so bad.
And he got 3 wickets.
And he got 3 for, and Jack Taylor going at just over 5 and over for his 7, picking up a wicket as well. So, massive credit to the 3 Gloucester spinners that kept control of the run rate for the Gloucester captain at the time.
Somerset have just lost it in the last 2 or 3 overs because it's shown what JT Langridge showed that there's no margin for error. But if you put it in the right place, and then it can cause the ball can cause problems on this pitch. But the last few overs have been all over the place, to be honest. You can't bowl short from the river end to a right-hander. Because he's going to just pick it off and he will go for fours or six. And similarly, you can't bowl on the leg stump from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and Roberts was doing that. So, not very clever bowling in the last few overs.
No, certainly Gloucester have got control of this period of the game. Hammond clipping that through mid-wicket, and a fantastic bit of fielding out there on the boundary. I think that's Josh Shaw out there who chased that down like a hare. Yeah, Somerset under pressure here. Gloucester have passed the 100. They're on 106 at the moment. A good piece of fielding there from Josh Thomas. No doubt spin's going to play a big part through the middle of this.
Yeah, I think Somerset have got to keep their composure. It's a big score to get. Irrespective of there's a very short boundary, there's a lot of runs on the board. But they can't afford to think that the game's won by any means. And I think it's going to come down to, can they bowl accurately enough, whether it's spin or seam, because this is an unforgiving pitch, a fast outfield and a very short boundary. So 350 sounds a really big score, but maybe it's not as big as if the pitch was a bit further over.
Yeah, I think imagining the conversations that Steve Kirby, the bowling coach, would have had with the bowlers, that there is an obvious small margin for error. You've got to hide the ball to a point from the short side, but then you can't bowl too much width, so it is quite the challenge. Beautiful bit of fielding there from Connell, that extra cover.
There's some good fielding. There has been some very good fielding backing up the bowlers so far.
Gloucester haven't at any stage lost touch with the run rate. Hammond has got himself to 42. Pretty quick time.
The sort of stage in the game where a wicket will make Somerset favourites, won't it? 106 for 4 would look a lot better from their point of view. And one of these big hitters gone, somebody else has got to get a start then. And it may be that I'm going to see spin now. Yes, Archie Vaughan. Yeah, no surprise there. They had to make a change and take pace off the ball a bit. Interested to see if Archie Vaughan can find the right line and length.
Yeah, there were a couple of comments when I was going to grab some food earlier that a few ex-players were feeling like the Somerset batters didn't really target the small boundary as much as they could have.
I think early on that certainly was the case. First half of the innings, that was the case.
And I think we're going to see maybe if that will make a difference, because I find it hard to imagine how Miles Hammond's not going to play what looks like quite a regular and comfortable shot for him, which is the slog sweep. The required run rate is 7.06. Gloucester's run rate is 7.05. So they're bob on at the moment.
Interesting test for Lewis Goldsworthy as well as new captain of this side. A lot of young players in it. It'd be interesting to see how he manoeuvres his bowlers around and manoeuvres the field around. Good, really good early test for him. I thought the two new players to me today, batting Connell and Pereira, both showed something, didn't you?
Yeah, really like the way that Pereira's shaped up. He's kind of been on my radar for a while now because of the amount of runs he scored while trialling. I think it's 10 different counties, 1400s in the last few years. So I've watched a little bit of footage of him, and he looks very, very organised. He's got to that age where 27 to 35 are probably your peak years as a batter. Looks very well balanced. I love the detail he shows to his defensive play. hits contacts the ball really late, lets it come in deep, and he's clearly got some attacking flair as well. And great to see again, because of the 100, he's got an opportunity to showcase his talents on the ground here at Taunton. So big chance for him. A nice bit of work there from the young wicketkeeper Ben Church.
Is he South Asian Cricket Academy?
I think he was Saka and then has done his bit of trialling, and for those
Produces a few that academy, doesn't it? I've seen some good players. Same with Darrell at Gloucestershire. No.
What a
he
shot.
looks an interesting prospect.
What a shot that is. I think that is... I think that's another... Oh no, I think another member of the crowd has either tried to catch it or not been able to get out of the way, so another bit of work there from St John's Ambulance. Beautiful shot, lofted over mid-off. A very easy swing from Jack Taylor, just proving what a good clean striker he is. Yeah, so I thought Johnny Connell, I thought he looked really composed and hit some really exciting shots as well. Would have liked to have probably kicked on a little bit further. Yeah, no.
I wonder with Josh Thomas, very frustrated at just falling short of his 100. Would you have taken that single if that had been you've been on 97? Would you have taken the single off the penultimate ball? When you were 4 away.
Well, I'd like to say, Richard, that in the over before that and the over before that, I'd have got hold of a couple and it would have been a problem.
That's not the answer.
No, I think you've got to probably just take the runs, haven't you? Especially with...
Well, he turned down one, didn't he?
Pretorius is such a good striker
and then
as
the
well.
second one, he fell for the team. He did the right thing for the team, I suppose, but, they got a single off the last ball. Maybe he would have hit it for 4. Is there a problem with the spectator, can you see?
Yeah, as we saw there from the footage, it looks like that lady down there has taken quite a nasty knock, unfortunately. Always is actually quite harrowing for the players, because you obviously watch the ball in its flight, and it really is a horrible moment when you see it hit someone in the crowd.
I remember years ago a lady get taken to hospital, sitting not far from there, where it hit the boundary rope and flipped up and hit her on the head, and an ambulance was called and everything. It can be very nasty. From Somerset's point of view, a chance to regroup.
Yes, I think a few conversations might need to be had, but you would remember where the stand that was where Gimlet's Hill was previously. In the world of when health and safety really started to emerge, that someone had, in their infinite wisdom, had put the disabled section at the front row of the Gimlet's Hill. So you had a lot of supporters in wheelchairs, not very mobile, in the front row. And us as players were like, that cannot be a safe place for someone who can't move left or right necessarily to be sitting. And a couple of our supporters did get hit down there, and I know that area is now moved. But it's such a dangerous spectator
the other
sport,
thing I think
really,
is that people are encouraged to try and catch the ball now when it's put over there. And you watch it on TV and it looks so simple. You stick your hand out for the ball and maybe you catch it or you don't, and there might be a prize on offer if you do. But at whatever level you've played the game at, if a ball is hit at that, as it hit is in these sort of games, at that high and it's coming down, you misjudge it slightly, you're going to break a hat, you break a finger.
Yeah.
And I've suffered hand injuries playing cricket. I'm sure you have. And it's a cricket ball flying at that speed is a dangerous object, and it almost surprises me that there hasn't been more, because you see these people, they may have had a few drinks, ball comes in the air, out of the sun maybe, stick their hands up.
Well, there was one chap when Chris Gale was opening the batting for Somerset that he was famous for a day. I think Chris Gale hit a 6 into the Botham stand. He tried to catch it and hit him straight on the bridge of the nose. And I think Chris Gale met him in town and bought him a bottle of rum. I think he had a bag of ice on his face while he was drinking away with the great man.
I wouldn't want to get in the way of a Chris Gale, Chris Gale shot.
Well, I was at the non-strikers end, and it went past myself and the umpire like a missile, flat 6 into the Botham stand.
Gosh.
Hit the guy straight between the eyes.
Lucky to survive, I think.
Yeah, it was terrible. Well, we wish that particular supporter, the two that have taken a knock today, the best. We hope your injuries aren't too significant. And if you are listening to the live stream when you visit Somerset, just get out of the way. Whatever the prize is, a pint away. Yeah, give me a shout. Get out of the way, and I'll buy you a pint. All right. Pretorius steaming in. Taylor, that lazy bat swing into the leg side. A superb bit of fielding out in the deep by Josh Thomas. The first innings top score. That's a superb bit of fielding. Have a look at that.
The fielding of this Somerset team today has been very, very good. You can't criticise that.
Have a look at that, Richard, on the replay. This is fantastic. I mean, sliding into the rope.
Exceptional from any point of view. His left hand gets to it. Yeah. Oh, it's the reaction after he gets to it that's incredible. You see that all the time now. Boundary fielding has improved out of all recognition. The one thing I would say is with Josh Thomas and knowing Jack Taylor, I would have Josh Thomas from where we're looking. I'd have him 10 yards further round to the right as we look at him, because that where it says everyone active, if I can see it right, that sign is where Jack Taylor, to me, that's his corner, and I would have someone in that area rather than more square.
The classic cow corner position.
Yeah, cow corner.
Like it. Great hands there from Tom Lammerby at extra cover, as Richard was saying. The ground fielding so far, it's been a massive tick in the box for Somerset, but Somerset very much under pressure. 119 for 3, 16.3 overs.
What a difference it makes, the good ground fielding. I remember the Gloucester, as the game is against Gloucestershire today, their prime team of the late 1990s, 2000s, with the likes of Ian Harvey and Jack Russell in it and all that. They used to close in on teams from the outfield. You know, everybody went in with the bowlers, and opposing teams hated it. They felt like they were being, put under such pressure by the field just by the movement. And that Gloucestershire prided themselves on that. I used to see them train under John Bracewell, and the training for fielding was incredibly active and intense, and it helped them become the team they were.
Yeah, they were ahead of their time in many ways. Even now that teams are mirroring what you're explaining there, I think it was in that sort of era. Warwickshire under sort of Dermot Reeve, who was a really exceptional thinker about the game. When he came here as coach, he brought some, what on the first hearing of it sounded like quite wild ideas, but absolute genius, tactical genius, and obviously what you mentioned there, that Gloucester period as well. Yeah, hunting as a pack, as I think the modern coaches would call it. They certainly do that. And what a shot that is from Jack Taylor. Moves on to 29 with an exceptional cover drive off Miguel Pretorius. Boundaries flowing here at Taunton, and getting the sense that Somerset are in need of a breakthrough.
It's such an easy place, well, I say easy place to bat, but a lovely place to bat at this time of day. I think in county championship matches here, the time to bat is always the last session, especially on a sunny day like this. The pitch is normally flat down, and this is the time to bat. And they obviously thought that when they put Somerset in today. I mean, they had the choice of batting first if they wanted to, putting a bit of scoreboard pressure on. Instead of that, they thought they could probably chase anything.
I think there were a couple of opportunities for Somerset to have probably added 20-30 to their total, and I feel like Archie Vaughan's dismissal, even though he played brilliantly, Lammerby, even though he played brilliantly, both got sizable scores that you'd probably take at the start of the day, but both of them had 140 plus in the palm of their hands on a very easy surface. Another boundary there from Miles Hammond, and that one looked easy pickings yet. Low full toss onto the pads.
I mean, you're looking at 7 and over, and 7 and over doesn't take a lot of getting on this pitch in these conditions. Somerset need wickets, definitely. They're not, I don't think they can win if these two stick around for another 100 runs.
Certainly, yeah, chatting with Trez earlier, who came up for a nice little stint on the live stream. We used to often say about totals that the opposition, batting first, would walk off the field, and you could tell that they were cock a hoop with the score that they got, and we would sit together as top 5 batters, and we'd all just say to ourselves, don't get bowled out, win the game. Simple as that. But if you get yourself in, you can chase 12s, 14s at Taunton if you're a set batter, and you've got someone at the other end. And this game's very, very much on. And I actually say at this stage, maybe slightly in Gloucester's favour at the moment.
It only takes one mistake, though, as you well know, and Somerset have got a lot of runs, but these, as I said right when I first came on commentary, these two are dangerous. Of all the Gloucestershire team, I would put these two down as the ones if you want runs quickly. Miles Hammond's a great talent, hasn't a great season, but he's a terrific talent, and Jack Taylor, as I said, just loves playing against Somerset.
Yeah, there was another part of mine and Trez's conversation that you would have enjoyed. We were talking about you get yourself to 60 on a good pitch, and it was about controlling, your conscious brain, thinking about keep the ball on the ground, hit it hard, play good cricket shots, for the next 10, 15 overs, go big for the last 5, 150 on, there for you in the palm of your hands. But then you had to cope with the demon on the shoulder that used to contradict your actual thinking, and it was great for me to hear that even he had it as well. From time to time, there's a short boundary on one side, slog sweep it, Pete or Marcus or whatever it is, and even the great players. And he mentioned, even working with your Joe Roots and stuff, have that constant battle of the other man on the shoulder telling you to be over aggressive and do too much sometimes. So.
Well, I've never played at any level like you have, Pete, but that is why cricket is such a fascinating game. It's a game, the mental side of the game is so incredibly interesting to me, and that is just one tiny element that you've mentioned of how you've got to be thinking, and it's a thinking man's game, or it always has been in my experience, and that it's the psychology of it that is as interesting as any part, I think, really. And what you say there, I can very well imagine. I can just imagine that being the case.
Oh, they've taken Goldsworthy on again. Gut feeling is he wouldn't have made his ground. That's 50 for Miles Hammond, and a well played one off
35.
Just 35 balls, yes. Yeah, I mean, the reality of this situation is you've got a finite amount of time as a bowler to get anything out of the Kookaburra ball, but it's hard and there's a bit of lacquer on it, maybe a little bit of seam movement, and then there's an enormous period where you don't have too many tools as a bowler apart from accuracy, line and length. Pereira making another mistake in the outfield. Poor ground fielding.
The other thing, of course, you've got here is a right-hand, left-hand combination, which means if someone's over into all to the field, they can rotate the strike. Singles are good, and of course they're collecting their fair share of boundaries as well. But these two at the moment are totally in control. It looks, isn't it? But as I say, one mistake, and Somerset will be right back in it again. They're looking like they're loving batting out there, don't you think? They must be thinking at the moment. They must be seeing it like a football. Pitch is doing nothing. They must be thinking, "Wow, this is." And this is where again now exactly what you said must be coming into them. They must be thinking now, right? If we just keep playing like this,
yeah. If they stay in this mode for 20 overs, the lion's share of the chase will be done. But it's again, what fascinates you, the psychology of the game. There will be something that will happen out there inside the 6 inches of ear to ear in those batters, this ball's going to go for 6, or this, whatever the mistake might be, and that's what Somerset ultimately need to force out of them by being as attritional as possible. That's really the tool you have. I think you're exactly right with Goldsworthy, and as a young captain as well, he'll be tested, making sure there's batters don't look too settled against certain bowlers, so you can change the bowling from time to time. I mean, that for me is the demon, because there's no reason for him to
there was a perfect example,
run down and blow the bugle like that the way he's playing. So
his head's in the air, he's looking back saying, why on earth did I do that?
Yep. So he's out there, the demon is circling.
But this is the other thing, 50 over cricket, Pete. I love it because you get different phases of the game. I'm not a great T20 fan, as you know, and I think this cricket is as near to Championship cricket as you get now. And the old Benson Hedges Cup, the 55 overs, the 50 over, 60 over Old Gillette Cup. I know times have changed, but in these games there are periods of dominance for both teams. There are periods where one team's got to do the thinking more than the other, and I love this sort of cricket. I think I'm so pleased that there's so many people watching this today, because we're going to get a good match. Whatever happens now, Gloucester are going to make some sort of fist of this. I think it's wonderful for people to be watching it and showing that they just don't want wham bam cricket with a wicket or a 6 every ball. They want to actually see cricket going on where there is thinking involved.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think very, very close toss up for me, 4-day cricket and 50 over cricket. I think probably 50 over cricket slightly edged it for me. I think this was probably my favourite format, for exactly those same reasons as well. I think as a spectator, you've got that. It's a day at the cricket, where you see great players, batters having to survive spells from great fast bowlers or spinners. You get a bit of everything. You definitely do.
Well, you get a lot of spin bowling, as we've seen today, and that's another thing I love to see, which you don't see as much in cricket as you used to. Even in Test cricket, you don't see as much as you used to. So young spinners, great for spinners of all ages to test themselves against top batsmen in this format. And we've seen a lot of good spin bowling today, a lot of accurate spin bowling on a not very helpful pitch. I think Somerset have just got to keep thinking, we've got to stick to our plans, and they're not even halfway there yet. It seems like Gloucester are right on top. And there we go, and there it is, the wicket we wanted. And
the demon has struck, Richard. The demon has struck.
And Miles Hammond just looked as though he'd lost concentration the previous over, and now he's holed out to long off Archie Vaughan. And that's, as I say, the one mistake Somerset were waiting for, and maybe that'll transform the game in their favour.
Such a strange option with the straight leg side boundary being so small to try and go that side of the wicket.
Especially he's had one the
if you're going to take a risk, why are you not trying to drag that to the leg side? If you're going to go aerial, that level of strike to the leg side is outground. I don't understand that. Again, that's he wouldn't already know that he's made a boo-boo there, but again, out there, the little chimp on the shoulder, he's
a perfect example.
He's talked him into it.
And we saw it the previous over, and I would have thought that would have been enough for Jack Taylor maybe to say to him, look, okay, Miles, you don't need to do that when things are going along perfectly well as we're going. But sometimes, players live and die by the sword, don't they? And he's a player, he's a naturally aggressive player, and he will say that's where the ball was. That's his normal shot to that ball, maybe. But it was an imprudent shot, to say the least, and maybe now it's tilted things back slightly Somerset's way.
Yeah, well, Somerset have an opening here. Eklund to the crease.
I know nothing about Christopher Eklund, do you?
Yeah, I've seen a lot. the two Eklund brothers both play for Bridgewater, so I've seen them bat a lot in league cricket. Really nice player. I think he was at Hampshire, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's been playing with Dexter in Gloucester's twos. He's always been getting runs at a good pace. So I think he looks a nice player.
Good. Well, again, a nice.
And again, it's just can you deliver that at the next level? But he's certainly got all the tools, and both Eklund, really good lads as well, which I know doesn't necessarily get you a contract, but I think it helps when you imagine
good luck
the lads being good around the dressing room and in the environment as well. I think that is important.
He's got the right man at the other end, to calm him down and talk to him in between overs and everything. So, good luck to the lad.
Now, as part of the Stuff on the Stage Festival on Saturday, September the 12th, we've got a wonderful musical lineup for you, all sorts of disco and 80s vibes, including the headline act Soul to Soul. Tickets are available online now or from reception at the Market Stop Pavilion.
And we'll see Lewis Goldsworthy leading from the front. And I like him as a bowler. I think he's. I thought when he first started bowling in T20, he was very brave. If he got hit over his head, it didn't worry him. He's got a good temperament, and also being left arm again. I like that bit of variation. One thing you know with Lewis, he's got a good temperament, don't you think? And if he does get hit, he doesn't let it worry him.
Yeah, he's really grown into his position in the team as well. I think. He was in the shadow of Rolf van der Merwe for a while, and I just think there was that period when himself and Ben Green just got it done with the ball, maybe slightly more with the bat, but came up with some really valuable contributions with the bat, both of them. But just got it done. He often gets thrown the ball when the opposition are absolutely ticking, and he 9 times out of 10 will pick up a wicket, and all credit to him. I think he's short of stature, so I think he's got a very sort of low trajectory. He's got that ability to keep the ball on the toe side of the bat, so it's hard to get under. Yeah, he's got a lot of attributes and some good subtle skills as well. That's why a lot of the subcontinental left arm bowlers bowl with quite a slingy low arm for exactly that purpose, especially in limited overs cricket. Like Shakib Al Hassan, who plays in a test match, bowls with a considerably higher arm than when he bowls in T20 cricket to again get the trajectory low and skidding underneath the bat. So even if you go for a big shot, it's always nearer the toe. And Lewis is not the tallest bloke, so he's got that trajectory naturally. So
if you're a fast bowler, it's an advantage to be tall. If you're a slow bowler, maybe it's an advantage to be short.
Hard to get under.
That could be out as well.
And he's just picked up.
He's got him.
The key wicket of Jack Taylor. The man has done it.
We talked him up to
the positive version, Richard, of a commentator's curse. Lewis Goldsworthy into the attack as captain. A good first 4 balls and a massive wicket. The dangerous Jack Taylor gone for 36. It was. I did describe him. I think it's fair to say Jack Taylor's way of striking is a little bit unconventional at times, and that was the not well executed version of unconventional.
Well, that might have been what you just said. It might have just skidded on a bit quicker than he thought. That he's totally mistimed it, and he's been timing those well through the leg side. So maybe he's looked to me as though he really want to hit that hard, and maybe just skidded onto him a bit. Graham Van Buren is more, when I've seen him, more of an accumulator of runs. He's not a huge clearer of the ropes, but he can score quickly and manoeuvre the field around. But with Graham, it's normally sort of pushes and rotating the strike. And of course, they've still got, as we said, Darrell to come, who's proven himself to be a mighty hitter if the occasion suits. And so I imagine Graham and I want to. If I know Graham's the way he plays, he'll want to just steady things down now for an over or two and talk to the guy at the other end who's inexperienced. I don't see we're going to see any fireworks from Graham, certainly early on.
There's certainly potentially a bit of a tactical move there. Van Buren, you'd imagine, would be in this position, but obviously Darrell was scorecarded to come in before. But I would imagine he's probably the last recognised batter with real firepower, and it's just too early, isn't it? 29 overs left in this innings. Run rate isn't a problem, it's just those 5 wickets. So Van Buren's got some work to do with Joe Eklund, who's new to the crease and new to the team.
I spoke to Cameron Darwell at length about his innings at New Road when I saw him at Bristol. A lovely lad, and he was almost didn't believe it himself. It was one of those nights. He said, "Well, you know, everything went for him. He can hit the ball." And he said, "See, I've done it at lower level cricket, but to score he never in his wildest dreams did he think he was going to score a 13-ball 50." And it was just one of those nights that the wind was with him on one side of the ground, shorter side of the ground. And
I think there was quite a small boundary, but you've still got to clear the ropes.
Do it, absolutely.
13-ball 50.
But he was most modest about it, and I took to him straight away. It was the first time I've spoken to him. I think he's a modest lad, you know, you want to see these people do well. I mean, I'm not saying I want to see him do well today, but I want to see him do well in his career. Certainly.
Well, unfortunately, he backed it up on the Saturday because he played against my team and scored a really nice 60 against us as well. And hit some superb shots.
Oh, he's obviously a talent, and you know, well done to Gloucestershire for signing him. I think he's still only on a rookie contract, although I would think they'd be very quick now to put him on a bit more of a substantial one, because that clearly was something very special against Worcestershire. And I suppose you've got the ability to do that, or you haven't really, haven't you? I mean,
yeah, I think you'd probably be slightly mindful of, as they say, one swallow doesn't make a summer. You want to see something that resembles consistency of performance.
I think he's averaged 25 though in the group games, so he wasn't like a one-hit wonder for that night. He's had one or two other scores as well. And as I said, I think people have noticed that innings, and I think Gloucestershire would be very sensible to put on a longer contract pretty soon. This is officially a floodlit match, isn't it? I'm just wondering when the floodlights will be needed. Like, it's still blazing sunshine here. Well, ground looks beautiful.
That fiery orb is going to be lighting the ground for the vast majority. I think we can save a few 50p's and not bother with it tonight.
Yeah, I agree.
Years ago, I think. Remember when there was one round of pink ball day-night games?
Yes.
We were playing at, this is genuine story, we were playing at Chelmsford, and they'd chosen our game to interview someone who'd done it. I must have had a reasonable day, so I had an interview with Sky Sports, and obviously the narrative was, what was it like playing in your first day-night game? And the Sky camera had set itself up, you know, for obviously the quality of the pictures behind the sun, and it was so bright at the close of play I had to wear, genuinely had to wear sunglasses to do the interview. And there was, so what was it like playing in the first day-night game under lights? I was like, it's absolutely blazing out here. It was like, I don't know, 9 o'clock at night.
Good story, brilliant.
Yeah, it's not like you know, other parts of the world where it always amazes me actually, where the sun starts to go down and you literally turn around, look back, and it's dark. It almost happens in minutes, whereas in England it's still like 10, 11 o'clock at night here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you might also say that given the floodlights record here this season, might as well not to use them. Although I'm assured that everything's now been fixed and they're now perfectly in good order.
Well, I think it was down to Andy Caddick's son assisting.
So they say.
Who's
Andy
who's
Caddick's
an
son,
electrician at Hinkley Point Power
Yeah.
Station. He had something to do with getting them back on last time round.
I think Andy himself is a bit of a handyman, isn't he? But they say he can turn his hand virtually to anything. So between them, I think they sorted it out. So I think we're going to see a period of the game now where this is exactly what Gloucester are going to do. They're going to try and milk the singles off the spinners, not take too many risks, and just try and keep the scoring required rate reasonable without too many heroics.
Yeah, I think this is the period now where those wickets are going to hurt Gloucester a little bit. It's inevitable that run rate's going to start creeping now, unless someone plays an absolute worldie. If not, because it's still so far out, 27 overs still to go.
And here's the sense of sending Van Buren in rather than Darrywall, because you've got a young player making his way at the other end. You know, I think it's good to have somebody out there with a cool head and say, look, we can go on doing this for a few overs, but he can judge, you know, when is the time to attack if needs be. And then Darrywall can come in if they do need a whirlwind innings, and he's probably the one guy in the team that can play it.
Well, I would suggest that one of these two are probably going to have to score 100. Archie Vaughan into Joe Eklund, just trying to find his feet in his innings.
But look how the momentum of the game, we were talking about 50 over cricket, how interesting it is. You know, you were only just not so long ago saying Gloucester in control, and it looked that way, certainly looked that way. Now it's looking completely as though Somerset are in control. So that's another great thing about 50 over cricket. You know, you're still not quite sure how this is going to work out. Somerset now are strong favourites without any question, but it's a game of differing momentum. Do you know what I mean? Within one game, you see different periods where one team's having to do the thinking and try and stop the others dominating. And at the moment, it's certainly the Gloucestershire players that have got to do the thinking, because they can go on like this for a few overs, but not too many.
Well, it's certainly ebbed and flowed. More ebbed in the last 5 or 6 overs. Goldsworthy, as the words come out of my mouth, just gets it done. Picks up that wicket of Jack Taylor. We were talking about the mental demons just on the moment that Miles Hammond did something like a brain fart and holed out to long off. So yeah, it's been good.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Pete, as always.
Are you okay to do a few more minutes?
I can do a few more
bathroom break.
Yeah, I can.
Kindly, Richard.
By all means.
You keep enjoying the ebbing and the flowing, and maybe if you could have another positive commentator's curse, that'd be fantastic.
I'll try my best. So it's welcome back to Harry Everett to share the next few overs. And since you last were in here, Harry, things have gone pretty well for Somerset.
Yeah, key 2 wickets there, Richard. Big breakthroughs. And Gloucestershire started really quickly, but almost seemed to batter themselves in a bit of a hole in the middle overs. It's almost like they went too hard at the start, and now they're sort of trying to bat a bit more properly in the middle overs of 50 overs. It's a bit of a weird innings. Can't quite work out. Gloucestershire bat so deep. They've got plenty of options. And Graham Van Buren batted at 8 on Wednesday, so it's interesting as you were just mentioning Darrowell. Yeah,
Van Buren is more of an accumulator than a big hitter, so he's doing the sort of things I would have expected him to do at the minute, trying to get as many singles as possible.
But even Will Williams, I was on the BBC Live text there in the season when Will Williams got 90 odd in a county championship game. He's no mug with the bat.
Well, Charles Willoughby got 40 odd when he.
We mentioned Charles.
Not saying that's
Quite close.
Comparing Will Williams with Charles Willoughby's batting.
No, we did mention Charles Willoughby's batting earlier on. Actually, I can't remember how that come up twice in a day.
But no, I mean, look,
Daz Ahmed's a proper rounder. They've got options.
Yeah, they have got options, and Darrywell is dangerous. But I said when Van Buren came in, and with a young player at the other end. you're going to get a period now where they try and keep their heads and just avoid the loss of any further wickets for the time being. But they can only do that for, let's say, 3 or 4 more overs, and then something's got to change again.
Yeah, so Kieran Roberts bowled those 2 overs that went for 22. Would you go back to him at some point?
No, I wouldn't.
You just keep going.
I would employ spin as long as I could. I said to Peter that I thought Ollie Price and Jack Taylor bowled well together.
But could you agree with me that they shouldn't have bowled Miles Hammond? That was a bizarre experiment. 1 over maybe, but to give him 2 overs.
Yeah, well, you don't know what goes through a captain's head. Jack Taylor's a pretty shrewd one-day captain, so I'm not going to take issue too much with Jack over that.
But
Miles
Jack had 3 overs left to bowl.
Miles is an occasional bowler, let's say, isn't he?
Occasional county championship bowler, yeah. I didn't think he'd be a white bowler.
But, Somerset have got in Goldsworthy and Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas if they want to use him. They've got spin options. And I always think here, pace off the ball. You make the batsman hit it rather than whereas when the seamers were bowling, if they've got it wrong, it's just to basically let it hit the middle of the bat and it flies to the boundary here. So I would make them. I think everything's going nicely for Somerset at the moment. I wouldn't change too much.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It suits them for Gloucestershire to be milking singles, and Gloucestershire will say, well, it suits us to do that at the minute, so let's leave it that way. But they're the ones who are going to have to change, because at some point they're going to have to go on the attack again.
Yeah, I definitely expect Josh Thomas to bowl at some point. Having got that 4 against Northants in the T20 Blast, bowled really well for Leicestershire on loan in the T20 Blast.
Well, I would certainly prefer that option to going back to C.
Yeah, and I think the likes of Langridge, Shaw, can really get whacked to death. Miguel Pretorius, you'd expect him to bowl his 10. He bowled quite nicely at Welbeck on Tuesday.
Yeah,
you expect him to get through 10 as
and Langridge has had a good day. You want to leave people with good memories. I forget which captain told me that years and years ago that they like with young players leave him with good memories. So don't let him come on and go for 40 off his last 5 overs. Let him remember the 2 wickets he took, and I liked him. I thought he bowled really well today. Had one little bit of a loose over, but once he sorted out his line and length, the over he bowled to Bracey was exceptional.
Yeah,
Bracey's a player I've got a lot of time for, and he beat him 3 times and then got an edge. So that was a very, very impressive over, and I hope to see a lot more of him. I think he's got the height and the build, and there's a lot there on the pace. And his left arm, which is brilliant. I'd love to think he's got a long career with Somerset.
Yeah, it's that sort of whippy, slingy action that gives him extra pace. Big huddle for Somerset here at the drinks break is interesting. The Gloucestershire lads have had their drinks. Joe Phillips, Tommy Borman, Aman Rao and Ed Middleton, the 4. There's sort of 4 men in the squad. You say 12 men, but they're not really 12 men anymore. It's 12th, 13th and 14th, aren't they? Sometimes 15th. But the 4 reserves for Gloucestershire. Likes of Dexter Trigo and James McTravers not needed in the squad. There's a lot of depth in the Gloucestershire side, where Somerset with so many injuries are a bit down to their bare bones. But
if you look at it now, they need an 8 and over virtually, which doesn't take a lot of getting at Taunton, especially with a short boundary. So they're by no means out of the game, Gloucestershire. But they have got to time it right, and Somerset, I think, have got to keep on taking wickets. It's the sort of ground where if you keep wickets in hand, in the end you're going to score quickly.
Yeah.
And so this is a very key period of the game now. Somerset are in control, but they mustn't let themselves think the game's won, because it isn't.
One other brilliant game in this Metrobank One Day Cup to mention: Durham are playing against Sussex. Sussex are currently chasing. They're 178 for 2 in the 31st over. Charlie Tier, the wicketkeeper, bat. He went to Union Cardiff. He's a Scottish international. He's 88 not out. George Thomas got 48 earlier. So George and Josh both in the runs today. I wonder where the Thomas parents are watching today. I heard a story last year where they went to one game and one lad got a golden duck. I think it was George got golden duck when Josh got runs at Chelmsford. They went to the wrong one, basically. It's that dilemma, isn't it? The Roo parents have the same issue.
Well, I was just going to say the Roos, because they had it with the test match with James, didn't they? And Thomas doing well here.
Debbie and Thomas were watching me play for MTC against King's College when James was batting for England. And now, talking of Thomases, here it is. Josh Thomas from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Straight away into Graham Van Buren, outside off stump. Skidding on, he bowls that sort of round arm.
So good captaincy from Lewis Goldsworthy. I think this, as I said to Pete earlier, this is a good test of his very early on in his captaincy career. And I like the fact this is the right bowling change. And I just think the batsmen have got to think harder against spin, and they've got to create their own momentum. Whereas the seamers can be deflected here and deflected there, and with such a fast outfield, quite often they're deflected for 4. So this is a good bowling move, and I think the spinner should keep operating.
Joe Eklund got a massive 100 the other day alongside Jake Lintop for Bridgewater in the Weppel Prem 1. They chased down 350 with a mammoth second wicket partnership. James Regan failed, and Eklund and Lintop went ballistic with both getting over 150 at the Parks. Two Weppel cricketers. Josh Thomas, of course, played a lot.
This is my first look at Eklund, and that's what makes this competition so fascinating. You're seeing players that you would never normally see.
Well, yeah, played with Somerset 2s, Gloucestershire 2s, and Worcestershire 2s. Could have been the Somerset wicketkeeper, but they've gone with Church, and Eklund's not keeping but fielding and batting for Gloucestershire. But he might see a long-term option here, Joe Eklund. With James Bracey, if Bracey gets injured, Bancroft can keep as an overseas, yes, but you don't expect Bancroft to be there every year. If Bracey gets injured, there aren't Gloucestershire keepers in that squad that are really knocking the door down. So,
in fact, Gloucestershire for years have not had many wicketkeepers.
Yeah.
Bracey has been obviously virtually never present in most forms of cricket. He will get injured at some point for sure.
Yeah, and Somerset have got 4. I think Banton, Keller Cadmore, and 2 Roos. Yeah. And then Finn Hill was working on it for this competition.
Church took today. He took a straightforward one to get rid of Bracey, but a fantastic catch, diving to his left.
The one of Price off.
They got Ollie Price out for 16. So that was a big wicket. Ollie Price came back. But it was a really, really good catch. And as I say, it's great to see these young players given their chance, and most of them now take it.
Lewis Goldsworthy is similar sort of round arm. You don't often see Josh Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy in tandem together. Often there'd be a Jack Leach or an Archie Vaughan. But with no Jack Leach today, 2 together, Lewis Goldsworthy as captain. Interesting to see. Often going for one spot in the T20 Blast, of course. Goldsworthy just ahead in the pecking order at the moment. But I do think they missed Goldsworthy on finals day. Somerset. Goldsworthy's been underrated, I think. He's been a brilliant white ball bowler for Somerset the last 2 seasons, really. Since
Peter and I were just saying the same thing, and he's temperamentally, he's very, very good. I loved him when he first started bowling in T20 cricket. At that pace, he's going to get hit over his head every now and again, and he didn't seem to worry him or bother him a bit. And that's part of the psyche of a spin bowler in one-day cricket. You've got to not mind being hit every now and again, because it's going to happen. I think he's got a great temperament.
Yeah, clever shot from Joe Eklund there. That paddle sweep just past JT Langridge in short 45. Yeah, these two aren't going to bish bash bosh over your head. These two are going to be more touch, deft players. They're going to hit pockets and run hard for 2s. Darrowell will come in and try and whack it later on if needed. Good, really good fielding. Tom Lammonby extra cover, diving to his weaker right side.
Yeah, fielding's generally been good. 1 or 2 exceptions today, but generally very good.
Big stride out, getting that front pad out, Joe Eklund, trying to make sure he's strong in defence.
I mean, Gloucester are going to find out a lot about him today, and as Somerset find out about their young players. They're not in this situation often. They may get runs in other cricket, but this is in front of a big crowd, a local derby. It's a big test, and he needs to keep his head and play as best he can his natural game, and hopefully he'll get some runs. But you talk about all the runs you've seen him score. This is a totally different situation, isn't it? It's something that he's probably dreamt about doing and playing, being out there in this sort of situation, in this arena with this crowd. And now it's up to him. Can he produce?
Yeah, some people, some of the fans might not realise the Vic Marks Joe Eklund relation. I think it's great nephew. The link between Western Middle Chinner Cricket Club, where Vic's brother's still involved a little bit. I've been coaching there the last couple of summers, and I coached Joe and Alex's mum there. There's a ladies' side, there's a youth side that have come up through. Nice little village club, not far from Crewe Court. Yeah, the history, they've got pictures of Vic Marks around the pavilion, and it's funny, I'll go from commentating here with Vic on the Captain Championship Day to seeing his brother an hour later coaching in the evening, and West Country cricket is all linked. Yeah, the family's in to watch. Really good fielding that from the skipper. Lewis Goldsworthy setting the example. Often the captain will go at short extra cover. Lewis Gregory in the T20. Lewis Goldsworthy here in the 50 overs. And Josh Thomas is trying to do a bit of a Jadeja here, getting through the overs quickly. Bit of pressure on the batter. That's a good single to deep cover. Yeah, taking along at run rate of just 6 now. Run rate required is 8.5. Whereas in the power play, they were flying 14 for none off the first over, 66 for 3 after 10. But those 3 wickets, you don't want to lose 3 wickets in the power play.
I think the Miles Hammond one was a real key moment.
Agreed.
You know, you can't. It's hard to criticise. The guy's got a good 50, but he had a big swing in the previous over and missed and not got on edge. And you just thought, now somebody's going to say to him, just settle down. Everything's going quite well. And then to have another big hit. It was an unwise shot to try to hit too long off. And he's got out when really he should have been looking at an 80 or 100.
Yeah, agreed. It's been a story of players getting in. No one's gone big. If you look around the scores today, Alex Lee's got a big 100 for Durham. Stokes get a big 100 for Durham the other day. 2 Glamorgan lads both got 100s the other day. Whereas today it's been Vaughan 69, Lammonby 83, Josh Thomas 97 not out. Hammond that 50 you just talked about. Players getting in but getting out. Lammonby's 92 on Tuesday was a great knock, but Somerset could have done with him getting 130, 140 and then batting around him.
Yeah, Pete Trigger was making exactly that point earlier, that in a way, Vaughan and Lammonby certainly got out in not very good ways. Even though they both played extremely well, I thought Vaughan timed the ball beautifully today.
Yeah, he looked best I've seen them bat.
Yeah,
actually.
absolutely. Yeah, that's the difference then between the good players and the great players. Perhaps, you know, a great player in this situation would have been looking for 150, wouldn't he? You know, when you think of some of the and that's going to be
this could be out of the bowler's end with a hit. Brilliant, Peter. Brilliant. Josh Thomas. It's Josh Thomas's day. He might not have got his 100, but that's a great throw. It looked there to be got out. Graham Van Buren is probably barbecue Joe Eklund there, really, on his 2nd ever list A game for Gloucestershire. A cheeky single that wasn't on, and Josh Thomas is a left-handed thrower. We know that, but he's spun and he's hit 3 stumps at the non-striker's end.
I was about to say, when he picked the ball up, he's only got to throw it to the bowler, really, because
yeah,
so far down the pitch. I thought, don't try and throw the stumps down next to the stumps are scattered. So he obviously made the right decision.
There's some good fielders in this side.
As I said, they have fielded well today, and sometimes you get with more young players in the team, you get sharper fielding.
He was a long way out. You're right, he could have thrown it.
Yeah.
He could have thrown it to Goldsworthy, definitely. Plenty of time. Even more time. If he missed, he's a big ball.
Exactly.
But
anyway, all well anyway.
People have been saying for a while, a lot of chat about Cam Darrell, Hampshire 2s, now at Gloucestershire, played in the T20 Blast. And that stat I mentioned earlier that some of you might have heard, my favourite stat of the week actually. Cam Darrell has the fastest T20 50 in terms of time. Not just balls, it was 13 balls, the same as Trescothick's famous 13 ball 50, but it was 9 minutes. Which you think, normally at a ground like this, you'd lose a ball. If you're hitting 50 off 13 balls, you've lost one in the tone, and that's cost you 3 or 4 minutes. But somehow, his 50 didn't lose a ball. The ball kept coming back, he kept hitting 4s and 6s.
It was sensational, and I was saying to Pete earlier, I've talked to him about it. I went for the next game at Bristol, I interviewed him and to chat about that innings, and it was almost like he couldn't believe it himself.
Yeah.
It was one of those things like...
Quite a humble, down-to-earth lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a really modest, nice lad.
But there's a bit of pressure on him here, I'd say. Almost that last hope sounds a bit dramatic. I mentioned that the bowlers can bat. Daz Ahmed's he's a proper batter, really, to be at number 9, but you don't be leaving too much in 9, 10, 11, however good they are.
Sometimes you see big hitters in this situation are caught between two stools. They're not quite sure what to do to start with. So it'll be an interesting test of his temperament.
Yeah, good point, that. I still thought Gloucestershire were the much stronger 11. I still thought, even though Somerset at home, I thought Gloucestershire were favourites today.
I always fancy Somerset against Gloucestershire here, and I always fancy Gloucestershire against Somerset.
Yeah, the psychological. Yeah, no, I agree.
The pitches come into it so much. Somerset are used to playing on these roads and can bully bowlers on these pitches, but when they go to Bristol, it's a different story. But
Closing out,
it's
this
slower
is
and lower.
Stockholm
Yeah.
But
stage.
so I always fancy Somerset with home
In
advantage.
Taunton will be a brilliant performance by the production company Illyria of Shakespeare.
Do you think in a more I'm just thinking, could Joe Eklund have turned that down? Could he shouted no? When you're inexperienced, your second game, and your senior partner calls you through, you feel like you got to go.
Yes.
But there probably wasn't one there. It's hard, isn't it?
I agree with that. It takes a brave lad to do what you were suggesting.
Yeah. Anyhow, Josh Thomas
Van
runs.
Buren feel terrible about it. I can assure you of that. He'd do whoever's fault it was or whatever. He'll know that a young player's day's been ruined.
Fielded well to Joe Eklund on the boundary. That's a lovely shot by Cam Darrowell. First ball, just to lean on that. I know it's only a one to long off, but just tell the class of the man. The way he shakes.
As I said to Pete, I think you'll find he's on a rookie contract. I think at Gloucester at the moment. I don't think he'll be on a rookie contract for long.
I'm surprised that he wasn't snapped up before, to be honest with you.
Well, I think people will have noticed that innings at New Road, and I don't know. It's not like football, I suppose, where there's so many transfers, but I think Gloucester would be very, very wise to put him under a longer contract fairly soon.
3-year contract tomorrow, get it done. So he's got a deep square leg, a long on, a long off. Deep cover, the 4 men out. Remember this new rule, the 34 over rule, we'll come to shortly. 4.5 overs time, they will choose one of the 2 balls to continue with for the rest of the innings. Those goals where he's got an extra decision-making problem, I suppose. Short, not a great ball for Josh Thomas. Deserved for, clattered away as it deserved by Graham Van Buren. No chance for Conor out at deep mid wicket.
He's a gutsy little cricketer, this bloke. I've seen him go through bad spells at Gloucester, and he's not made the runs. He had captaincy thrown on him, and it didn't necessarily agree with him too well. But he's a gritty competitor. He won't think the game's over yet by any means.
Yeah, he's got CBM bat, Graham Van Buren. Local bats made in Western. We're talking to your Western links, you intrigues?
Yeah.
I think Craig Morford, the CBM chap, who's kitted out that bat. Graham Van Buren's just whacked it forward. Oh, well bowled, Josh Thomas. That could have gone through and hit the stumps.
He's quite an interesting bowler, isn't he, Josh Thomas? I haven't seen a lot of him, obviously, because we've only seen him this season. But he can turn it, give it a bit of a rip. And like Goldsworthy, he's short in stature. And as Pete was saying, that can often make the slingy action, and it can make it get a bit low on the bat when the batsman tries to hit it. He's a bowler who may see a fair bit more of, I think.
Yeah, I was crying out for him a few county championship games when the game was getting a bit stale, whether it was a Sussex game or a couple of the draws there in the season. I thought, could he be given a bowl? Especially when Goldsworthy wasn't playing. That's a little bit short from Goldsworthy, not massively short, because Graham Van Buren is short of stature. It's a slightly different length. He does really well to rock back. I think of Shane Watson, the way he rocks back and pummels it over mid-wicket before. Good weight transfer onto the back foot. Bit of acceleration here from the Gloucesters. Oh, that's a similar single. I mean, that takes balls from Van Buren to take the same single he's just run his mate out with. Darrowell was ready for it. I guess they've got to take some risks with the run weight required, but 8.8 is not going to come just from boundaries.
And it's the fact they still need 170 odd.
Yeah.
They're only barely halfway there.
They haven't targeted the short boundary that much yet. Oh, there we go. As I say that, Cam Darrowell.
First time he tries it, he's out. Deep mid wicket.
Not far away, was it? What, another foot over Archie Vaughan's head? Yeah, he's got to go. He's fuming.
That probably is game over.
Unintentional commentator's curse. As I say, they don't target the short boundary.
But that shows if it's your day, look at New Road.
Yeah.
Everything went his way. Today, he probably played a shot. He probably thought he connected with it pretty well. Short boundary. Worth taking on. Certainly a risk worth taking. And he had to take some risks, as you said. But a very straightforward catch in the end for Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, 2 off 4 balls. Like you said, does he stick, does he twist? He went hard, and now Daz Ahmed isn't really a kind of biffer type player. Daz Ahmed's more of a classy all-rounder who knock it around. So I'm interested to see what he can do here. Aman Rao and Graham Van Buren are a bit like Marco Janssen and Temba Bavuma out there, the the little and large combo having a chat.
The new batter for Gloucestershire, 77, Daz Ahmed.
You've got to go and write some report in case there's some Gloucestershire wickets.
Yeah,
fall.
don't want to late lateral wickets.
No, you've got to be ready to.
Nice to talk to you, Harry.
Thank you very much, Richard Latham.
Take care, mate.
Cheers. Give Pichu go a bit of a wee break, but South Harry will continue with you. Richard might have to change his match report since his stint. There's been 3 or 4 Gloucestershire wickets. He'll be writing for the ECB Reporters Network. So in at number 9, Daz Ahmed. We'll take his first ball off Lewis Goldsworthy. Good squeeze this from Somerset. A few songs I can hear going around the Cooper Associates County Ground. Brilliant atmosphere here today. Special crowd, special day of Cider Derby, the cricket here. Wonderful conditions. The heat wave continuing for what feels like a couple of months now. Thanks to those of you who've been on the chat all day. Been having good conversations and watching from different places. Had a few people after a few siders asking to get on the stream, but only Thatcher Zero allowed up here. Yeah, Daz Ahmed, I think, is a better bat than a bowler, you know. Batting all rounder, probably. Golden Hill have got a quality club side in the Whipple. Daz Ahmed, of course, plays with Martin de Lange for Golden Hill. Martin de Lange no longer playing 50 over cricket, sadly. What Gloucestershire would do to have a quick Martin de Lange back on his own stomping ground today, it'd have been pretty useful.
Nice. Can you explain that, Richard?
We're seeing on the screen around the ground, we've got a different screen on the ground to the live YouTube screen. But I'm seeing some retro shirts just holding up Josh Thomas as Ian Blackwell. Now we're ready to go. Tom Lambie can't quite get there. They're going to push 2. Well, they do. Tom Lambie thought about the dive. Josh Thomas is a little bit annoyed that Lambie didn't dive, but was to his weaker right hand with injuries he's had. He probably thought not worth it. Josh Thomas, surely man of the match here. Top scorer in the first innings, 97 not out, the top scorer of the match so far. You thought only Van Buren could potentially knock him off that perch. And he's got that run out. And now bowling a couple of miserly overs. Deep square leg is in front of square, 10 yards off the boundary. King Roberts is just trying to shelter the sun out of his eyes at long on. This low setting sun could become problematic. I think they technically call this a day-night match, but there's no way we're going to need floodlights in the next half an hour or so, I wouldn't have thought. Maybe after 9 o'clock, but I'd be surprised if this game's going past 9 o'clock with only 3 wickets in hand. That'd be pretty decent batting from these two.
It'll still be light, Harry, when we're in our deck chairs at home.
Exactly.
10 o'clock this evening. Don't think the floodlights will come into play, even though that shadow gets cast from the retirement flats, doesn't it? It'll probably instigate the old lights going on at some point. But
I might need my Combox sunglasses, I think. Just coming in.
The old brown and brown specials.
Yeah. I did snap a couple last week, but still grateful for them. Good push for 2 here. Can they get 3? Sad Pereira's in chase. It's done well to just save that 3rd run. Long way out there.
Still here with Matt Waller and Rory. Now you were saying you want a shirt. Is it reminded you when you first started watching Somerset, the particular players that remind you of that? Yeah, well, I'm a big Mark's just got a big fan. He's got a big player for me. And Peter Trigo, if he's here somewhere.
Oh, no. Did you hear that?
Yeah, and all the commentating give him away.
Yeah.
You camped here, so you're here for the
Fully paid
Sunday's family day.
contribution there from the Somerset fans. Thanks for that.
How much do you enjoy it? Yeah, we have everything for about 6
Well, they named the 2 of the 3 men that have been in the box today. I won't be offended. Had a good stint from Trez earlier on.
Yeah, it was nice to hear from Marcus. Nice for him to confirming that all the demons that go through your head are consistent, even with the very best players in the game. Yeah, it's also, I actually find it intriguing that players at the level of, Root, etc., still continuously trying to improve and tinker with their games.
Yeah, no, I did find that an interesting chat. We just talked about the floodlights. They've just been turned on. All of them.
Yeah,
cool. What a waste of electric.
50p's into the meter.
God, we could have saved a fortune. Got our sunglasses on because the sun's too dazzling, but the seagulls are swooping. It's that time of the day. Any leftover chips, look out. Van Buren can't quite beat extra cover as Tom Lammerby. Wants a one either side of him. It's one of them where you get greedy and you try and hit it past extra cover for 4, but you'd be better off taking your medicine, going soft hands, getting 1, maybe even push 2, rotate the strike. Suddenly there's a few dots in a row. Now he's having to run straight to mid-wicket. Josh Thomas can't get the run up this time.
I didn't see the last wicket.
Josh Thomas. Oh, caught. Cow
where?
Corner. Archie Vaughan. Well, deep mid-wicket.
Going for the slog sweep of Goldsworthy.
As Goldsworthy ran into bowl, I said to Richard Latham, Gloucestershire haven't targeted the leg side boundary in a while.
Maybe that was why.
There we go.
Goldsworthy, superb spell so far. Certainly with the challenges. Going under 4 and over. Absolutely remarkable from the Somerset skipper. Missed out with the bat today, but certainly doing his bit as he does time and time again with the ball. That run rate just starting to hover around 10 and over, 9.5 at the moment. A real tall order from Van Buren and the bowlers.
Josh Thomas then into his 5th over. No one's bowled more than 7 for Somerset today. They've shared it around nicely as Lewis Goldsworthy. So many bowling options. The only bowler, well, yeah, you would call him a bowler. He's a genuine all-rounder. Not yet used as Tom Lammerby. He was brilliant in this competition with bat and ball last year. Batted nice in the first 2 games. Not yet bowled. Megi Pretorius has done the hard work diving there, but it's still gone for 4. He'll be frustrated. He's made a couple of good yards there and a big old dive. Can't save the 4. Clever push through 3rd from GVB. Quicker, flatter from Josh Thomas, but only 1 run down to long off. Oh, Mickey Pretorius is getting a bit of a mess down there at short 3rd. Good fielding in the end, they don't run. Could have maybe been a 1 to Mickey Pretorius lying on the ground. That's going down the leg side, I reckon. An ambitious appeal. See, Gloucestershire, could they be played too lost to? If they don't win today, they'll be a bit disappointed, particularly with such strength. They're not missing any players. Yeah, well, David Payne's been injured. Martin Langan not playing at 50 over cricket anymore. They've got a pretty strong squad. And this is the time when the balls are checked. So Lewis Goldsworthy and the 2 umpires, Mohammed Wazeem and Ian Blackwell. Josh Shaw's having a bit of involvement. I suppose he's a senior seamer. Not sure whether he's going to bowl again or not. Who else is getting involved? Josh Thomas was having a little look, having just bowled. They've chosen one of them, and they've checked the other one off.
Oh, some news just quick info. Have you seen that? Root and Scothick could sub in as Test captain and coach. Could have had the England coach in the commentary box.
I know.
How did we miss that? That must be late, hot off the press.
He was very Professional, of course he is.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Of course he is. Yeah, he wouldn't give anything away. The fair play check with the ECB if he could come on comms today, and then.
Well, we're not going to ask any.
No, very good. That's
controversial
going to be
questions,
6
are we?
into the Somerset stand. That one's caught, I think. No damaged bloody nose this time in the Somerset stand. They're still on the ball.
Yeah, that lady down there.
Well, that's
I think it was
bad,
a lady.
wasn't it?
That looked like she took a really nasty,
2 hit the
nasty
ground.
knock.
Yeah.
Hopefully, both those supporters are okay.
Yeah, for the record, we did not announce Marcus Trescothick as England head coach on the Somerset live stream today. No, the insight from his own pavilion, of course, as well. It's a bit sad that he had to ask for permission to commentate from his own pavilion in some ways, isn't it? But that's the way things are.
The ECB obviously trust us, Harry.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take that as a compliment. No, you're having a good chat. He might not have as much time for golf with you, though, if he has to do that.
Well, if he's the boss, he'll make time.
You might get involved in the England golf days.
Gloucester still scrapping here. 207 for 7. Lot to do.
That's a great shot.
Another cracking shot there from Gaz Ahmed. His second boundary of the over so far.
I think Marks has just texted me. He's watching his great nephew batting on the live stream. Disappointed by the run out, of course. We'll get Vic back on comms. He's a county championship specialist, isn't he? Red Bull specialist.
Quite a few ODIs did our Vic.
Slightly different, though,
my favourite picture of Vic, and I think it's on the front of his book, isn't it? Him in his
yes.
sky blue England sweater, looking as dapper as ever.
So Notts have won 2 from 2 in the one-day cut. Durham are looking like they could be 2 from 2. Could Gloucestershire be played 2, lost 2? Somerset could be 1-1, lost 1. It's looking like at the moment that is a wide, though. Quite a viewer, mate. Paul Franks, the Notts one-day cut coach on Tuesday. Back in the box seat. That's a cracking stroke, that is. So the long boundary as well. Oh, anywhere else in the ground, that's 6. The longest part, Gaz Ahmed gets 1 bounce 4. Very good player to be batting number 9. Serious depth, I mentioned a few times in this Gloucestershire lineup, and Gaz Ahmed clubbers that beautifully. Somerset opinions. Surely Trez picks Rue in his team. You might want Rue to help Somerset win the championship. Josh Thomas then. All set for his man of the match award. Can he finish things off? Get rid of these two before they get going too much. Good bit of cricket that. Poor fielding maybe, but quite hard work for Archibald to get round from deep cover to deep point, really. Good batting fight. Graham Van Buren. Not out of it yet, Gloucesters. They won't be giving up.
$131 to win off 86 balls, 3 wickets in hand, a tall order, but we've seen some remarkable chases on this ground in the last couple of seasons, so you never say never.
I've just heard the dulcet tones. I had a few ciders and ice creams with Tractor Driver on Tuesday, and I've just heard him loosen up his vocal cords. Brilliant fielding by Lewis Goswell, backing up Josh Thomas, who couldn't quite get there. Yeah, Tractor is important for Somerset in these phases. When they need a wicket, there's a bit of a partnership brewing. He G's them up from the groundsman sheds area by the scoreboard, and Somerset players love it. Loud voice supporting them.
Change bowling from the River End, returning 27, Miguel Pastorius.
So we obviously seen then from the River End. I think this makes sense at this stage. Just something slightly different. Maybe blow it over. Mickey Pretorius bowled really well at Welbeck on Tuesday. 4 for arguably. Well, yeah, probably was the best bowler. Definitely for Somerset on Tuesday. Gave them a sniff. Took important wickets. Inside edge straight away off Daz Ahmed. Nearly a single. Which I'm sure just runs in. So Mickey Pretorius, 0 for 29 so far. Bowled just 5 overs in his earlier spell. More experienced than JT Langridge, who took those 2 top order wickets. That is another clean, crisp strike from Daz Ahmed. This boy can play, we know that. Don't be surprised he's bat number 9. Well, be surprised he's batting number 9. Don't be surprised if he gets runs. It's a great shot. Better deck than he'll normally play on at Golden Hill or the club cricket grounds he scored a lot of runs at. So he'll be cashing into the short boundary when he can. The ball's a bit old and soft to be bowling short. Tom Lammonby does well there. That's not far away, the underarm skittle. Yeah, but leg side to Mickey Pretorius. They're going to look for 2, but don't think they'll manage it with Archie Vaughan mopping up at deep square. Look at that. The noise in the crowd says a bit about it as well. Daz Ahmed wasn't even looking. One of those no-look, almost Tom Cadmore head down shots. Brings up the 50 partnership. Daz Ahmed knew he'd connected well enough. Didn't need to watch where the ball went. Gets his head down in a good position. Clean and over the deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, anything into length, half a bat on it, and it's going to disappear, I'd imagine. Costa probably in that realm of having to take a chance. Be brave. It's a good striker, Daz Ahmed, 36 off just 21, and he can just get motoring and put the Somerset bowlers under pressure again. I'll have a chance when Buren looks pretty settled up the other end.
Oh, another lovely shot. Only going to be 1 to deep cover, but yeah, I've already had a text in best number 9 in the Metro Bank. I was going to say GVB or Darrowell, best number 8 and 7 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Gloucestershire do bat deep. The top order haven't done enough. Can the lower order bail them out? Slight delay, a few drinks, but momentum with Gloucestershire. Since the 34th over where they went to the one ball, Gloucestershire have definitely won the last 3 overs. Can Somerset pull it back again?
Bowling from the Marcus Pavilion end, returning 26, JT Langridge.
JT Langridge is going to come back on there for the Trescothic Pavilion end. Seam at both ends now.
He bowled an excellent second half of his first spell, picked up 2 key wickets, and as Dex mentioned, playing a couple of second-team games against him. He's got some really good back of a one-day innings skills, using his height, uses cutters. He's got a very good Yorker, and also one ball that I think is a difficult one to face is the off-pace bouncer, certainly at his height. So expect that deep square leg fielder to potentially have some work to do.
So it's the Whipple Prem 2 matchup here then. Clevedon versus Golden Hill. JT Langridge versus Daz Ahmed.
A moral victory, first ball. I think that's just caught Daz Ahmed on the backside. That'll sting a little bit. Got a game tomorrow, Harry. Where are you off to?
Yeah, Clumpton versus Budley Salterton tomorrow.
Oh, Malcolm Baker neck of the woods.
Yeah, Budley are doing all right, actually. A couple of lads have got into the Devon side this year. We're struggling a bit towards the bottom. Got that very early, didn't he? The pull shot Van Buren almost through mid-on.
Bit of a swat there from
tennis forearm smash.
Van Buren.
You home at the Burbage tomorrow?
Yep, we've got a home/away game for me.
Well, yes.
Burbage.
Who are you playing?
Yeah, the Red Line. I think we are playing against Potter.
Oh, okay. That's actually not too far away, is from Burbage to Potton.
No, they're
fairly close.
Relatively local to each
Both
other.
Wiltshire?
Yeah.
Probably the only 2 Wiltshire sides in the Prem 1. Dumbleton would be Gloucestershire, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think that
could run in a 2. GVB comes back well. Good second run. Yeah, we've got a big game for you guys then.
Yeah, they're all
big games.
They are, and it's fascinating how the West of England Premier League has evolved. You always had for many years, Bath or Bridgewater run away with it, but it is absolutely. There's not one team in the league that you would view as not capable of beating any of the others. So it's a very good standard. Lots of the professionals still turn out and play, which is great. It's almost like there was an era probably 5 or 6 years ago where a lot of professionals didn't play any club cricket, whereas it's almost
come
like
back around,
rejuvenated again. It's really good, and I think it's brilliant for the young professionals as well to get good competitive cricket.
Hard Saturdays, yeah. And it's different with the One Day Cup, I guess.
This is a period where obviously, a lot of the professionals do score a lot of runs and take a lot of wickets for their respective club teams, and they'll be missing for the next few weeks. Oh, it's a lovely bit of touch there from Ahmed. Moves into the 40s. Langridge almost predictably going a little bit short of length there, and really well played there, just running that off the face fine of that third man fielder. Very intentional, good play.
Yeah, if you didn't know much about Daz Ahmed, you'd think, why are they picking a lad who bowls 3 overs to bat number 9? But he's a much better bat than number 9, and he looks classy. The class touch there to be clever, really. Look at that, gives himself a bit of room, and then the late cut
He was never a fantastic bat in England, but fairness pays up for that with the bowling today.
He didn't play, but yeah, I appreciate the sentiment.
It's not great, but you've got to respect the element of breathing.
Absolutely, have a good day, guys. Good luck with the wedding.
You're not missing anything on the live stream. There's a very odd interview with man in Australia shirt.
Well, he's definitely from the West Country, that's for sure. And his accent is, let's see, Riley Meredith walking around the ground.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's met one of his heroes.
Yeah, wouldn't mind having Riley Meredith on now to bowl 5 overs at death just to clean this match up, finish it off, mop up the tail. Sun setting on the Cooper
Good
Associates
team
County
ethos
Cup.
here at Somerset's live stream. Annie Chave offering us some respite. But we're trucking okay. We've had Richard Latham in, the encyclopedia of Somerset cricket. Did get the sense he wasn't a massive fan of the 100 and likes his 50 over cricket, which is echoed by many here in the southwest. We had Trez, potentially the next England Test coach, interim. That was fascinating. Junior Trigo, who normally doesn't shut up at home, but wasn't giving me a great deal on the live stream. He was very quiet, wasn't he? Under pressure, Harry.
I had a word with him afterwards, and before. I said, "Why are you so quiet and nervous?" He said, "Oh, Dad told me I only speak when I'm spoken to."
That's not what
Not quite sure that's what he said, to be fair.
And Annie, of course, who's
regular guest.
Come back for more.
Needs no introduction, Annie Chave.
We've had to block her, otherwise Annie will take our jobs, won't she?
You haven't seen Annie for a while. Not a T20 blaster. Good attacking. He's done well out there. Sweeping on the boundary most of the game, Johnny Connell. New in the side, doing the hard shift on the long boundary.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching him bat. He shaped up nicely, played some really good shots. Had a nice partnership with Josh Thomas. Really helped him get going as well. And, good contribution from him. A couple of good stops in the field as well. Always keeps the bowlers going, seeing the fielders donate a bit of elbow skin for the cause. Good stop there by Kean Roberts at backward point. He was bandaged up after his diving save earlier on in the game. It's a very good partnership by Ahmed and Van Buren. Both into the 40s now, just keeping the game alive for Gloucestershire. 106 needed, and that
can't bowl there.
Potentially a no ball. I think it is a no
ball.
ball.
It's top decker, Pete. It's on the top deck of the flats.
Up on the roof.
There's one man up there. That is also a brilliant 50, but the way he got to 50 is worth talking about. Almost more than the 50. It's a brilliant 50 off 54 balls, but that 6 feels like it's one of the biggest we've ever seen here, but we are a long way over. We've got to put in that asterisk.
Doesn't count that one.
That's, I think it might have. Did it bounce off the very top bit of roof? There's one man up on the balcony. That is not a good ball for Miggy Pretorius, but takes some doing to belt a full toss at that pace.
Was this called a free hit? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Straight down, long off throw. Van Buren all.
Oh, some of the crowd weren't watching, were they? They're celebrating a 1.
Well, there's been a few beers and ciders enjoyed. We'll forgive the crowd that thought that was a wicket. Van Buren has played nicely. He moves on to 53 now. This partnership is brewing nicely. Giving Gloucestershire a bit of a sniff going into the last 11 overs of this innings. A tall order, but the equation is not out of the realms at the moment. Run rate required is 9 and over, and if it is 2, can do the lion's share of these 11 overs. It'll be a very, very close finish. Language is going to continue from the Stoffic stand end, complete with Rambo style headband. He's gone short. First ball and called wide. It was like a tough call there from the umpire.
Yeah,
justified.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, it was a little bit too high, even though Van Buren isn't the tallest of batters. It was comfortably over the head. Correct call there from two umpires who generally work together on those kind of decisions. Great bit of work there from Pereira down at fine leg. Made up for a couple of errors early on there with that diving stop at fine leg.
Yeah, he's another one who's been out fine leg, third man, quite a lot ground to cover. Tell you what, I don't know where my money is now. The Winviz is still going back and forth. 96 at Taunton. You back the chasing side like these two are batted brilliantly. Not far off 100 partnership. That's a big 6 again. Ahmed to the long boundary. Yeah, only a foot over the rope, but that is a big 6.
Just slightly disappointed with how predictable the length is. I mean, I know it is a longer boundary, but if you know it, every ball's going to be short. I think there needs to be a little bit of variation from time to time. You can't just go into the pitch. Both these players look relatively comfortable, in particular Ahmed, who hits that short ball as hard as any. That's gone all the way for 6 on a big side of the ground.
Has he got a slower ball change up or Yorker here? Auckland language do as a comeback. Yorker.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Oh, good running, actually. Really good running. Graham Van Buren calling it.
Yeah, I don't think on this surface you're going to get away with just bashing the ball in.
Really good single, that from GVB. Smashed off JT Langridge into the vacant cover area. Yeah, under 100 now. Needed. 10 and over at Taunton with a short boundaries doable. Got the wickets in hand, but these two together are looking in great touch. Can they push 2? No, he's probably lit too well, hasn't he?
Superb work out there on the rope. Is that Connell out there?
Yeah.
Covered some yards quickly there.
Yeah, Lamby's joined him at deep mid wicket now, but that is straight to Josh Thomas at point, but they've committed, they've run so well together, and that is a brilliant 50 for Daz Ahmed. He's coming at number 9, 50 off 28 balls with 3 4s and 4 6s. Strike rate of 180. Great effort as Josh Shaw now warms up. You might feel he's going to come on something different, but brilliant knock from the number 9. 7 and 9, digging Gloucestershire out of a middle order hole, really. Brilliant batting from Daz Ahmed. That could be 4. Is Tom Lambie going to get round to it? Tom Lambie's really trying hard to make the ground. Brilliant fielding. Tom Lambie does really well. Kieran Roberts done well to make ground with him. Tom Lambie has launched it past him. And they're going to keep running hard. These two, great work from the Gloucestershire batters. Lambie dived so far to get there and underarmed it past Kieran Roberts.
End of the second power play, then after
So into the last power play then.
270 for 7 at same stage. Somerset were 253 for 4.
Somerset were 253 for 4 at this stage. So Gloucestershire ahead at the moment. 253 for 4 after 40. Playing 270 for 7. So 270 is obviously better than 253, but it's the wickets column that could be crucial. Going to be a great finish, whatever. Right, there is going to be a change. Yep, Josh Shaw's going to come on in place of Miggy Pretorius from the River End.
Change bowling from the River End, returning 5, Josh Shaw.
So Josh Shaw, early in the piece, he bowled straight through. Just one spell to be a second spell. He had 1 for 31 at the top. 16 dots, an economy of 6.2. What can the former Gloucestershire man do against his old side? Obviously, Graham Van Buren knows him well. Daz Ahmed didn't have much cricket in Gloucestershire while Josh Shaw was there. But yeah, it's that little one-to-one battle between former teammates Graham Van Buren and Josh Shaw. Is it more helpful for the batter to know what the bowler might do, or the bowler to know what the batter might do here? Does he get outside off and try and target this short leg side? Sort of, yes. Nearly inside edge onto the stumps, but gets away with it. So earlier on today, we saw Worcestershire with a 3-wicket win in a low-scoring game at New Road against Derbyshire. 143 for 7, played 138 all out. This is one of the higher-scoring games of the day. Can they get 2? Brilliant fielding by Kieran Roberts. Oh, not quite saving the 2. He attacked it one-handed, launched it in well. Don't think he could have done much more from long on, to be fair to him, but because Graham Van Buren didn't hit it so well, had more time to push for that second.
Yeah, another part of the game where you feel like Somerset really do need a wicket. The equation looks ever more gettable. 81 off 58 balls. Gloucestershire have been batted right back into this game by Van Buren and Ahmed. Oh, that's going to be 6 again. Just slightly offline by the looks of it from Josh Shaw, and manoeuvred over the leg side for 6 by Van Buren. Standing there with his open stance. I mean, it's a middle and off delivery. That's a fantastic shot by Van Buren, and that's the danger.
With 81 to get, you can argue Somerset don't mind a couple of them, but if it gets much lower, you think he might miss one or sky it, but
you only really need.
The edge for 4 now as well. He's not going to be happy, Josh Shaw.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is to get yourself 8-9 runs and over, you only really need 1 4 and over, and then just good running in between. And because the field is so spread, you know, anything that contacts the bat is pretty much going to be a single at least. So there's, you know, a minimum of 6 runs and over. And again, that boundary, all of a sudden you're looking at 9. So yeah, very much chaseable this at Taunton with that short one side. 2, 6, 4 in the last 3 balls. It's probably the only dot ball available on the ground, bar it going straight through to the keeper. Van Buren finding that extra cover fielder. So Gloucestershire very much in this game.
It's going to be a thriller, I reckon.
I think it might be, Harry.
Right down to the wire.
Wake us back up.
No afternoon lull here. Still feels like it could be 6 o'clock, but it's 8:30. Sun's still blaring in the commentary box. A bit more shadows over the ground, but what can Josh Shaw do against Graham Van Buren? A bit wide, almost a wide Yorker. Will Williams bowled them really effectively earlier. Johnny Connell does well there to keep it to 1. Ed Middleton will run out a towel and a drink. Probably not a message to the Gloucestershire batters. I don't think there's any message required. The man Rao will try and keep up with him.
That partnership there, 102, Van Buren and Ahmed.
Brilliant
Great effort for that 7th wicket. Superb batting by the pair. Looked like it was going to be almost game, set, match for Gloucester, but these two have done a great job. I think I said when they were both on 1 or 2 runs apiece that one of them's going to have to get 100. Looks like Van Buren's the man.
I said earlier, didn't I? Josh Thomas is on for man of the match, unless Graham Van Buren is probably the only man that could pull this out the fire with someone alongside him, and Taz Ahmed has provided perfect foil for him. But skipper Lewis Goldsworthy brings himself on. I like that. Bold, cool.
Not only that, it's the rate that Taz Ahmed has scored. It's really just taken all the pressure off of Van Buren. 50 of 28 deliveries with those 4 sixes. Van Buren's just been able to play his way into his innings, but he's going at a decent lick as well. 71 off 64. Goldsworthy, the captain.
Yeah, not that sentence sounds odd, doesn't it? Lewis Goldsworthy, the captain.
Wow, I did say they just generally with the ball in particular gets it done, and his team need him right now. Oh, what a shot, 4 runs. Brilliant angle on that one from Van Buren.
What a knock this is from Graham Van Buren. Not messing about here. First ball from Lewis Goldsworthy's next spell. Right, he's got that boundary first ball. Doesn't need anything stupid the rest of the over. Ahead of the game now, you'd probably say Gloucestershire up. These two together, batting brilliantly.
It's very, very quickly becoming a run-a-ball game the way that these two are playing. 64-50 now.
Still no Tom Lammonby. Surprised by that? All right.
I would say that's probably down to an unknown, like the physical side of things.
Having bowled Tuesday quite well at Welbeck. Didn't bowl for extra CC on Saturday. Got a few runs in the Devon League, but something different, that experience, you know what I mean? Slightly different pace. Obviously, look pretty settled, whatever they're facing at the moment, but over 6,000 tuning into the live stream across YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. The denouement of this game, a lot of the One Day Cup games already finished. And the other counties tuning in for this thriller.
8 overs to go, 291 for 7. Gloucestershire have just stayed in the fight. Real credit to them. I think when that 5th, 6th wicket went down, 7th, And there was a general feeling that the game would fizzle out, but these two put on 110 runs in just 70 balls. They've got themselves knocking on the door of what will be a magnificent chase. Somerset obviously started the day, setting Gloucestershire 352, helped by Archie Vaughan's 69, Tom Lamby's 83, and Josh Thomas's 97. This little gem of a partnership has got them right back in it. Josh Shaw into Ahmed, a big swing straight through him and bowled. The change has bore fruit. That's an outstanding delivery there from Josh Shaw. Full, straight, fast, and through Daz Ahmed, who's played magnificently for his 52. But that was the wicket that Somerset desperately needed. A big shot. First ball against Shaw on his return. Feels like the demon struck again. Don't think he needed to do that, Harry.
No, that's a maiden 50 in pro cricket for Daz Ahmed. A brilliant knock. Yeah, that's a bit of a filthy heave, isn't it? It's quick.
Well,
quick from Josh Shaw.
I think
straight.
Yeah, he hasn't faced Josh Shaw today. You know, just get a feel for it, knock it down the ground. I mean, the run rate as it is, he just didn't need to go for the big shot. I'm all for backing yourself, but just see a few balls first.
Yeah, we got to credit a brilliant knock, though. Before that, but well, 52 off 31 balls. That's a cracking knock from number 9. 4 sixes, 3 fours. The best strike rate of all of the Gloucestershire batters, actually. And he's a number 9, second top scorer. Graham Van Buren has to trust Will Williams here. He can't just hog the strike. When it gets number 11, maybe, but even Charlesworth can bat. Charlesworth will bat 5 or 6 in club cricket. He's no mug. Still on for the Gloucestershire, but 62 now off 7.5. Different game with a new batter.
Yeah, great work from Josh Shaw. Striking.
It felt like
first ball, 2 for 44 now.
It looked the quickest ball he's bowled. I don't know officially if it is. It just looked like it got through quicker, full and straight. Pumped up.
That's close. That's close, and that's out. 2 in 2 for Josh Shaw. Williams, stone dead LBW. What a great burst here from Josh Shaw. Full, straight, fast. 85 miles an hour. Wrapped Williams. Bang in front.
He looked like he's got a point to prove against his old side, Josh Shaw. Didn't bowl brilliantly at the top, bowled 5 overs earlier on. Got hit around a bit, but that is
We're
brilliant.
not on a great angle here, Harry, but that looks salmon, me old boy.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a Plum LBW without you bringing up the old salmon. Look at this. Pumped up Josh Shaw. Oh. Yeah, that's salmon. I'll agree with you on that one. Luke Charlesworth then.
That is middle of middle.
And that's the problem of being 7 down. They were 291 for 7 with Daz Ahmed going beautifully, and suddenly Graham Van Buren could be left stranded. Gloucestershire could be all out. Charlesworth's got to try and survive a couple of balls here. Full deliveries, full wickets, bowled in LBW.
What a great little burst of pace. Josh Shaw.
He knew that was out straight away, didn't he?
Has I know been working with Steve Kirby. He picked up that injury early on in the season, but he did mention that he'd been doing a few little alterations to his action and felt in a really good place. And that's 2 quick deliveries there. And just have a look at the replay. He's got a very, very strong, clean action, and he's fired those 2 balls absolutely bang on the spot. And we've got a hat-trick ball here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And the big question is, can he?
Oh, the crowd are up for it. Oh, that's very close.
Oh, that's a beauty. Lick of blue paint.
That is a brilliant hat-trick ball as well. Half some of these anticlimactic hat-trick balls can often be terrible.
That's through him for pace. That
is
another quick delivery there. Let's see how close that is.
He's got his tail up, hasn't he? Oh, that's close.
Wow, that's so close to being bowled.
I don't think I've seen him bowl this quick. It looks quick. Maybe it's the excitement, the adrenaline of Gloucestershire close to the end of the game. But this is Proper spell from Josh Shaw. Just the 2 wickets have opened this up. Few questions in the live chat. Salmon and trout out. People not understanding your favourite phrase of salmon, Pete. It's not salmon pink, no. Salmon and trout out. What's the other one? Mums and dads, pads. I've got to learn them over the years. I reckon they're your favourite too, aren't they?
Oh. I do like the old abbreviating it to salmon. I don't know where it came from. It's definitely a thing. I'm not claiming it. Yeah. Oh, you feel that in the morning, right in the bread basket.
I wouldn't have said Josh Shaw is Somerset's quickest bowler, but he's looking it now. He's looking quicker than JT Langridge here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's getting the fruits of his hard work with curbs. I know he has put in a lot of work. I think he picked up was it a side or a whatever injury he did pick up, but I mean, his action looks superb. Looks really, really clean. Looks strong at the crease, and just growing in confidence. It's never an exact science to move to a new club and hit the ground running. But
I feel like he's running in really hard now. This over, and that's a good result for Somerset. The first single Charlesworth takes is the last ball. Grant Van Buren still off strike.
Well, I think that's the confidence of Josh Shaw, blossoming really. I mean, if you're not in a great place technically and you're questioning your landing area, where you're going to pitch the ball, I think you are quite guarded in your run-up, whereas Josh Shaw is steaming in, completely backing the technical side of his bowling, and he's just absolutely let fly. I mean, that hat-trick ball is 86 mile an hour. That's as quick as you see here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Anything in the middle, high 80s is genuine pace. A much needed burst there. Somerset 9 down now, and all of a sudden it looks like that 61 or 41 is going to take something remarkable now from Van Buren, who's on 77 and played beautifully, but that bang bang of wickets has taken the game right into the palm of Somerset's hands.
Now Charlesworth can bat, but does Van Buren trust him? Yeah, he bats 5 or 6 in club cricket. Ex-university does. He's a genuine all-rounder, so don't just think number 11 can't let him face a ball. But of course, Van Buren needs to face as much as possible. How hard does he go? How early against Lewis Goldsworthy now? Oh, okay. I'm going to look for 2. I think Goldsworthy will get there. He's quick. He's fit. Yeah, Van Buren didn't get the 2 he wanted. Power play 3, of course, so 5 men can be outside the ring. Oh, Lewis Goldsworthy's nearly got through him there. Brilliant game of cricket. Thanks to so many of you listening on the live stream. The nice messages we've had in, people saying better than TMS or better than Sky Sports. We appreciate you. However many silence you've had, we appreciate the nice comments. We love this job, and it's a brilliant day of cricket. The Cider Derby every year. The Metrobank One Day Cup, the Cider Derby between Somerset and Gloucestershire. If you can't get it here, or haven't got it today, make sure you try and get it next year. Normally a Friday around this time. Normally Somerset Gloucestershire Cider Derby. Could be another spectacular finish. Still not over yet. After Craig Overton's heroics at Headingley, no Somerset fan will ever say white ball game's over. It's like changing the field over to extra cover now, and they're not going to take the one. Okay, so Van Buren told him that last ball. Probably just told him to block it out. So Goldsworthy's 10 overs done. The captain fantastic. 2 for 50 off Lewis Goldsworthy. A few dots at the end.
That's a super spell there from Lewis Goldsworthy, matching what Ollie Price did in the Gloucester bowling innings. 5 and over is exceptional here.
25 dots. That says a lot, doesn't it? Used himself late as well. Didn't turn into himself till the 6th bowler. Goldsworthy having a chat now with his bowler, Josh Shaw. And I think a lot of credit has to go to Lewis Goldsworthy here, marshalling his troops well. There's been some poor balls, don't get me wrong. JT Langridge, Miggy Pretorius bowled some slot balls, they bowled some wides, they bowled some length balls that were easy for Daz Ahmed and Graham Van Buren to hit. But Goldsworthy's kept his cool, he's marshalled his troops well. Stayed in it. Van Buren goes big, but it's only going to be 1 run.
Yeah.
Took the one straight away, didn't he?
Looks like Van Buren thinks it's a Elvis moment, and now or never. He's looking for that one giant over.
Oh, one of the Somerset opinions on YouTube's had a shocker here. There are 2 Charlesworths. Ben Charlesworth opens or bats top order in Championship and Blast cricket. He's moving to Lancashire at the end of the year. This is Luke Charlesworth, the brother, who does bat high up. He's not number 11 by any stretch, but he's not an opener. He's an all-rounder, bats 5-6 in club cricket, but this is not Ben, this is Luke Charlesworth. And that's a bit of
those sort of signings. I wonder, it always feels quite strange when in Ben Charlesworth's worst case. So I think it was almost before the season started. He was announced to sign for another club at the end of that season.
It doesn't sit too well with me.
Must make the season you're going into
awkward.
Very.
Yeah.
I was kind of predicting surely that's going to be a loan move.
Yeah. It was like when George Thomas barely was picked the last few games, haven't done quite well because he was announced as going to Sussex. I thought that was a bit odd and awkward. Yeah, I prefer it. You just wait to the end of the season, but the transfers open up in July and they can talk for the clubs.
That'd be good, wouldn't it, in cricket if you had a transfer window?
Transfer window, deadline day. Who's the Harry Redknapp with a Peter Oden Wingy out his Range Rover? Who's that equivalent?
Would be sort of a mover and a shaker.
Mickey Arthur, I feel like he'd be wheeling and dealing somewhere. Ashley Giles could be on the blower trying to get some Worcestershire loan signings last minute.
Yeah. Driving round the county ground arm out of the Range Rover. Harry Redknapp, what a class man.
Well, Neil Warnock we've had here, Nigel Pearson we've had here, both of them like their cricket, watching Somerset in recent matches. He's batting well here, Charlesworth, in almost any other situation. But they need 57 off 32 balls.
It's just a case of trying to get Van Buren on strike.
Yeah,
maybe.
But does he go for a bonus boundary here? Does he get 1 and give Van Buren 1 or 2 balls in the over?
9 down, I don't think you can. He's just.
No.
I think what they just need is Van Buren to be facing as many balls from this end as possible, and he's probably going to have to take a chance of trying to park a few into that Somerset stand and ruffle a few feathers. Good bowling there because all these dot balls are.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Gloucester at the moment.
That wide ball, could he be clever though? Could he have opened the face? Short thirds up, Saparo's up. Any edge on that is 4.
He's number 11 for a reason, though.
Yeah, well, he's not 11 though. He can bat. This Gloucestershire bat ridiculously deep. Look how good Daz Ahmed was at 9. Will Williams got 98 and ran himself out in the county championship, and he batted at 10. Do you feel like these one-day cup squads they sprung up some odd batting lineups and very deep batting lineups? Oh, that could be the game. Luke Charlesworth tried to go big. Oh no, he's not got there. Is that Josh Thomas? Not quite picked it up. Thought he was going to get there.
Phrase for those, a green light. That looked like a green light from here, that Harry.
Bit of a jib. He moved fairly early, didn't he? I mean, it's a short boundary, so there's not a long way from the boundary to the edge of the ring where it's landed.
Oh.
Has he misjudged it? I can't quite work it out.
Oh, it's only
is that a dive option?
On the foot. Ooh. Yeah, you gotta get to that.
Yeah, he got runs and a run out earlier, so we'll forgive him a Somerset win. But here he is again, Josh Thomas. Yeah, we'll have to watch another replay. Did he not pick it up? Did he?
Well, the sun's
the opposite side. Yeah,
the lights aren't really on.
Yeah,
I don't really.
No, I agree.
The side on looks.
I can't think of a reason. And there, he just didn't go for it.
Side on, I think, looks.
It also wasn't going to go for 4, was it? So it's not one of them where you don't dive because it might go for 4.
Here we go.
Slowed down, didn't he?
Slowed down. Oh. I want to see that hit in the hands at least, Harry.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, can't really find a reason for that.
But give him the benefit of the doubt.
He got 97.
The youth got 97
Yeah.
and played beautifully. So if that is the only moment of the game, he's been exceptional in every other aspect. So again, easy game from up here, isn't it, Harry?
It is.
I wouldn't have got halfway towards that.
Oh,
the Blackwell calling it wide there. That slower bouncer. Do you think that Van Buren, if he's thinking clearly, just get 5 or 6 off this over? And I think the next over, is the.
he goes big, targets leg
Get
side,
on
yeah.
strike, don't take any singles, and that's your Hail Mary.
No, he doesn't. Oh, okay. Interesting. Because there might be a 2 there. If there's a slight fumble from Lammonby to not even think about pushing the 1. I think that's odd. They have got their 300 up. It means nothing, but they are 54 runs away. So Van Buren's maybe going to target this over then. You'd rather target the leg side, short side.
Don't think he's going to go. No, I think he's just going to play this over. I think the next one is when you see the old chainsaw revved up. It's only 2 sizable overs, really, I think, to get this.
Yeah,
to,
that's fair comment. Good way of looking at it.
14 to 16, 2 or 3 boundaries and over. And then it's, pick up the ones, and Charlesworth's got a job to do, but.
That's a 2, isn't it? Maybe not. Maybe not. Connell does well. So he turned down 2 singles. Third ball takes the single. Connell does well to keep it to a 1, not 2. The young man on his 2nd professional appearance for Somerset, the Berkshire former University of Exeter cricket. Of course, University of Exeter link. You've got to think Luke Charlesworth and Johnny Connell know each other well. Exeter University link with Max Waller and Alex Barrow coaching there previous year. So there's a few links. A lot of cricketers know each other. It's a small world. The fielders are quite far out on the boundary. I thought they might come in. Okay, Charlesworth has done his job. Not a great ball from JT Langridge, the low full toss though. You can't just, Cowpat, you can't just use salmon instead of out. People are taking your phrase the wrong way here. They're just trying to use salmon for out as a synonym now. It doesn't quite work like that. It's got to be a plumber with W to be salmon and trout. You can't just say salmon. Oh, well. The YouTube live chatters are enjoying themselves. That's the most important thing.
That's the main thing. We're enjoying ourselves, aren't we?
Wow, this is a thriller.
It's
good games, aren't they?
I mean, those 2 wickets are so crucial. I think very hard to see how Somerset could have defended if they wouldn't have picked up those 2 wickets the way that Ahmed and Van Buren had batted up until that point. It seemed a real rash shot from Ahmed, who really got Somerset by the scruff of the neck. I'll credit the way he played was a rapid 50. Oh, another bouncer and off the glove.
Yeah, I thought that might have gone for 4, but
that could have been a 2.
Slow down. Yeah, you thought they'd have pushed 2. South Pereira at fine leg.
Right, the over.
This is your over, you reckon?
I feel like this is going to be the fireworks show. This is the over that's 47th and 49th of the overs that I think have got to go. Van Buren's the man that's going to face all the balls. Josh Thomas is running in, bowling quick, but if he misses length to a man on 82, look out in the crowd.
We could have 2 lads out just shy of 100. It'll probably be Somerset win if Van Buren gets past 100. You think Gloucestershire in the box seat, but still 51 to get. Feels a lot of 4 overs, but we've seen Sean Dixon do it here in a T20 against Warwickshire. Ed Barnard's over taken to the cleaners. Even shorter boundary on one side here. What can Josh Shaw do? Took 2 and 2 not long ago. That is an absolute beauty. Josh Shaw, I think it's the best I've seen him bowl in a Somerset shirt the last couple of overs.
There's no way you can hit that. You've done well to stop that. Oh, that's
dipped,
right
isn't it?
on the money.
Wow, Steve Kirby, give that man some credit. Because whatever work he's done with Josh Shaw the last few weeks, absolutely brilliant. I think he can't be far away from Somerset's T20 side if he continues to improve like this for next season. Hair flowing in the breeze. Van Buren goes. That is into the Hildreth stand. 6 runs. You miss by a fraction and it goes for 6, the short boundary.
It's still on. This is still on. Van Buren onto 88. Anything that misses that Yorker length is destined for the stands, the way that Van Buren's striking it tonight.
What a game of cricket. What a game of cricket.
Oh, what a shot that is.
That's a lusty blow.
It's just the length, Harry, just the length. You've got to strive for that. I think you'd even be better off missing on the low full toss side of things.
That's wide and the length as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, it is such a small margin for error. It's so difficult. Like I said to Trez earlier, any bowler out there that can bowl 4 out of 6 balls on a Yorker length would be worth millions at the end of his career. It's such a hard skill to be able to do it over and over again. Oh, another one into length and swatted out.
Could it be caught? Oh,
no.
Tom Lammonby has done brilliantly to get there. Could it be a run out? It's all going on. Tom Lammonby's made great ground. He's got 2 hands to it, but it would have been a great catch. Were you saying he should have caught that?
At this level, that's...
Yeah, he's got
I
that.
don't think it's a particularly difficult catch at this level, to be honest.
Oh, no, it's close than I realised, actually. Yeah, he's got there in time, hasn't he? Well backed up by Josh Thomas. So 2 drop catches. Well, one didn't even get hands to, but Van Buren still going. 94 now. Josh Shaw still steaming in. He still bowled well. That's another good Yorker. Got to credit Josh Shaw here. He's bowled 1 ball that ended up being slot, went for 6. 1 wide offside, hit for 4, but that one could have been caught.
I mean, is the expectancy of anyone that watches cricket over the past 15 years really that's probably deemed as quite a regulation chance these days. I mean,
I don't think he was going to get there at first. Maybe a bit slow realising where it was exactly, but he's quite a square mid-wicket. You thought he might be more cow corner, more straight mid-wicket.
Well, what's Van Buren going to do here? I feel like it would be the worst thing for him to go again and trust Charlesworth. He's going to have to play some part in this to get himself a single early in the next over. This is the end that Van Buren needs to target. 39 off 19. It's very much in play.
What a game of cricket. Thousands of people tuning into live stream now. The other games are finished. We're up to nearly 8,000 watching across YouTube.
Another
Twitter
7
and the
balls
website.
to be bowled from that river end.
The short leg side boundary. Oh no, okay, just takes the 1. Van Buren on to 95 then. 315 for 9 after 47. The cut-off time's not till 9:30, so there's no rush. Somerset can discuss plans. There's goals where they can chat with his bowler. It's going to be JT Langridge again. Oh, that wicket maiden early on, didn't he, against Miles Hammond? Pretty special wicket maiden from JT Langridge, that, but this is almost more important.
Van Buren on to 95 off 81 deliveries. Played a gem of a knock, supported well by Daz Ahmed. And the game looked like it was Somerset's, and they've kept scrapping Gloucestershire.
Right, JT Langridge then. Can't afford to bowl too many wides. Annoyed didn't get anything on that though, Van Buren. They have a nice way to just top edge of 4, get to 99. Another 4 runs closer to what will be a hell of a chase from the Gloucestershire lower order. Remember, Bancroft, the overseas, fell from 0 off 4 earlier on. JT Langridge getting Bracey and Bancroft. 2 wickets in the power play. That's not going to carry either. Lammonby's not going to get that one, but they've taken the 1. That means Charlesworth's on strike.
Well, bowl from JT. I'd really like to see him use that slower bouncer. It'd be a mighty hit to hit a slower bouncer.
You like short, yeah, to the big boundary?
I'm absolutely, with the 4 men out on that leg side, I think the pace on bouncer, if he gets it in an angle or gets hold of it, I think it's going to go. But a slower bouncer would be so hard to hit that far, and those fielders that he's got.
You'd worry about a top edge as well, wouldn't you? I guess
it's just so hard to generate pace onto a slower bouncer.
Yeah. No, there's a bit of a chat here with Josh Shaw involved. Lewis Goldsworthy, the captain, and the bowler JT Langridge. Someone says he deserves a ton. Yeah, you could argue Van Buren deserves a ton. You could argue 97 not out from Josh Thomas deserved a ton earlier on as well. One of them is going to come a losing side. I don't think it's going to be a tie.
Good move, that, I think. It's a wicket-taking position there if JT's going to bowl short. Anything not timed, that mid-wicket fielder could potentially catch it. Connors and Pereira have moved 20, 30 yards straighter.
Yeah, the top edge in play for Tom Lammonby then. Yeah, short mid-wicket.
Filling straight, well played and fielded by Goldsworthy. Just feel like it's all going to come down to if Gloucester can take this innings into the next over and what Van Buren can get off it.
I could see him getting a couple away, getting to 100, but then it's a real battle. Does he keep going? Does he do everything in that over, or does he?
Got to.
You think he just goes at every ball?
6 free hits.
Doesn't leave it to the last. No.
6 free hits. And he's going to have to probably hit 3 or 4 at the middle of the bat, I would suggest.
Oh, there it is.
Great bit of work from the captain, Lewis Goldsworthy, and his bowler, JT Langridge, bringing that mid-wicket fielder into play. The mistimed pawn, it's brought that 10th wicket. A fantastic fighting performance from Gloucestershire. But that 352 was just a little bit too far away. A great opening spell from JT Langridge. Took out some key players early on. Ahmed and Van Buren fought Gloucestershire back into it, but Josh Shaw's little burst of 2 wickets has just changed the tie and brought it into Somerset's favour.
Brilliant captaincy from Lewis Goldsworthy. Yeah, got to say it again. Didn't get the runs Goldsworthy would have liked today, but 2 for 50 off his 10. An inspirational captaincy. You just talked about it there. The top edge for the pull shot, maybe. It wasn't really a top edge in the end, but the short ball pulled straight to that close mid-wicket man. And Graham Van Buren is gutted. He's left on 96, not out. Could have maybe won in the game, but you can't knock him. He's batted beautifully. Luke Charlesworth, to be fair, battled hard, dug in.
Yeah, it's not
It's not his fault.
It's not brilliant batting, that. Just didn't need to go for the pull shot.
You think leave it?
Just tuck it around the corner, get Van Buren on strike. It's just about this. The last part of this game was all about the next over and Van Buren being on strike. That's when Gloucester had a chance. So, but then again, if you're relying on whoever's number 11 to dig you out of trouble, you're probably struggling. But fantastic from Van Buren. Daz Ahmed, Van Buren finishing on 96 not out. JT Langridge with his opening spell, and that last wicket, 3 for 63, and exceptional stuff from Lewis Goldsworthy. Key wickets, 2 for 50 off his 10 overs. Fantastic West Country derby we've witnessed here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Both teams, I think, can walk off that field holding their heads up high. Excellent game of cricket.
Absolutely, yeah. Can't agree with you more. Superb game. Close, exciting. Thanks to all of you on the live stream. Those who are listening on the earpieces. Myself and you are back again. Double Trouble Sunday. Warwickshire here for Family Day. A few tickets available. Do get on the website or try and buy on the gate Sunday. Should be a great game of cricket here. Somerset Warwickshire Sunday.
Well, let's make sure, Harry, that if it's just the two of us on Sunday, we've got plenty of runs in
talk
our
about. Yes.
locker, so we can have a good chat about how well we played.
Very good point.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers,
And
mate. You too.
thanks to all our live stream viewers. I hope you enjoyed the game. Fantastic win by Somerset, but credit to both teams for a great display of cricket here in the Metro Bank. And for all those that have enjoyed copious amounts of the different types of beers and ciders we've had here on our Beer and Cider Festival, travel safely home, preferably in a taxi or on the train.